to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Fly ball right field. Cam Smith comes in a few steps. 2-0 final. Hader. 21 straight saves to start the season. That matches a franchise record. Dave Smith in 89. And now the lefty Josh Hader in the record books as well. 1-0 last night, 2-0 tonight. The Astros, going back to last year, have shut out the Phillies in 28 consecutive innings. And Blummer, another series win, this time against a very good Phillies team.
I had no idea about that last stat that Todd Callis dropped. Good job, Todd. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network. I only knew that the Phillies were completely inept at scoring runs against the Astros this season. I didn't know that this little streak went back to last season, too. Seth, I was told by many outlets before this series, including The Athletic, which had the Phillies number 2 on their power rankings, I was told this team was good at baseball. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know. Look, when you can't keep pace with the scoring deluge that the Astros can dole out.
Yeah.
And any given night on tape, you think you're going to show up and be able to win without scoring a run?
That's right.
That's not the way baseball works, baby.
Nope.
I'll tell you another thing. I was annoyed this morning. I was looking at some of the ESPN stats, and it said the Phillies haven't scored a run in 19 straight innings. And I'm like, oh, wow, that sounds rough. And I think, wait a second, 9 plus 9. Okay, all right, whatever the ninth inning of their previous game for the Astros series.
18 of those are ours. Whoever they were playing before they got here doesn't get to glom on to these 2 shutouts.
They didn't. And they didn't score in the ninth inning of the previous game.
And now you're going to make me go look and see what that game, like what the vibe of that game was. Like if it was like some 11-3 game and there were no runs scored in the ninth. Yeah, I'm going to be so mad.
So it's been very good defensively for the Astros. Colton Gordon, just a strikeout, non-walking machine right there, dude. Yep. That was a nice performance out of Colton.
That is that is the one common thing in these starts that these that these spot starters have had. Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter and Ryan Gusto are regulars in the rotation now out of necessity, not because they planned it this way. But I will say the one thing about those guys, pinpoint control. Like they're not hurting themselves a lot with walks. Like they're pitching to contact a lot. Colton Gordon, there were some hard hit balls. The very strange inning was the one. It was the one inning, I think, where he got into a little bit of trouble. He either put 2 guys on or he loaded the bases, where he gave up 2 Judy singles, but there were two screaming line drive outs. It's like one of those things where you just watch that inning, you go, well, that's baseball right there. The 2 guys that put the best bat on the ball, who barreled the ball up, hit it right at guys. The 2 guys that are on base are guys that were barely able to make contact, but it landed behind the second baseman or something like that.
Yeah, and the Astros, they scored their first run with Paredes hitting one into the gap where Trey Turner didn't get charged with an error on the play, which is weird.
Yeah,
because it was not a hard hit ball.
It hit his glove. You're making $300 million. There's the error. The official score should take salary into account when he makes his decisions. Well, you're a $300 million shortstop. It hits your glove.
He made a great play later to get Paredes out.
Same exact thing.
Same exact. I was like, okay, if he can do that, obviously. Yeah, so those were the things that peeved me. And otherwise, a fun night of baseball. Right. They made it interesting in the 8th by loading the bases, but Brian King worked his way out of it. With that was the one. That was a really nice play by Pena, because the third out was a chopper.
Yeah.
And Pena is almost like when you watch an offensive tackle eligible when he's in the end zone.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh gosh, the quarterback throws the ball slow, and you're like, oh, there's too much time. There's too much time.
Yeah.
And you're just waiting.
Well, there was a base runner running right in front of him too.
Yeah.
Like there was so it made it a little more difficult. Probably.
So, but the time, it was so beautiful. Like ultimately, this doesn't make highlight reels or anything necessarily, but he got the ball out of his gloves to get to first and to get that out.
Yeah.
So good job by Payne.
Good job by Payne. Caratini got a home run. I mean, that's what your cleanup hitter is supposed to do, is hit bombs.
Yeah.
Caratini was the cleanup hitter last night. I mean, this lineup, man, like this team, Joe Espada, man, credit to him.
Okay, so where are we now? Where they have the same record as the Phillies. The people, I think, largely look at power rankings and everything. The Phillies are up above the Astros.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense at all on paper. It makes sense to us on paper that the Astros are able to win because we've been watching and we've monitored the bullpen and everything else is situational hitting.
Yeah.
And yet, I can't. I have to abandon all of my tendencies to say, hey, all right, it's you got to be able to sustain this, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I don't want to overthink it. They just figure out ways to win.
They figure out ways to win. If we're talking about things, you brought up the power rankings, like, oh, these teams are viewed as better than the Astros. This time of year, Seth, really anytime during the regular season, being as good as the Astros are in one-run games. And they're the best in baseball in one-run games. That was essentially a one-run game last night. It was a one-run game. The night before was an actual one-run game, a 1-0 win. When it comes to this time of year, when it comes to the experts that are looking at teams and trying to figure out, okay, who are the teams that are this? Because the power rankings are really a ranking of who are the scariest teams. I mean, you have to have a good record to be near the top, but it's like, who's the scariest? That's why the Dodgers, for a time, they don't even have the best record in baseball, but they sit there at the top of the power rankings all year long because they have Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts. Freeman. They're scary. When you have as good a record as the Astros do in one-run games and you play in so many of them, for a weird reason, that's almost a check mark against you when it comes to power rankings because people are going to say, well, that stuff evens out over time. Whereas when you get into the postseason, that's all of a sudden a thing that in a 7-game series makes the Astros really scary. They're going to be comfortable in situations like that.
I think, and there's validity to that there's some randomness to winning one-score games in any sport. Yeah. So it makes sense to look at it that way. I do think that there are times where there's teams that show that they have a good record in one-run games or one-score games in football or whatever, so for substantive reasons. And, in football, a team that can run the ball really well, it can tend to do a good job closing out games, for instance.
Yep.
Baseball, I think the fact it's not a fluke that they're as good as they are when tied or have a lead in the 6th inning or later because their bullpen is so good.
Yeah.
So the fact that their bullpen is as good as it is makes me feel like, all right, there's a little bit more. Yes, it's kind of a coin flip when you win a one-run game, except that maybe it's a 60 or 65% chance instead of 50-50 with the Astros.
I think the bullpen is a great point. I think the other thing, too, they don't hurt themselves. They play really good defense. Like that play that you talked about with Pena was not a routine play at all. For him it's routine, but you got a base runner running in front of you. It is a stressful situation. It's 2 outs late in the game. And you just make these plays. It's a really good defensive team for the most part. I mean, obviously, wherever you put Jose Altuve, all of a sudden you're not a very good defensive team. But by and large, their outfield is good defensively, aside from Altuve when he's out there. The infield, I mean, Isaac Paredes is playing Gold Glove level defense this year. Pena, Dubon, and Christian Walker are guys who've actually won Gold Gloves in the last few years. They don't hurt them. The bullpen is great, and they don't hurt themselves, and that is the October formula. That is what those games look like.
The Astros right now are second in Major League Baseball in outs above average, just behind the Cardinals. Cardinals are astoundingly good in the field this year. They have 28 outs above average, and the Astros are second with 19 outs above average.
Yeah.
But that part I feel good about. I feel that's substantial. Jordan is incredibly huge X factor in getting them to a spot where they look more on paper like a championship caliber team.
Yep.
But God, if they can just retain this scrappiness and this ability to play defense and rely on relievers that maybe you didn't think that much of before the season, I'm slowly removing any of the brakes or governors I've got on my soul right now.
Yeah,
so
I guess
I'm ready to live.
Are
I'm
you
ready to live in the world?
Yeah, man.
Yes. I've gone and I've shown the therapist the dolls of previous athletes who have hurt me and everything.
Seth,
and I feel good. I feel good.
Our tomorrows are never promised. Go get that Okert jersey that you've been talking about, man.
Yeah, I know.
Go get it. Go get it. That time, I think we talked about this yesterday. I remember earlier this week, some point, I posed the question to you, like, okay, at what point during the season is this just who Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz are going to be? We're expecting them to bounce back. I think there's a similar question to ask about the bullpen, but going the other way. Like, okay, at what point should there be a point where we feel like there's an expiration date on 4 or 5 guys who have very little history of pitching at the level they're pitching at right now? Mm-hmm. Okert, Caleb Ort, Bennett Sousa's been really good since they brought him up. Hunter King, this is his second year of doing some good things in the bullpen now. Like Brian Abreu and Josh Hader, we know who they are. So that would be my thing. I mean, we're almost to the All-Star break. I mean, I'm starting to feel like, okay, this is who these guys are. And none of these guys, I don't think, I'd have to go look at the numbers, but just to the eye test, none of them are like what Taylor King was last year, where you're like, wow, he's got a really good ERA, and he sure does get out of all these situations. And then you look at his FIP, his real ERA, what his ERA should be, and it's like 2 runs higher than what his actual is, and yada, yada, yada. He gets DFA'd a month into the next season. Man, Okert has been a find, man. Like that guy has been huge in middle inning situations this year.
That's where the Astros car wash, and I don't know. We haven't talked about this at all, but Eric Neeson, the pitching director, leaving the Astros at the All-Star break to go to Wake Forest.
Yeah.
A few people asked us, hey, should we be freaking out about this? I would say not to diminish his contributions or anything, but we said the same thing when Brent Strom left, obviously. Yeah. Brent Strom was the architect of it all. I think Strom did such a great establishing a system. It's like a great university now that they don't rely on federal funding. They are self-endowed and they can. I think they've got enough of a framework that I still feel confident they're going to be able to keep this thing rolling. Because Neeson was elevated to pitching director 2 or 3 seasons ago. There's been they've shuffled people in and out, and they still remain really good at getting the best out of these guys.
I'm going to come clean here. I didn't know who he was until yesterday, so I have a hard time. I'd be very disingenuous to say that I'm losing sleep over him leaving when I didn't know who he was until I saw his name yesterday.
I just like monitoring their organizational chart.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. Somebody should write a book on that.
Yeah.
The actual game, because that can't be, and I believe it could achieve mainstream stat nerd success in that I don't know, sell like 7,000 copies or something, but that's successful in baseball nerd circles because it's been amazing what they've been able to do.
I said Taylor King. I meant Taylor Scott. Thank you, texters. Taylor Scott.
I was wondering. I thought it was like a Taylor, some Taylor/King scenario.
No,
I forgot about a pitcher named Taylor.
I'm just sitting here combining my pasty relievers in the morning. Yeah. They all look the same to me. Yeah.
You gotta be careful, by the way, because I look at you as the person that's almost always right.
Yeah.
So I just let you go. I can't fact check you on that stuff right away. I always assume immediately, like, who am I forgetting here? What?
Yeah, no, Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott.
You know, the Chronicle did it to me this morning.
What'd they do?
Because on what was a glorious day, it was the Chronicle or somebody said that Tremmel was batting 8th, and I'm like, God, I could have sworn. I guess
he batted 9th, right?
Up.
Yeah,
yes,
he batted 9th.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That's a simple error, but you can't be messing with me with simple errors like this.
No.
I'm a monkey who's been trained a specific way, and I follow instructions.
Yeah, man.
I was this close to saying that he batted 8th last night. I was surprised he was there, and then he batted 8th because the Chronicle said he batted 8th.
Don't piss off the monkey, man. All right?
Yeah.
Don't piss off the monkey. All right, we're off and running. We'll circle back to the Astros. Man, we got a lot to get to today. For a light news time of year, we got a ton to get to today. Excited to be with you here until 10 a.m. All right, one thing that Rocket fans need to stop doing, And also, big signing yesterday. This is a great sign for what this team is going to look like, I think, over the next year or two for the Rockets. So we will get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Seth, we teased two things going into this segment, and I think, having had a chance to think about it a little bit, I think they kind of go hand in hand. The first one is a plea from me that I don't necessarily now as it was 24 hours ago. But one of the things that I need people to stop doing, whether it's on social media or out and about or in conversations or whatever it is, stop bringing up James Harden coming back to Houston. Stop doing that. You sound dumb, first of all, because it's not going to happen. But number two, it would be detrimental. And Ime Udoka didn't allow it when they had the cap space to do it. He's certainly not going to go do something where they'd have to give up more assets to bring in a guy who is aging and lazy. Okay?
And aside from anything else, even if he wasn't aging, even if he wasn't lazy, he established once again this year that he cannot be trusted in the playoffs. Right. You need him off the court in the playoffs. Yeah. You want to pay him $40 million a year just so you can bench him in the playoffs because you got no chance of winning a closeout game? That's right. Or an elimination game if he's on the court? He does it with alarming consistency. And I don't think that gets better with age. No. He'll get better at doing that, but not actually performing well in important games and elimination games in the playoffs. Yes. Yeah, there's no part. If you're begging for them to bring James Harden back at this point, you flat out don't want to win a championship. Yeah. You've ignored everything that's ever happened in James Harden's career since I won't even include Rockets because all right, whatever. Since he left the Rockets, no, he's not. You cannot trust him in the playoffs. No. One of the greatest Rockets games in James Harden era history was the Clippers comeback when James Harden was on the bench.
Almost like 10 years ago to the day right now almost. They're like to the month. Yeah.
And I was so happy to see, for multiple reasons, I was happy to see Fred VanVleet's extension yesterday. Yeah. 2 years, $50 million. Yep. So that puts him at $25 million a year. You had tweeted something about James Harden the other day, and somebody replied to you quite snarkily, and I did not appreciate it.
It's Aggie Doug,
Aggie Doug. Yeah. Aggie Doug, the capologist, apparently, was like, who do you really want? Fred VanVleet at $40 million a year or James Harden at $40 million a year? Right. And I'm like, I don't think that's the conversation we're having. No. But let's hold on a second. Fred VanVleet restructures his deal for $25 million per year. Yeah, a much smarter – that's a much smarter salary for the team for a guy like Fred VanVleet, who they do really, really like for a lot of the intangibles and everything else. But that makes a lot of sense. Yep. And he took a pay cut basically to do that. I mean, in terms of average per year, certainly. Yeah, well, and Fred likes being here, so that's a big thing. And I think in his heart of hearts, Fred probably knows that he was not a $43 million player the last couple years. He was very good at times. Certainly great for the culture of that locker room. The team loves him. Ime Udoka loves him. Anybody that thought Fred VanVleet was not going to be coming back here to be a Rocket was not reading the tea leaves or even reading writers that are saying Fred VanVleet will definitely be back with the Rockets this year. So the team had a team option on him for about $45 million. And the mechanics of it are they decline that option, and then immediately they're re-signing him to, as Seth said, it's a 2-year, $50 million reasonable salary. Certainly as the Rockets are looking at the salary cap, the luxury tax, these aprons that they have above the luxury tax that all of a sudden constrict you from doing anything if you get above certain levels of salary. The Rockets are right now under the salary cap, even with Kevin Durant factored in. Rafael Stone has done an amazing job not only of putting the roster together, but allowing them to still be able to make moves because of where they are with the cap. Not to go too deep into the NBA salary cap and the CBA because you'll drive off the road if we get too nerdy about it. But the Rockets are in a great spot to still be able to use their mid-level exception, which is about $14 million. They're in real good position to be able to do extensions with Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. if they want to this offseason, like they did with Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün last offseason. As far as Fred VanVleet goes, it's a 2-year, $50 million deal, so $25 million a year. It does have a player option after this year, so a little like the Alex Bregman situation up in Boston. If Fred has a good year, he can opt out of his deal. And if you look around the league,
there's only 2 teams that actually have salary cap space right now heading into free agency. Like a lot of these teams are operating over the cap right now because they've re-signed a lot of their own guys, et cetera. Next offseason, there should be a lot more teams that do have money to spend. So if Fred has a good year this year and he wants to go do right by himself and his family and go see what's out there, he's got the opportunity to do that.
This is the really cool thing is that Fred VanVleet helped the Rockets out in a couple ways here. One is, they pushed the option back, where originally the option was after the season.
4 days after the Rockets season ended, yeah.
And which the player wants that because, okay, the team has to make a decision, either give you a new contract or cut you right then so you can be a free agent and have the full free agency period. He agreed to move it back, which gave the Rockets time to get their ducks in a row and make their plans and ultimately trade for Kevin Durant. You know, who knows exactly what they wanted the outcome to be at the time. But that helped the team out. And then now in this contract is very, very team-friendly. And it looks like one that a player who's getting up there in years and says, man, I just want to be – I want to be on that in that type of environment again. I want this championship experience again.
No doubt. That to me is the biggest takeaway from this, Seth, is that the veterans that are in the building with the Rockets, 2 in particular this offseason, are signing deals where they're working collaboratively with the team to structure their deals in a way that makes it easier for them to do business. Steven Adams signed a 3-year, $39 million deal with the Rockets. Steven Adams might have been able to get more on the open market if he went out there. Now, again, there's very few teams with salary cap space out there, so who knows. But he played when they needed him. In the postseason, he was playing well above the level of a $13 million player in the NBA today. Steven Adams was a difference maker for this team in the playoffs. He signs a 3-year, $39 million deal with a team where the salaries actually go down each year. So, you know, as he's aging, his salary is going down.
It's the Altuve contract.
The Altuve type contract, exactly. Fred VanVleet signs a deal, which I think is a very reasonable deal. You know, he 2 years. 50. The fact that these veteran guys who they've brought in are working collaboratively with the team, I think is a huge statement on the culture they built in the building and how those guys feel about their chances of getting a ring in their twilight years here.
And you asked me the question a day or two ago about Kevin Durant and, hey, what are you going to do if, do you expect him to get the max that he's allowed to be paid, or do you think he takes a little bit of a haircut to help the team out? I said, I'm trying not to think about it because I am 100% cool with it if he just takes as much money as possible. But if he does take a team-friendly deal, if he plays at a discount to help fill out the roster, that aids me greatly in my decision to get a Kevin Durant tattoo.
Yeah.
That'll be, yeah. And I'll get like the one Jalen Green has of his lady there. I'll get full portrait size on my back.
On your back?
You know? Yeah.
On your back.
Isn't that where his
I think it is. I was just curious where you were putting yours. Yeah, on your back, huh? Yeah.
That's not actually going to happen. No, I haven't asked. I don't know if people can see the asterisks on the YouTube.
No. I'm just wondering if you had to. If you had to put one somewhere. If you had to put, you lose a bet and you've got to put a Kevin Durant tattoo on your body somewhere, but you get to choose where it is. Would it be your back? Where would you put it?
I don't. Okay, where would I want my Kevin Durant tattoo?
If you had to put
a normal size Kevin Durant.
If you and I had a bet and you lost,
I would honestly. I'd be really hard pressed to ever feel good about having a portrait of a man who isn't a family member on my anywhere on my body.
Right.
I'd probably visible part for the average man, thigh. But that's also a little too close to the nether regions.
Unless you're into some things I'm not aware of, your butt cheek is the one that really only Brandy is probably going to see. You know?
Yeah.
And you know,
I had a teammate in the NFL who's from Texas. I won't say his name because I know he's got friends who live in Houston. His friends who live in Houston will know who I'm talking about. But when he was in college. He'd been dating this girl for about 3 months.
No.
And one night...
He did not.
Went on a bender one night, and you know what? No, wait. I'm mixing up stories here. So my friend wasn't the one with the girlfriend. This was another guy. So 2 stories for one. Here, real quick. There was this one guy, not the guy from Texas, who had been dating a girl for like not even 3 months. It was less than that. And went out, got drunk one night, got a tattoo. She sees the tattoo, immediately dumps him.
Yeah.
Like whoa, we're not in that deep yet. Or that far.
Not to sidetrack you, what was the tattoo? Was it like...
it was something like her name.
Her name,
something.
okay.
It was really, really dumb.
Gotcha.
So my other friend, this is the cautionary tale against never make a major life decision when you've been drinking, including getting a tattoo for the first time.
Yeah.
Like if you got 29 tattoos, do whatever.
Knock yourself
out.
So
my friend he's from West Texas. Old school father, you better not have no Aaron in this household type, no tattoos, anything.
Boy.
So he wanted to get tattoos, but he knew his father couldn't. You couldn't let it. It looked so dumb. He had one was his school logo. The other one was like his high school logo, but right on the front of his upper thigh.
No.
Like thigh pads almost.
What's the
but
point?
up where tighty whities would cover it up.
Yeah. Like if you're, dude. I mean, not to judge, but if you're somebody, if you're routinely out in gear that people are going to see that tattoo. The tattoo is only your second worst problem. Like, that means you're out and about in tighty whities and a Speedo quite a bit. If people are able to see that tattoo.
Not even tighty whities. No, tighty whities would have covered it up. He would have had to been wearing a thong of some sort.
Just a
banana hammock.
Like where your hip, has that little point right there that juts out, like.
I guess maybe boxer briefs.
Yeah,
boxers. They would have been covered up by boxers.
Okay.
I'm thinking of boxer briefs.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, dude.
So if he was wearing a banana hammock, then you could see those. But otherwise, it was largely those tattoos were for the benefit of guys in the shower.
Yeah.
And a woman here or there, I suppose.
What the hell? You don't have any ink, do you?
No, I don't. I'm still contemplating.
I don't either. I do think about it sometimes.
I'd like to.
Yeah.
I just don't have. I've gotten to the point where now I feel like when you get a tattoo for the first time when you're 50, it should probably mean I don't want to end up going. I don't want to wake up one morning with a Grateful Dead dancing bear on my ankle or something.
Yeah.
Like that's what I chose.
That's a much safer bumper sticker than a tattoo.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Good job. Rockets getting Fred VanVleet locked in, and no more James Harden. That was the point of that segment. It's no more James Harden. Yeah.
And get your put a little bit more thought into your first tattoo.
That's right. That was the big message from that. All right.
Do it when you're sober.
Yeah, then that's good advice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, someone's saying Russell Westbrook also. No, Russ. No, we're not getting the Oklahoma City 3 back together. We got Kevin Durant, and we're moving forward, all right?
Why is everybody ignoring Carmelo Anthony in this discussion?
Or Serge
I'm so
Ibaka.
tired of people pouring hate on beloved Houston Rocket Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah. Somewhere Serge Ibaka is like, I was on those OKC teams too. I could use a ring. All right, headlines. Astros win last night. Hey, Texans made their training camp announcement yesterday. We've got all the details for you on that. These are important details if you want to go to training camp. We've got dates and times for you. So we'll do that in headlines coming up next.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a few more weeks until this.
CJ guns long down the left side. Double coverage. Doesn't matter. Big play to Collins.
And this.
Here's the snap. Here's Will Anderson Jr. Bring it down the quarterback.
And plenty of this.
Rock and roll. Touchdown. H-Town.
Football season is almost here on your and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Victor hits it high, hits it deep. He hits it up on the train tracks. Train number 17 has just left Union Station. 2-0 Astros.
Oh, give me that Caratini with a twist.
He did do it. I didn't think he did that, Blum, on that one.
And his little catchphrase, his little individualized catchphrase.
I missed the didn't do. I thought maybe he was workshopping the Caratini with a twist last time when Victor hit a home run, and then maybe it didn't hit. But he did do it again. Okay, well, there you go. That was a big home run last night. Victor Caratini, little insurance, and Josh Hader comes in and closes the door in the ninth inning. 2-0, the final score. The Astros beat the Philadelphia Phillies, shut out for the second night in a row. Colton Gordon was excellent last night. 5 innings, 4 hits, no walks, no runs, obviously, and 4 strikeouts. They made the point on the broadcast that if there were a little bigger margin, they might have kept Colton Gordon in the game because he only threw 80 pitches, I think, and they might have kept him in for another inning if they had a little bit of cushion. But I thought Joe Espada made a good decision there. Like, hey, it's only a 1-0 game at the time. Let's not have the rookie have to go through a really good batting order for a third time when we've got a pretty decently rested bullpen. Let's bring the bullpen in and we'll use this is a good spot here to use some of these guys and burn a day of usage on guys like Okert and Sousa and such. Yeah,
and Taylor Trammell. So last night is Taylor Trammell Day. Whoever our listener is that takes note of these things, remind us that the Taylor Trammell appeared for the Astros in left field, and they won the game.
1-0 with him in the lineup. Yeah.
I you know what though? It is a flashback to January or February when one of the common things people are saying is, what are they doing in the outfield? Because right now Taylor Trammell is the starting left fielder. Yeah. And that was a sign of things not being so hot. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, last night, Taylor, the mysterious calf injury yet again in a Houston athlete, comes out and doesn't do much except that made a nice play at the wall that Altuve definitely would have mistimed. Because Altuve, when it comes to jumping, Altuve has the proper jump timing eludes Altuve.
That's a big sore spot. It's definitely a blind spot for Altuve. And Trammell also ran into the wall hard on one that he didn't get. I'm like, oh, you're finally getting your chance, kid. Don't murder yourself on that left field wall.
But he's a lefty, so hey, you're throwing a lefty in the lineup. You got some options there.
Shake things up in the lineup a little bit. Colton Gordon was excellent. Here's Joe Espada on the Astros starting pitcher.
Yeah, I thought Gordon was really good. I think he established his fastball early, busted all his righties in with it. He did a really nice job there in the fifth, kind of pitch out of trouble. Gave us 5 strong innings.
Yeah, got a strikeout on Trey Turner to close out the 5th. And Joe Espada said, you know what? Drop the mic, kid. We're taking you out. You can drop the mic right there. 5 shutout innings, and then the bullpen comes in. Here's Espada on the performance of the bullpen.
Anybody out, you have to. In today's game, with a 3-batter rule, you have to get righties and lefties out. And those guys have been really good for us the whole entire year. Brian King pitching out of that jam in the 8th, punching out Baum and Castellanos to finish the inning. That was huge. I rely on these guys. These guys have been really good, and we're gonna trust them, and I'm gonna continue to give them the ball.
The biggest, if I had to go back, Seth, to February week, we're covering spring training and talked a ton of it while we were down there. I felt like the 2 biggest concerns for this team going into the season were the bullpen not named Abreu or Hader. And then the outfield was kind of a mess in spring training. Like, oh, my God, who are they going to get to play the outfield? This is before we knew Cam Smith was going to be a right fielder for them and that he was going to be competent playing right field. This is when we thought the outfield was left to right going to be Dubon, Myers, and Chas McCormick in right field. And the outfield, neither of those things, the bullpen or the outfield, have been a major concern. Not only have they not been a major concern, the bullpen's been a big catalyst for where they are right now. The outfield's just been fine. It's just not been a negative. Christian Walker at the plate and Yainer Diaz not being able to hit, and Altuve's defense, wherever he's playing, outfield or second base, have been bigger concerns. Like Jake Myers has been fine. Cam Smith has been fine. They've played it a lot. Look, we're talking about your 6 and 7 hole hitters for most of the year, and the 2 have played really, really high caliber defense. we don't come in every morning worried about the outfield and the bullpen at all. For now, at least, you know, that has not been an issue, either of those things.
And I think Brian King last night, because you and I have a conversation probably at least once a day, kind of up along the lines of, all right, can you really genuinely trust this bullpen to be as good as they have?
Yeah.
And it's not like Brian King's numbers on the season are incredible or anything. So the last 3 games, he's put a bit of a scare into you.
Yeah.
These last 3 games, and then he had that real bad one against. Was it against 2 weeks ago where he let up 5 runs?
Yes,
yeah.
that skews your numbers when you're a reliever.
Yeah.
One bad outing will kill you. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the last 3 games, he's had hits in every one of them, and he's allowed 2 earned runs. Yeah. So it's not catastrophic or anything, but the bases got loaded last night, and Christian Walker fields to load the bases. Christian Walker caught a slow ground ball at first, and there was nobody to throw to.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Maybe go cover first base, Brian King. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to stick up for Brian King on that play because Walker fielded the ball. There was first and third, and Walker fields the ball and kind of expected the runner from third to come home. So Walker kind of pump fakes towards home, and King stop, drops, and rolls so he gets out of the way. So he was running to cover first base, but he looks up and sees Walker getting ready to throw home, and now he's just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah.
And so that was just I wanted to blame somebody for that. I wanted to blame Walker because he's not been good this year. I'm like, I just can't blame anybody. It was just a weird play.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, okay, you're going to look home to freeze the runner and then do what you normally do. But
yeah. Training camp for the Texans announced yesterday. Training camp dates announced. 7 open practices. Most of it pretty front-loaded. The first 6 of them are all in the last week of July and the first week of August. The one that you're going to want to get tickets to is if you have a chance to pick, because tickets become available at 10 a.m. Season ticket members have had their first crack at it. There's still many, many left for the general public. They'll be made available on Ticketmaster at 10 a.m. this morning. So give yourself a reminder right now at 9:55 to get to a web browser somewhere to get in line. But August 14th is the one you're going to want to get. That's the joint practice with the Carolina Panthers. The joint practices always have a little bit of extra juice. The other ones are great. The other ones are fun. If you're a Texan fan, it's must go to. But 7 open practices they just announced yesterday. They also announced, Seth, 4 practices over the course of the week of August 4th. They're going back to West Virginia, the Greenbrier, for a week leading up to the first preseason game in Minnesota. So they're going to get out of the summer heat.
Yeah, it's like they're going off to summer camp.
Yes.
They can go whitewater rafting and maybe rent some 4-wheelers or something, and it'll be a good old time. And then they go immediately from West Virginia to Minnesota to play in that game. So this is a little bit like last year when, then they had 2 games. They had Chicago and then the Steelers, and they just stayed in Cleveland the week in between.
Yep.
So that made travel sense and everything. It's an extended road trip where they're going to go off to West Virginia, get off in the cool climate. D'Amico he said last year he really liked having that kind of summer camp type
camaraderie
feel.
Yeah,
everybody just all closed in, fewer distractions. So they're not making as big a deal out of it as when the Texans went to West Virginia a few years ago.
They made a big deal out of it then.
And it was for an extended – that was for 2 or 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Right? Oh, it was 3 camp.
Yeah, 3 weeks. I remember that because each show got to go for a week, the morning, the midday, and the afternoon show from here. We all took a week and went. I will be up there in West Virginia for those practices.
So and I possibly will be. We're waiting to see exactly what happens.
Gotcha, yeah. So Sports Radio 610 will have feet on the ground and eyes on the practices up at West Virginia. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Our boss – oh, go ahead.
Just real quick to close, 2 joint practices, one with Carolina here, one with Detroit, in Detroit a week later. What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. We got to go.
Gotcha. Okay. Rockets signed Fred VanVleet, 2 years, $50 million. Jock Londale might be getting waived here to open up some cap space. There's your Rockets news. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour. Hey, speaking of the Texans, major props from a major rival of the Houston Texans through the years. We will have that. We'll have a lot more Texan sound for you as well. Deontay Johnson speaks. Oh, you got to hear this. Former Texan Deontay Johnson. We'll have that for you in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets.
Insurance Company.
KIT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you. Just cruising along on a Thursday here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for getting up with us. Texans training camp. If you missed it, we'll repeat one more time. We had it in headlines, but Texans announced all their open training camp dates for the public yesterday. 10 a.m. this morning, Ticketmaster is where you can go to get tickets for that. They will go fast. It's a much hotter ticket now than it was, say, 3 years ago when they could have had people standing at every street corner handing out tickets, and it was tough to fill those stands. Stands get filled quickly over there now. It's a whole lot of fun. Speaking of the Texans, Peyton Manning was a fixture at the Fanatics Fest. Boy, this Fanatics Fest has been a underrated treasure trove of audio this week. Peyton Manning was on a panel with Eli, his brother, and C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, and Bryce Young. And Peyton Manning, C.J. Stroud he's taken some arrows this offseason just based on his regression, at least statistical regression from year one to year two. But Peyton Manning was here to defend C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans. This is from the Fanatics Fest earlier this week.
And CJ, I always talk about how hard it is as a rookie to play. CJ kind of goes, obviously it's not that hard because he dominated as a rookie. And what does that do? It gives defenses more film to look at to know what they have to in his second year, right? As a rookie year, they don't know what you're going to do. But guess who gets to figure out what defenses are doing? CJ does by watching film this season and go, oh, this is what they're trying to do to me. Watch me counter this with this type of play. So, everybody wants to judge right away. Oh, great rookie year. Second year, by the way, he went to the playoffs in his second year. It was 22. Let's be careful saying it was a down year, okay? I didn't win a playoff game until my sixth year, right? And so he's 2 for 2, and that's all he's trying to do is give the Texans a chance. He's got a great leader. You have a new coordinator as well. But with D'Amico leading the charge, right, there's going to be tremendous, accountability and, talent and just leadership every single year. So there's my ESPN2 analysis.
A little Manning cast analysis for you there, yeah.
The other, everything that Peyton has said, is 100% accurate, and we've talked about it. That it's not just the quarterback himself that has to face defenses that have had an entire offseason to look at him. They've had an entire offseason to look at the offensive coordinator, and it was a two-headed monster to attack by other teams in a good way for them because it was you knew what CJ liked to do, and you could take away some of the deep stuff that he might prefer. You could take away some of the outs to Tank Dell and to Nico Collins that they had a steady diet of it his rookie year. And then the biggest thing by far where the offensive coordinator let CJ down was they were just way protection, and they could not run the football. Mm-hmm. And that got to the point where a lot of the stuff that CJ is good at, the medium length stuff, the medium depth stuff, those are really good for CJ. But when you as a defense don't really have heaping urgency to walk a safety up to the line of scrimmage to stop the run, when your linebackers can stay aligned kind of deep because they don't really believe that you're going to hurt them with the run, then it makes it a lot easier to make everything cloudy at that middle layer of the defense. And they just made life a lot more difficult for them. And, all the other different things. I think that, by and large, there's very few people that are down on C.J. Stroud around the league. Largely, from anybody who's not just really putting clickbait out there, they're just in wait-and-see mode, and they'll make the excuses for CJ. The people that actually watch film or the people that pay attention really aren't saying, boy, CJ really turned out to be a bum. They're saying, all right, let's see what it looks like with the new offensive coordinator and see if it's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he got worse in his second year.
Right.
There are the rare people. There's people representing every opinion out there. It's the group of people that are somehow feel like he's a worse quarterback now. He may not have had as good a year, but I feel like the CJ from his rookie year is absolutely not only still in there, but he displayed a lot of that, especially after the middle part of the year when things got really muddy for him. I felt like he got some of his mojo back as the year went on.
And what he had to face, too, is the Vikings game last was that point in the season, everybody was having a hard time with the Vikings defense.
Yeah.
They were humming, and they didn't have enough film on them, really, because the style they were playing was a little bit different than the way Flores typically had in the past. But CJ got into that game, and quarterbacks, not just CJ, but quarterbacks in general, have a really hard time figuring out what the coverage is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that looks good on paper, or when you sit down for your 15-minute whiteboard session at the Combine, and everything looks nice and cut and dry, that all goes out the window because they disguise their coverages and their blitzes so well. And you could see CJ, like a lot of other quarterbacks versus the Vikings last year, there were times where he was just kind of lost, didn't know exactly what he was looking at. That's where that next step, regardless of who your offensive coordinator is, the quarterbacks themselves, as they get older and start to see that more and more, they start to be able to pick out, this is what the defense is showing, but I got a couple players over there that I know what their tells are, and I can tell when he's blitzing and when he's not. There was one play in that Vikings game where it was, as the Texans did last year, they're scrambling to try to get the calls made and everything. Yeah. And Patterson was pointing off to the left, identifying somebody. The Vikings were all loaded up on the left, like they were going to blitz from the offensive left. And then immediately the snap, everybody in the left drops off into the coverage. They bring a blitz from the right, and everything's mayhem.
What did you tell me before the show? What was the number you said? You told me you watched that Vikings game. The number third and longs in the game?
I was like, okay, I didn't have much time. I just want to watch. So do third and 7+. 18 plays pop up. 18.
Sorry, Brandy. I thought I wouldn't have to cancel dinner plans. I thought this was going to be a quick exercise. 18 in a game?
18. Now, some of those won't show up as some of those are the penalties on third and long. Like when Laremy Tunsil had a false start on 3rd and 12 and turned it into 3rd and 17.
So those count as 2. Right, yes. That's a 3rd and 12 and a 3rd and 7. Jeez.
No, well, there were 3. I can't remember 3 or 4 pre-snap penalties on that one.
No, I remember that. They went from they went from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 19. I remember that. Yeah,
they went from 3rd and 4 in field goal range.
Yes,
mind you.
Yeah,
to 3rd and 19. Yes, it was honestly one of the most spectacularly awful sequences in NFL history.
My God.
Yes. They'll do a 30 for 30 about it 20 years from now.
Yes. There were two things in that Payton cut, and then we'll get to C.J. Stroud here in just a second. Two things in that Payton cut that jumped out at me. One, I remember the reputation and the narrative around Payton. Man, well, no, it wasn't a narrative. It was factual. Like, it took him a long time to win a playoff game. We knew that. That was, especially when he's doing it at the same time where this Tom Brady kid is popping up winning Super Bowls, and here's Payton can't win a damn playoff game. But I'm looking at Payton's game log in the postseason. I didn't realize he came into the league in 1998. That was his first season. He finally won his first playoff game in the playoffs of the 2003 season. Those 5 seasons that he didn't win a playoff game, he only made 3 of those seasons.
Yeah.
So the it's not like he made it to the playoffs every year. He's getting knocked out in the divisional round. The 3 losses, one of them, the first one was in the 99 playoffs, lost to the Tennessee Titans 19-16 in the first round of the playoffs. You remember that postseason, Seth? The damn freaking Titans. They beat him by a field goal. This is a fun one because this is Payton loses to the Miami Dolphins in overtime in the 2000 playoffs. I think that's the last time Miami has won a playoff game. Miami hasn't won a playoff game since 2000, and I think that's it right there. The last time they won a playoff game was against Peyton Manning in his 3rd season, and then they got blown out in the 2002 playoffs by the Jets with Chad Pennington at quarterback.
Payton was 14 for 31, averaging 4.4 yards per attempt in that game.
No touchdowns, obviously. They got shut out and 2 picks in that game as well. How about that?
He was now Payton, and even after he got good and won some playoff games, the biggest issue with the Colts for all those years was that it was the most annoying thing because it was kind of like some of the good Rockets teams in the Morey era. They had a defense that was built to play with a lead. Like when the Colts defense was really good when the offense had gotten them a lead, and that's awesome. And you can rack up a boatload of regular season wins that way. But what happens against good teams in the playoffs when you've got a defense that's built to just rush the passer and not worry about the stain. Early on, it was that Peyton wasn't that good in the playoffs. Then he was capable of being that type of quarterback, but the defense just wasn't there yet. And then when Dungy came in, it was there.
It was better. Yeah, it was better.
Yeah.
The other thing that jumped out at me, you said you watched that panel. Am I mistaken? Did you say yesterday you watched that whole panel? And I think you brought this up. But certainly in this cut, as someone who only saw the cuts from that panel, I felt bad for Bryce Young. Within that cut right there that we played of Peyton, just putting CJ over the moon, talking about what a great rookie he was and how, hey, in year 2, this is what happens, and CJ this and CJ that. And there's little old Bryce Young sitting next to him right there, drafted 1 pick before CJ, with really nothing great you can point to. It's
right, other than that promising second half of the season.
Yeah, he played like 7 good games at the end of last year. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it did. I would say I went back through and to grab some cuts, and I think CJ probably had the majority of questions directed to him.
That makes sense.
And was pointed to the most by Peyton or Eli as far as good things that he's done.
Yeah.
It's funny with Peyton and Eli up there. I've just always enjoyed how different they are in personality.
Mm-hmm.
And they're almost the two ends of the spectrum in terms of, all right, with Peyton, you always feel like it sometimes there was a little bit of him where he might have cared a little too much. Like if you could just dial it back a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to find that delicate balance of flow and prepare like it's war and then play like it's a game and everything. Whereas Eli was like Ferdinand the Bull, who just every now and then found himself at the end of a fourth quarter. It was like, oh, all right, I guess I'll just throw it to this guy.
Yeah.
And I sure would not like to get sacked here. I'm just going to throw it up towards Tyree over there and see what happens.
Yeah.
But with CJ, I'll never worry about CJ not caring enough. I think with him, sometimes there might be that little element where he needs to learn to sometimes just let things go and not. You hold the bird too tightly, you crush it.
That's right. Yep.
Don't hold it too loosely; it'll fly away.
Yes.
And then you got to shoot it.
Mm-hmm. And that's a shame
because nobody else can have this bird.
No, it's my bird, and I'm the only one that can have it. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, I think went straight from Fanatics Fest over to Italy. He was visiting Inter Milan.
That's so quickly how we've turned on. I hope CJ doesn't do a lot of podcasts this year because, frankly, he just needs to be focused to now. Oh, it's June. The NBA is done. And, we've got content. CJ, yay, good job going on that podcast. Oh, you're in Milan. Oh, good. Good for you. Yeah.
I'm 6 words in. I didn't say any of those things.
I'm just saying. You haven't questioned once. Neither of us have.
Yeah.
I don't know. CJ I thought he was going to back off and not do so many media appearances.
Here's the thing. This is his downtime, his vacation time. I get it. He did an interview while he was in Inter Milan. I feel like this might have been like a give back to get we'll get you tickets to a game.
Yeah.
Will you sit down with our version of our in-house social media person for a brief conversation? He did. Sat down with them. Fair point, Seth. He sat down with them, and they asked, I guess the mascot or the symbol of this Inter Milan football team is a snake. Ooh. And they asked CJ about that. Like, what would your symbol be if you had one?
Well, ours is kind of like a bull. I love bulls. I don't consider myself like a big, strong bull. I'd probably say like a tiger because they're in the shadows. They like to be sneaky. They don't ever attack head on. They like to finesse their way to their kill. So I would say for me a tiger, but I actually do like snakes. A lot of people don't like snakes. I love snakes.
I hate snakes. Ooh, not a snake guy.
Is CJ a snake guy?
I don't know.
Is CJ the guy that walks down the beach with a snake just waiting for people to come up and talk to him?
I do feel like Ohio State is one of those football schools that there was probably at least 1 or 2 guys on the team that had a pet anaconda or a boa constrictor or something like that.
I like CJ the kind of snake owner who just genuinely enjoys snakes, or he likes watching the snake eat a whole guinea pig.
I do enjoy watching. I like watching. I like watching predator animals eat small rodents and things like that.
You do?
Yeah. There was a
it's a sign of a serial killer.
No. There's a maybe. If I'm not executed my plan yet.
I'll second Seth on that one.
Yeah, you think a cereal. Appreciate that. No, there's a place. This is what made me think about this. There was this place we went to. This is back in my first marriage when my kids were younger. We went up to the Wisconsin Dells, which is like the New Jersey boardwalk of Wisconsin. It's got all the, the Ripley's Believe It or Not and the wax museums and all the commercial stuff. And one of the things
hookers and drugs.
They probably somewhere up there. I mean, Wisconsin hookers, kind of whatever. But they had a thing where you could go feed alligators. Yeah. And depending on how much you wanted to spend, like if you want to spend only, they had all these alligators like in a big like aquarium kind of thing, terrarium, whatever you want to call it. So they had like 4 or 5 alligators in this habitat that they built for it with rocks and water and things like that. And they had these holes at the top of the wall where you would slide the food into it and it would plunk down and the alligators would all converge on it or whatever. You could spend like $5 and feed them a bag of chunks of red meat. Mm-hmm. You could spend like $10 and feed them something dead, like a dead like rodent. You could spend like $20 and actually slide like a live mouse or rat down the hole to them.
Oh, okay.
Sammy really enjoyed the live rodents.
And now he's a lawyer.
They take the live rodent and stick it in the little hole up there. It's like a chute that it goes down into. And then you take you hand the stick to your kid, and then the kid's able to like shove the rodent down in there and jettison it into the aquarium, and the alligators all go after it. Sammy found some way to be able to pin the rat against the surface there and dangle it over the alligator. Sammy's like 5 at the time.
Oh, to really get the alligator
he's like, here,
over the
he
thing.
goes, here, gator, 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 gator. And he's dangling. I'm like, Sammy, this poor rat is waving its little arms while it's dangling there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I hate imagining myself out in nature.
Yeah.
Living like, dying the way most animals do. Not that that's nature, but that's pretty much the same experience. That rat got to live free for the first time in its life.
Yeah.
Like,
for 8
this
seconds.
is what wide open space is.
Splash. Oh,
like
man.
going to a water park. Like, I'm on a slide. And then all of a sudden there's an anaconda at the bottom.
That's exactly right. Oh, man.
Best water park ever.
Tiger for CJ. Does Tiger fit the bill for CJ? Is CJ?
Tiger's a good animal because of the, a lot of times people like the tiger, though, because it hunts alone. Whereas lions hunt in packs.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like for my quarterback, he needs to tweak that and become more of a pack animal.
I agree. Yeah. You got to be a leader.
You want to be the leader of the lion pack.
That's a good way to look at it.
Plus, they have more coitus than the tigers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they got like a harem,
Yeah.
They go around and it's almost like
That's true.
Like spreading seed.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Tiger's on Tinder looking around for stuff. The lion's like, I got 5 right here.
Tiger's leading this lonely existence out all by himself, and every now and then runs up against a female.
Tiger's got like 5 OnlyFans subscribed to. Yeah.
Our special teams coach that I love so much, Frank Senior, back in the day.
Yeah.
He had a speech about emulate the tiger. If you're gonna emulate a wild animal, emulate the tiger. And it was a lot about just how fierce and ferocious they are, and that supposedly he said this. I don't know if this is true or it was more just good coach talk. Yeah. He says that there was a tiger that was onto the biologists who were studying the tigers would every now and then fly over in a helicopter and shoot them with a tranquilizer dart. So, go down and get their data, change out the batteries in their band or whatever. And this one tiger realized it, so he would climb a tree trying to attack the helicopter.
Oh, jeez.
Not to hide, but he would climb up to the top of the tree and then be swiping at the helicopter. Yeah.
That's some want-to right there, man.
I know. I've never fact-checked that story because it's so badass. Yeah.
Right. That's a pep talk story, man. I'm just going to believe that. Oh, that's funny.
I like my favorite. The animal I would emulate is the one from that motivational poster where a big stork or a pelican or something is eating a frog.
Yeah.
And underneath it says "Never give up" because the frog, even though his head is swallowed, is trying to strangle the pelican with his hands that are still outside the mouth.
Do we know how that ended? It's nice to take a still shot where you can say, don't ever give up, and envision the front. Have you ever watched pelicans on YouTube? Pelicans are mean suckers, man.
Oh, yeah. Didn't tell how that one ended. I assume in his version of it, he was like, yeah, the Frank killed that pelican and then all of its family members.
That's right.
And the frog lorded over the territory forever.
Right. And the frog won the Super Bowl that year, all right?
And that frog is now a 3-time Super Bowl
His
champion.
name is Tom Brady, that frog.
Y'all tune in for y'all's daily nature talk.
Yeah, this was kind of fun. I enjoyed the nature talk, yeah.
Just for anybody listening, there's a good chance that about 90% of what Sean and I said about nature is false.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
At
Don't
least.
come to us.
Yeah.
Just like our kid. Remember that kid that tweeted about how stupid his dad was because he was trying to talk about politics with his dad, and he said, "Brother, you get your news from Payne and Pendergast, and now you want to talk to me about Gaza."
I'm like, that's a fair point,
I'm like,
kid.
hey, that guy sounds like he's just got somehow listening to us is evidence that you're a moron.
I took it as a huge compliment. I'm like, that's branding right
funny
there.
As hell.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's branding right there. All right, hey, Deontay Johnson. That was one of the more curious signings by the Texans, just based on his history with, the 3 teams that he played for in the previous 10 months. But
these are some interesting clips.
Yeah. I'm going to skip over the QB1 stuff in Cleveland just to make sure we get to Deontay Johnson. So Deontay Johnson, wide receiver with the Steelers, he had a couple good years with the Steelers, but very mercurial, a head case. And these are the Carolina Panthers. So they trade him to Carolina. It's not working in Carolina. He had one good game for half a season in Carolina. So he gets sent to the Baltimore Ravens at the trade deadline. And I remember Texan fans up in arms about this. Oh my God, we need a receiver. I think it was right around the time Diggs tore his ACL. Oh my God, Deontay Johnson, he had 1,000 yards a year ago, blah, blah, blah. So he gets traded to Baltimore, doesn't get into the rotation right away, and then just says, I checked out in Baltimore.
Baltimore, that was a tough situation for me. Like, I love the players and stuff. Like, I love the organization, but it just wasn't for me. Like, just going in, like, I checked out mentally when I got there.
Yeah.
I just felt like it's a mental game. I wasn't getting used, like, you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't say, like, used as being selfish, like, just feeling a part of
the team.
Yeah. I just checked out, and then from that one game, I told him I wasn't going in.
Do you want to talk about that, guys?
We can.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. We've got that. We got him talking about that. We got him talking about his time in Houston, so stay tuned.
Yeah, that was boy, talk about not understanding the assignment. Like, just, man, all right, there's already a little bit of a side eye about you, and all right, what's the deal with Deontay Johnson? Mm-hmm. And you go and because you're not being used the way that you're comfortable with, that you just it's hard to. I'll tell you what, honestly, it's hard to get mentally checked out within a football game. I think it's like there's a lot of fun and exciting stuff going on.
Yeah,
you just just try to stay focused, man. All right.
Yeah, man. It's a little sad, but whatever. So here is thank you for the tease. This is, by the way, from the Sports and Suits podcast. So big ups to the host of that podcast giving us the tease. You want to talk about that? Sure, let's talk about it. The time where Deontay Johnson said, "Nope, I don't want to go into a game."
I wasn't getting into, like, no run plays, no, like, passing plays, no nothing.
Wasn't it cold as you said?
Yeah, it was cold. So I'm on the sideline, just standing there, like, just going to the heater back and forth, like, just waiting to hear my name called.
Yeah.
So fourth, like, end of third, going into the fourth or whatever. They're like, "Tay, we need you." I'm like, nah, I don't think it's to me, I don't think it's a good idea for me, like, because, like, I was thinking about, like, my legs, I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
Right.
And it's not like I didn't want to go in the game, but you got to think, like, leading up to this point, I done been through so much. And
like you said, man, you were kind of checked out.
I checked out mentally. I was like, whatever happens, happens. Like, I was just rolling with the punches at that time. So I told him I wasn't going in. I was like, I understand what you're saying, like, but I'm not going to go in. So I just sat on the bench. And then that's when they suspended me.
Why? Just because you chose not to do your job?
used to do my
a wildcat strike in the middle of the
Oh my God! Yeah, it's a wildcat strike. That's what it was. Holy crap!
I don't. Did you watch the whole interview? Was this guy that I would have a hard time sitting through that? I wouldn't have just yelled at him or anything, but I would have had to be like, dude, come on, man.
No,
you realize that's not normal, right?
No, I only saw this 3-minute clip, and they go straight from what he just said into what we're about to play. So there is if anything, this podcast host was feeding it. You know what I mean?
What is up with these guys in Pittsburgh, man?
Dude.
They come out of Pittsburgh is to wide receivers what Green Bay is to quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It turns them crazy.
Yeah.
When he said, I don't want to put that on film, you couldn't, he's not even self-aware to know that that's something you're not supposed to say out loud. And that you just all right, I made a business decision, which is a sketchy business decision to begin with.
Yeah.
But then that right out oh, hey, Deontay's got to worry about Deontay's film. And my film's got to be pristine.
Dude.
So you do what? You refuse to go into the game. How's that going to look on your resume?
It's incredible. It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard an athlete say. I refuse to go in the game because I don't want to put bad film out there. Dude, you know what the greater sin is here? It's not the bad film. It's quitting on your team. It's crazy.
And also allowing yourself to get to a point where you didn't feel physically ready to go in.
Yeah.
You're just
you didn't stay warm.
Somehow you're Goldilocks or something.
Yeah.
You just need these conditions.
So how's a guy like this wind up in Houston? Fair point. Here is Deontay Johnson talking about his brief time, as a Houston Texan.
And then I went to Houston. Things was going smooth. I thought I was gonna be the way they made it seem like I was gonna be playing a lot.
Right.
Just we want you to learn this. So I'm learning. I learned the playbook so fast, and then come game time, I'm getting they putting the younger guys in, but I understand it's the guys they drafted, so I gotta wait my turn. But so I've been home ever since, and I was just hoping that I got something. There's something. And Cleveland called, and I was thankful. That was the only team that called, really, the whole offseason.
Oh, there's a shock. The only team that called him all offseason was the ratchet-ass Cleveland Browns.
Wow, man. I don't know if I've ever heard a guy do such a bad job. I'm guessing trying to change the PR on him a little bit or something.
He justified it.
I don't know. He wasn't outright playing the victim there, but it felt a little bit like he was he was somehow confused. He admitted twice to checking out mentally in the middle of football games.
Yeah.
And expressed seemingly no remorse about it whatsoever. More so that he was the victim and not being used the way that he hoped to after he had just joined the team.
Right. He had just joined the team. And the tone with which he says in the last cut we played about the Texans. Now, keep in mind, just to give people context, for those who don't remember, he got signed by the Texans right after Tank Dell got hurt. So they're in a desperate situation. Tank Dell gets his knee wrecked in that Kansas City game, and they bring Deontay Johnson in. Deontay Johnson and Stephon Diggs is out at that point too. They played Baltimore on Christmas Day. Deontay Johnson is inactive for that game. So that would have been kind of fun if he played against his old team. He was inactive for that game. They play the following week in Week 18, the final game of the year, that Tennessee game where they took everybody out, after the first quarter and a half, everybody that mattered. Deontay Johnson gets in that game. He gets 4 targets, 2 catches, 12 yards in that game. And according to Deontay Johnson, he was kind of mentally checked out, but he was mentally checked in enough to be waiting for D'Amico Ryans in the hallway after the game to find out what the hell's going on. And then go figure, the team releases him, tells him he's a distraction. Go figure, the guy that they just signed probably doesn't know the whole playbook yet, probably had a few Deontay Johnson plays in there, who gets 2 catches and is probably not going to be a significant part of any playoff success, who's approaching the coach after the game is deemed a distraction.
Well, he went, so he played in the Chargers game, got targeted once for 1 reception.
Oh, did he? Oh, I don't have okay, I only have the game log for the regular season.
Yeah, so it was actually after the Chargers game that would have happened. He got targeted 4 times in the Tennessee game, as you mentioned, and then in the Chargers game, he wasn't happy and mentally checked out. Yeah. So there you go. I don't know how many times I don't know how many times you get away with just mentally, as a veteran player, mentally checking out. And the interviewer there is annoying me too, because it sounded like he just kind of scoffed at the notion of him being.
Yeah, no, he sounded like he was one of Deontay's buddies in a way. Like, oh, really?
These coaches are so unreasonable with their expectation that you stay mentally checked in for 4 quarters.
Yeah,
everybody needs a mental health break.
Yeah,
this is D'Amico Ryans not caring about mental health, in my opinion. I'm going to start a hashtag.
The host is like, I just want to let you know you're far from a distraction on this podcast, man. You're doing incredible right now.
You've been delightful. Meanwhile, he's like, Deontay's checking his phone. Like, what's that? Oh, no, okay, thank you.
This was the cut that made some headlines, and this was the first one. This was the first real cut that I had seen from this interview. Was he asked Deontay Johnson? Keep in mind, Deontay Johnson, who, as he mentioned, is on the Cleveland Browns now. He's trying to make the team. Cleveland Browns have probably one of the most high-profile starting quarterback battles going on right now, Seth. It's definitely the most fun one to watch from afar because they've got 2 rookies involved. Joe Flacco is back there now. Kenny Pickett is there, who Deontay Johnson played with in Pittsburgh, so he knows Kenny Pickett a little bit. Who's going to be QB1 in Cleveland?
I don't want to put you on the spot, but who do you think start? I talked about it off camera, but
I think they're going to roll with Kenny for right now.
So you just had rookie minicamp, right?
Yeah.
You went with them and did all that stuff. Who looked the best?
I've been seeing Kenny going like right now with the ones, and then Joe would come in. I think they're probably going to roll with him just like to see, like, just coming off the season he was with Philly.
Right.
And having a Super Bowl. So I think they're going to stick with him through preseason. And then, they can live with what Joe brings to the table.
Tell me if I'm wrong. You're a former player. Tell me if I'm wrong. If you're a player on a team and there's a big quarterback battle going on, the last thing you should be doing is giving your opinion on who you think the starter is going to be. A. B, you should really avoid doing that if you're a guy who might not even make the team himself.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Okay.
And C, even if you do weigh in on it, don't make it sound like, I guess maybe they just go with Joe. I don't know.
Flacco sound like trash.
I know. It's like, they don't really have a lot of actual options, so maybe they'll go with Joe. He probably was trying to stay away from the Dylan Gabriel versus Shedeur Sanders side of it. So I'll give him credit for that. He was saying, I don't know, maybe they'll go with I'm giving him credit.
You think this guy is – we just played 4 cuts from him. You think he's that cagey?
We're talking about whether he gets a D- or a D, Sean.
Okay.
All right?
Fair.
The one thing I'll say about that real quick about the Browns battle, I think that – Shedeur has looked good and done a lot of really good things. There's a lot of positive reports about him. And people kept track of the stats of the quarterbacks and everything. I think a lot of people are prematurely based on highlights and everything that Shedeur is the favorite. The important thing to remember is that Dylan Gabriel was getting a lot more work with the ones against the ones than Shedeur Sanders was. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know who actually played better or not. But I think that at least so far, it looks like the team is giving more opportunities for Dylan Gabriel. It makes sense that he wouldn't look as good going against the number 1 defense as Shedeur might look. But I'm not. Who the hell knows? I'm not trying to act like Shedeur's got no chance. I think it's too early to say, based on OTAs and minicamp, Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starter.
This is one of the silliest. I don't want to say silliest interviews I've ever seen because, to your point, Seth, I didn't watch the whole thing. I will tell you, these are some of the silliest excerpts that I've seen a player do. A texter points it out. I love how he admitted to checking out mentally like 3 different times. I've never seen someone try to justify themselves while making themselves actually look worse in the process.
This guy's like, you would hate to. It feels like a guy who's been in front of the parole board 3 times and just doesn't get it.
Right.
Like it still doesn't even understand. Like, all right, dude, just try to fake like you have some regret over murdering those 3 people.
Yeah.
He gets up and he's like, everybody dies sometime, and I just figured better them than me at this point. Like, parole denied.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just, I mentally checked out. It happens. You know what? Hey, maybe next time you get up in front of let me say something about you realize the error of your ways. No, but that's not true. I just met him time. That's all.
It's the opposite of a guy who says like, hey man, whatever the team needs from me to win, that's what I'm here to do. And this is a playoff game we're talking about. I'm glad you were looking at the full game log, and I forgot that he had played in the playoff game. The playoff game was Saturday, January 11th. He got released Tuesday, January the 14th. You know how bad you need to be, how bad a football citizen you need to be to play a position of need for a team in the playoffs, to get cut in the middle of the playoffs.
It's hard to replace that one catch for 1 yard.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
That's a hefty. I wonder what point in the game that came. I can't remember. I was really excited for the potential of Deontay Johnson.
I was too. He's a good player.
That was a classic, let's get the guy in the building type of move.
Yes.
You know, like that Nick will do, and I'm always all for it.
Do it again. Yes.
If a guy has character issues or what have you, that's what they're doing with Damon
Arnett.
Damon Arnett. Is get him in the building and see how he responds. Like people change sometimes.
Right.
Sometimes they get into the right environment, they're the right age, and all of a sudden you can get some really good thing about Pac-Man up in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
All right, Pac-Man, it just wasn't going to work out for him in Tennessee. It was he gets up into a different situation. He's a little bit older, and by and large, his hiccups were relatively minor, and he played a long career.
He did. All right, Payne and Pendergast, if you want to text in, 713-572-4610. Up next, Draymond, don't do this. Don't make me like Draymond Green. We've got that for you coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday, cruising along. Got some texts we'll get to here in a second. 713-572-4610. Follow up to the amazing Deontay Johnson audio that we played in the previous segment. Speaking of podcasts, Draymond Green was on the Pivot podcast, and we heard him talk about Alperen Şengün yesterday. He's big respect for Alperen Şengün after going against him for 7 games. The Steven Adams Draymond Green thing goes back many, many years now. They've both been around a long, long time. The Pivot podcast guys, specifically the voice you're going to hear at the beginning is Channing Crowder. They bring up Steven Adams to Draymond Green. Draymond and Steven Adams have battled many, many times, including in that 7-game series this year with the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets. At the very beginning of bringing up Steven Adams' name, you kicked the guy in the nuts.
Steven Adams, that respect is already there.
I got you.
Like, we've been through the...
You kicked him in the dick.
I ain't tried to, but,
But what is wrong with you?
I watched this man in the playoffs every year. But check this out, though. You know what? Right after that game and after the series, I waited for him in the hallway.
Really?
Chop it up. And you know what he said? Bro, we out there playing basketball.
Draymond is big on the, hey, man, after the war is over, we all got to shake hands over this thing. Remember, he got mad at a few of the Rockets leaving the floor after the 7-game series was over.
It always feels a little bit of like, oh, baby, I love you so much, I'll never do it again. You got to understand the pressure I'm under. Classic abuser mentality. We good? That time I kicked it. And usually when somebody does something to you like that and they come out afterwards, they're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, we're good.
And that would be what Steven Adams would be. Like, Steven Adams was the most laid-back guy ever. That's how he would be, probably.
That's the problem with Draymond is he would continually say that it was an accident that he was kicking people in the nargs.
Yeah.
When kind of like Laramie acting like he was the victim when he would get false starts.
Yeah.
We're like, well, nobody else is doing it.
Yeah.
So likewise, you look around the league and like very few other people are known for constantly kicking people in the groin.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there might be maybe if you're not intending to do it, maybe try a little harder not to do it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to get to this other cut. I just want to tell you, like on that Pivot podcast, Fred Taylor's kind of the smooth jazz. Like he's just very quiet there. He's your former teammate. So at Fred Taylor, everything I've heard, he seems like a cool guy. Ryan Clark seems very joyless to me sometimes. I'm not a huge Ryan Clark fan. Channing Crowder is the sauce of that podcast. He's fun. I like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah, you know what's funny is when I talk to various media types, some people are like, I don't know what Channing Crowder's deal is on that. I was like, he makes it interesting.
He's fun.
You clowns, you need to take your communications degrees and just go sell them for some tequila or something. Like, just be a human, you idiot.
Play that first 15 seconds of that cut we just played now, Colin. Just the first 15 seconds or so.
Steven Adams, that respect is already there.
I got you.
Like, we've been through the...
You kicked him in the dick.
I ain't tried to, but,
But what is wrong with you?
I watched this man in the playoffs every year. But check this out, though.
Okay, here we go. Ryan Clark, that was Ryan Clark saying, what's wrong with you? He was saying that to Channing Crowder.
Yeah.
Not to Draymond Green for actually kicking Steven Adams in the groin. He was yelling at Channing Crowder for bringing it up.
I love it because Channing Crowder, if he were to go take summer classes at the Northwestern University School of Journalism or something, he might raise his hand at some point to a stuffy old professor wearing a tweed jacket, and he'd say, hey, at what point in the interview do you feel like it's a good time to ask somebody about kicking somebody in the junk? And can I make a big joke out of it? Like, no, we require gravity. This is sports.
On, man. One more from that podcast, and this is the one where I'm like, man, Draymond, don't make me like you. This is Draymond Green on Steven Adams.
Man, Steven Adams strong as hell. But as the series went on, if you go watch the film, bro, on the box, I just start grabbing his arms. Like, bro, I'm just grab you. Because I'm ending up on the floor too much. Like, I can't keep ending up on the floor, getting up. Like, I'm getting up to take the ball out. Like, I'm ending up on this floor too much. Yeah, right. I got to hold this defense down. I'm 6'5", bro. I got to hold this. I got to anchor this defense. I can't keep ending up on the floor. might look at me a certain time, so I just start grabbing, bro. And I come out of nowhere, boom. He come out of nowhere, just like throw me down like a rag doll. And I'm like, I don't get up and say nothing to him. I come out of nowhere, bow. He don't say nothing. It's a respect there.
I got you.
It's a respect for the competition. So it's no need, like, we mixed it up before. The respect level is already there.
Okay, I'm good. I just had to beta test that. I don't like Draymond. It was a good cut, but I don't like Draymond.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm falling for his charms. I do this. I said this yesterday. I do this all the time with Draymond Green. I'll be like, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. And then he says something interesting or nice about a player I like. And I'm like, Draymond.
He's so charming.
Yeah. You know what? It's your faults that make you so interesting.
He's going to be so good in media someday.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's doing a I don't know if I'm looking forward to this. He's doing a podcast with Jordan Schultz called Why is Draymond Green Talking About Football? It's going to be
Okay, I've seen him have football takes before. They haven't been terrible.
No,
I remember.
I think
he's never been on Take-A-Mania for football takes that I can remember before.
If I had to listen to Draymond, if I had to choose between listening to Draymond Green talk about football or Bill Simmons talk about football, two basketball guys, I would listen to Draymond Green a million times without ever having really heard him talk about football more than Bill Simmons. I don't need Bill Simmons to go up, tell me about how a team's better than another team because it's 3 spots better in DVOA.
Yeah.
That's like Bill Simmons football talk is generally how great is Tom Brady, and this team's DVOA on defense is really good.
Yeah, no, not good. Yeah, I'll probably take a listen to it. We'll see. Yeah, Jordan Schultz not on Fox anymore. He was there. He was Fox's sort of answer to the Rappaport for the NFL Network, Schefter for Disney, and then they had pulled Jordan Schultz in to be their insider this year. But I guess I was reading this article on Barrett Sports Media. I guess he leaked some of the schedule stuff before Fox wanted him to. Like, he did some things that you're not supposed to do. He contradicted direct orders from Fox.
Right, from and this isn't like a First Amendment thing or anything. It's that Fox has an agreement with the league as a partner that they're not gonna leak certain things. And Jordan Schultz screw you.
Yeah.
He said that his contract ran out after the draft.
Yeah.
And that it was nobody. I'm guessing he probably figured maybe he didn't like working for somebody because his father is super, super rich.
Yeah.
And
father founded Starbucks. Oh, yeah. Starbucks, yeah. So he did all right.
Well, and for those of you that don't remember, he was the one that got into it with, was it Schefter?
Rappaport.
Yeah. They got into some kind of a verbal confrontation or altercation at a Starbucks at the hotel at the Combine. Yeah. So apparently there's a perception among some people in the media that it's this little rich kid whose daddy is basically funding his career and that he doesn't. According to some, I wouldn't know. According to some people in the media, he doesn't necessarily follow all the ethical guidelines.
Right. The quote in the Barrett Sports Media article from another NFL insider was that he is Saudi wealth funding the insider game.
Yeah. Which wasn't he's speaking metaphorically there. It's not actual Saudi wealth. It's that Starbucks cheddar that's funding his campaign.
Got to get to these texts. We just got done talking about Deontay Johnson in the previous segment. Former Texans wide receiver and Ravens and Panthers and Steelers, now Browns, who said in a podcast he mentally checked out at his last 2 places he'd been, Baltimore and Houston. Text message, where is it here? It got pushed down. Oh, he's an inexperienced kid and a little too honest. He just needs the right mentor, someone to show him how to be like a pro, Seth.
All right, he's going into his 7th season in the NFL. He'll be 29 years old. He has played for Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, and DeMeco Ryans. So I don't know where the right mentor is necessarily. But as of yet, it's 29. Any responsibility, at least in those clips, any responsibility at all for mentally checking out of the game multiple times.
No.
So yes. That all might be true, but sometimes you gotta listen. I don't know if you've ever been a mentor, but at some point as a mentor, you have to realize, okay, there's only so much I can do for this kid.
Yeah.
I'm trying. But it's not always some kids don't respond to mentors, okay?
Dude, that's a great point. He played for Mike Tomlin for multiple years. What are
I'm
we
not
doing?
the right mentor, at least, as far as, yeah.
He's an inexperienced kid. He's been around 7 seasons, inexperienced kid. Someone's asking, why, Sean, are you watching YouTube videos of pelicans eating things? It's YouTube. You've never wound up in a YouTube wormhole. Plus, it's a nature video. I actually follow on Instagram. I follow a lot of nature video Instagram accounts. I like that stuff. I find it interesting.
Don't yuck Sean's yum, all right?
Thank
Don't
you.
be one of those people.
Yeah.
Why are you watching nature documentary? I don't know. Millions of people do, I guess. I'm some kind of weirdo.
Well, look, am I the outlier that gets into mindless YouTube wormholes of multiple videos of just something that's a total waste of time? Sir, I feel like you're the outlier. If everything you watch on YouTube is so damn important, all right? That's why. Because I like to waste time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. How to bet the Houston Texans in 2025. CBSSports.com has a recommendation. Do Seth and I agree with the handicapping of your 2025 Houston Texans? That is next.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I would say anytime an article has the words how to bet ... in it, you know, those three words, like how to bet such and how to bet, I'm going to click on it. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing, and I really like to gamble. CBSSports.com, I think they're doing this for all 32 teams, but when I was just hitting the old Google machine looking for some Texans material yesterday, it popped up how to bet the Houston Texans in 2025. CBSSports.com has the recommendation here on how to take the bets that are out there available for the Texans. You know, they're, I think, 35-1 to win the Super Bowl, 25 or 28-1 to win the AFC. They're the only team in the AFC South where they are favored to actually make the postseason this year. It would be, according to the odds makers, a surprise if any of the other three teams in the AFC South made the postseason. The Texans are set up to do some good things this year. Win total, 9.5. They've got some props for C.J. Stroud. What are the best bets for the Houston Texans this year? We'll get to what they say, and we'll give our opinion on that. But they lay this out, Seth, and I'm curious if we agree or disagree, if you agree or disagree on some of these. Before we get to that, like a couple interesting factoids I was unaware of. Probably had heard this before, but it didn't really pop up for me on my radar. C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans are only the third QB head coach duo ever to win a playoff game in each of their first two seasons. I knew it was rare. I didn't know it was that rare, that they're only the third ones to do that. As a QB head coach pairing, win a playoff game in each of their first two seasons in that role. That's impressive. I think sometimes we get caught up here and like they haven't gotten out of the divisional round, and rightfully so. They need to. DeMeco knows that. But it is an illustration of like, boy, this rebuild did get accelerated pretty quickly from where they were in 2022.
Yeah. Who are the other two?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure AI probably knows. If I were to AI,
what year was Roethlisberger drafted?
He was. It's not. Well, 2004. I bet it.
Oh no, because Tomlin was 2007.
Yeah, he was with Cowher
Tomlin went
for
to
a bit.
Couple of that is impressive.
Yeah.
I always like with stats like that. I always like to know exactly who the other two are because it loses its luster when CJ is rookie year. There would always be these things like no quarterbacks other than Tom Brady, Peyton Manning,
and Gardner
CJ
Minshew.
Stroud, and Gardner Minshew have done this.
Gardner Minshew was always the one that spoiled the party on any rookie stats for CJ.
Yeah.
I'll try to find it. So I thought that was interesting. And subconsciously I knew this, but the Texans are still the only team to never make a conference title game. It's not that they haven't made it. It's they're the only team that's never made it. Granted, they've only had 20 years to accomplish it compared to all these other teams. And I'm like, Cleveland has sucked since they came back into the league. Oh, no. Bernie Kosar got them to a couple conference championship games back in the day. Might have gone to a Super Bowl had it not been for Ernest Biner fumbling a football against the Broncos back then.
I'm reading I'm listening to the Belichick book, The Art of Winning.
Who's reading
and
it?
I was kind of pleased, yet also a little nervous about the fact that Bill Belichick himself is narrating it. And it's not a great book, man. It's got good stuff in there. Somewhere between trying to be a motivational business book giving advice to business people versus kind of semi-autobiography, but not really much good. I don't know. There's some good nuggets, but as far as he should have got, I don't think he got a ghostwriter on it. It feels like Bill Belichick.
He wrote it. Oh,
it feels like it. If not, the ghostwriter sucks.
How is he as a reader on an audiobook?
He was all right. I mean, there's times where you can tell he's really working to try to be demonstrative or show emotion. It's. I'm not crushing it. I'm gonna read the whole thing because there's some really good nuggets in it, but you got to labor to get to the nuggets.
Yep. All right. So this piece talks about reasons to back the Texans and reasons to fade the Texans, bet against them. The reasons to back the Texans that they bring up in this article is one. DeMeco Ryans, as a head coach, has established a pretty high floor for this team. When you're looking to bet the over-under on wins, the first thing you're looking at probably is, injury can make a team bottom out, but is there a reason other than injury that this team could bottom out, assuming C.J. Stroud stays healthy? And their determination is no. They built they filled some of the holes on their roster. DeMeco Ryans has shown himself to be a good coach in close games, which matters between you trying to make that distinction between a 6-win team and a 10-win team. You got to win a lot of close games. Do you agree with that DeMeco's established a pretty high floor for this team?
Yeah, I think anytime you have a good defense, and no reason to believe that the defense is going to take a step backwards and all of a sudden be a bad defense. Mm-hmm. Anything could happen, Maybe they don't hear what have you, but they have a very, very solid defense. So it's hard to suck if you've got a really good defense. Some teams figure it out and find a way, but it's harder.
Second reason to back the Texans: the defense could be elite this year.
Yeah.
Tough to argue that one, against that one.
Yeah, it is. And again, a lot of people will point that turnovers are sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved. But that's more especially when you talk about recovered fumbles, because there is a lot of luck involved in recovering the actual fumble. But they're an opportunistic defense by virtue of having players who are opportunistic. Yeah. And that's where, like, C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been very, very good at taking the ball away the last couple years. So I would expect them to have a pretty good turnover ratio this year.
Okay, reasons to fade the Texans. Offensive line. That is fair. That is
they're very fair. Very, very fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of the things about right now. I try to be as open as possible about. I have no idea about Nick Haley. I'd like to be optimistic about him. I like certain things about his resume. I love the things he talks about. But we just flat out have zero clue whether he's going to be a good offensive coordinator or not. And that filters down to the offensive line. And does he make it simpler and easier for those guys to just go out and play football and have them in the right positions? A lot of the offensive line questions go straight back to, all right, does Nick Haley know what he's doing? Did Caserio get guys that are credible enough to be part of a solid offensive line?
Yep.
So that's very, very fair.
The Texans, I don't agree with this. I mean, I guess I agree with the potential of this, but I don't agree that this is how it's going to play out. Here it is. Has the potential to be better than it's been the last few years, which would give Houston a tougher time banking divisional wins. Houston's 3 division rivals won 15 games total last year, but their win totals are collectively set at 20.5 this season, with Cam Ward and Travis Hunter joining the party. The Texans were a dead-even team in point differential last year, very fair point, which works out to an 8.5 projected win based on their scoring. And with tougher competition, it's not too difficult for this team to slip to the 7 to 8 win range. All right, you're shaking your head a little bit. Do you agree with his assessment?
I think, to try
South?
to look at this, looking at this as objectively as possible, I would just, so PFF, when they grade the actual roster strength, and they do that, I believe, based on just their grades, the grades of the players that are projected starters and what have you. The only one that's in the top 15 in the AFC South is the Texans.
Yeah.
And I want to say the Texans are actually higher than I expected, like 7th or 8th.
You're talking about PFF here, right?
Yeah.
They were 7th on PFF.
7th, yeah. And then the highest ranked one after them is 20th. And
Colts,
and the Titans are right down near the bottom at 31 or 32. The Jaguars are somewhere like 25th, I believe.
Yeah.
So like obviously that can be flawed as well, but I think it's not my matches eyeball test. I just don't think those rosters are talented enough that they're going to necessarily be as a group way better than people expect. Even if Cam Ward's a huge X factor.
Yeah.
If Cam Ward ends up really being a revelation rookie of the year type of player, then he can lift up a lot of that roster.
Yeah.
I just don't. And then likewise with Daniel Jones. Okay, can Daniel Jones, with actually some viable receiving threats, be the best version of himself? But the overall squads just aren't that good.
Yeah. The most important person in the division outside of the Texans from those 3 other teams to me is Liam Cohen. If Liam Cohen gets if he gets a version of Trevor Lawrence that we saw for a period of time in 2022, that's always been the biggest thing for me with the Texans winning the division the last 2 years. You take a look, from the ivory tower and look down and go, okay, what's the biggest threat down here? If somebody can turn Trevor Lawrence into what a number 1 overall pick is supposed to look like, especially now they added Travis Hunter. They've got Brian Thomas Jr., who you said yesterday might be, he might be the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL because he's operated off the grid in Jacksonville. I mean, they've got some pieces there, enough to be a threat.
Liam Cohen did a really good job with the Bucs last year. He took him from near the bottom of a whole bunch of statistical categories and put him up near the top, like across the board. Pretty much everything major about the offense was better. And most importantly, Baker Mayfield had the most productive season of his career.
Yeah.
And, you can say, oh, Baker Mayfield with these weapons and that. Sure, great. That's Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
I mean, in his wide receiving core, depending on how well Travis Hunter does, he's going to have some weaponry there. But I think Baker Mayfield's I think he's smarter than Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
I don't know if Trevor Lawrence could just really grasp how to be an NFL quarterback. He does some really impressive things physically at times, but he's still largely thought of as a one-read guy. And it's not like a first-read guy, and it's not like he hasn't had different offensive coordinators try to lift him up above beyond that.
Baker just seems like this version of Baker that we've now gotten in Tampa Bay. Because he has admittedly matured since his Cleveland days. I think getting sent to Carolina and L.A. to be a backup and be an afterthought probably woke him up a little bit. And I think he's matured. He seems like more of a guy that the guys rally around than Trevor Lawrence does. I know they were both number one overall picks, but I think they're both wired, and they're certainly outwardly. I think they're very different personalities. Charlie Heck still lives in my building. And I ran into Charlie in the lobby of the building a couple weeks ago, and I don't think I'm putting anything out there that he wouldn't want me to say. He's in Tampa now playing for the Bucs. He had just gotten back from minicamp, and I asked him about Baker. He loves Baker Mayfield, and I don't think it was just platitudes. He really, really loves Baker Mayfield.
I'd be interested to talk to somebody from Cleveland about this. I never had an issue with Baker Mayfield's maturity in Cleveland. And he played through. One of the reasons he lost his luster was because he tried to play through a really, really bad shoulder separation in his non-throwing arm, but that affected him. And they were going into that season, people were arguing about whether he should get his third-year extension or not. So I think for some of it with him is just partly bad luck being in the wrong situation and whatever else it might be. Yeah. I think that there's a Johnny Manziel effect in Cleveland where I think because Baker's got a little bit of that same brash attitude of Johnny Manziel, that people sometimes conflate those two. And they forget, like, oh, wait, no, that was Johnny Manziel that never opened up his playbook in Cleveland. It wasn't Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, the other two, thank you to our producer Colin today, in for Ben Gary. The other two first time head coach and rookie quarterbacks to win playoff games in their first two seasons. Chuck Pagano and Andrew Luck in Indianapolis. I think Bruce Arians was in there a little bit as an interim while Chuck Pagano was recovering from cancer, but Chuck Pagano was a head coach in name for sure. And then in 2008 and 2009, Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh. So,
Flacco he established himself as a elite quarterback. Yes.
Yes, that's what the seeds were planted. All right, so what did CBS?
It's interesting that those are both defensive or special teams minded head coaches,
non-offensive head coaches.
For a rookie to go and win playoff games in his first two seasons. People always just, you got to have an offensive-minded head coach to tutor the young fella. I don't know.
Thanks, Cowherd. The plays they recommend on CBSSports.com for the Texans. Not going to like this. Under 9.5 wins. C.J. Stroud under 3,005.5 yards passing.
So that's gross.
No 4,000-yard passing season for C.J. and under 9.5 wins for the Houston Texans. Yeah.
What was the specific number? 3,000 what?
3,825.5 passing yards.
So he had 4,108 his rookie year, and then last year 3,727.
Yeah, so there's probably just kind of semi-splitting the difference.
I think they're going to be honestly. I think they're going to be a more well-rounded offense this year, and I think CJ's going to be. I think he's going to be more efficient in terms of just hitting tight ends and hitting running backs. Yeah. Especially if Woody Marks is a huge X factor in this. If Woody Marks ends up being effective as a rookie, I think he's the one that tips me up above. 4,000 yards at least. That should be the over/under. But I would take the over on that one.
Yeah, I would too. I think you and I went through the schedule multiple times. I think we were around 11-6 for them, maybe 12-5, something like that. The one point they do make about the schedule, I'm a big schedule person.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was saying taking the over on the yardage. But
on the yardage for CJ. Sorry about that. Yeah. I would take the over on both of these. You're right. So the one point they make about the under with the schedule, and I'm a schedule nerd, so I have to at least entertain this, is that they play the NFC West and the AFC West crossover this year.
Yeah.
Which I think quarterback-wise are two of the best divisions in football. I mean, the AFC West is a quarterback gauntlet. Like, Geno Smith is the worst quarterback in the AFC West. Bo Nix was last year. He was really good. Justin Herbert, very talented. And then, obviously, Mahomes is in that division. And then the NFC West, you got Stafford, Purdy, Murray, and Sam Darnold playing for Seattle now. Those are pretty stacked divisions quarterback-wise. And then you got all the travel that goes with it too. You know, I think this past year, I don't know that they left I don't know that they went, west of the central time zone. You're going to be going back and forth to LA multiple times, up to Seattle for a Monday night game that starts at 9:00 at night, Houston time. I think it's an easier schedule in so much as you're not playing the 3 games in 11 days twice like they were last year. But it is a schedule where you're kind of spanning the United States a little bit more.
I don't know. I guess that list of quarterbacks you read didn't strike fear in my heart like that maybe other divisions might, I suppose. So, I guess if you're that sold on Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert and everybody, sure, Sean. Justin Herbert's operated really well in an offense where they tried to not use Justin Herbert as much as possible. Just like, hey, let's not let Justin Herbert hurt us. Yes.
There's an article, and I've got it in the rundown. I don't have it here, but maybe we can get to it later. They ranked all 8 divisions based on the quarterbacks in the division. Yeah. And the AFC West was number 1 and the NFC West was number 2 in that article.
Which version of Sam Darnold did they use? They just cherry-picked last year to say, oh, sure, he'll do that again.
They went by some QB power rankings there on NFL.com and just took the rankings of the quarterbacks and then did the average, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Darnold was like middle of the pack, like 13. Yeah, fair point. They are looking at a better version. I don't think Sam Darnold, outside of Kevin O'Connell being there now, is the 13th best quarterback in the NFL, so that's a very fair point. The AFC South was last in that article. Yeah. They were 8th.
So can the Colts get out of Daniel Jones what the Vikings got out of Sam Darnold?
That's right.
Daniel Jones has been better at this point in his career than Sam Darnold was at the similar point in his career, but still.
All right, I had eyes on the Astros last night. I had eyes on the NBA draft last night. I've got thoughts on the NBA draft that you don't even need to have watched the NBA or watched college basketball to react to. Thoughts on the NBA draft last night, stream of conscious. We'll do that coming up next.
You should put your eyes on your retirement plans. And
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I've got some stream of conscious thoughts on the NBA draft last night that you don't need to have watched the NBA draft yourself to follow along with, I don't think. So I wanted to share these, get your thoughts on them, Seth, and get the audience's thoughts. If you want to text 713-572-4610. We'll get to the text page here in just a second. My first one is, I think this is the first draft where it's been a Adrian Wojnarowski free draft experience. He left ESPN, I think, within the last year. I think it's been less than a year, to go to be the general manager of the St. Bonaventure basketball program. That's his alma mater. I
think the entire athletic department, but whatever. He's working in college sports.
No, I'm pretty sure
he's the general manager of men's basketball.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's the GM of men's basketball there.
Go Bonnies.
Yeah, go Bonnies.
I'm just surprised that they actually could. That's their only big name sport there at Bonaventure. So that makes sense.
Yep. So he left. Rania is the guy. He's the insider for ESPN that's covering the draft. I found it to be very pleasant. I like to have Twitter open during sporting events, including the NBA draft, and Adrian Wojnarowski made a cottage industry out of not just spoiling the next pick. He would tweet picks out that were 2 or 3 picks down the line. If it were at 6 on TV, he would be tweeting out who the 8th pick is going to be because he already knew who it was.
Yeah.
That's annoying. And you could say, well, just block him or mute him. Once it's out there, it's going to get filtered to you. If you're a basketball fan, it's going to find its way onto your timeline somehow.
Right. Yeah. It gets to you.
Shams did not do that last night.
I didn't. It's one of those things where, for me personally, I never knew whether to complain about it or not because I didn't know it was just because of my scattered brain that it bothers me. But like during the NFL draft, I get that way too. I kind of finally the last couple of years just started watching the broadcast and trying not to check Twitter because all of a sudden people are just having conversations about picks that you haven't seen yet, and it's hard to keep everything in order and in sequence.
Yep.
So I'm with you. Although I think that Shams Charania is just he's better at. He doesn't have the pelts on the wall yet to just tell his employer, no, I'm going to do it the way I want to do it.
He doesn't, but
he'll be doing it eventually.
It serves no purpose is my problem. It's just Woj showing off that he knows these picks. Like there's no. Anyways, I don't want to get too bogged down on that one. Let me just say this: it made for a more pleasant watching experience for me and others that I saw seeing that on social media. As somebody who watched not a ton of college basketball and watched 0 minutes of Rutgers basketball this year, Rutgers had 2 of the top 5 picks in the draft. Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey. Harper went 2nd overall to the Spurs. Ace Bailey went 5th overall, much to his chagrin. We'll get to that, to the Utah Jazz. How does a team have 2 of the top 5 picks in the NBA draft and finish 15 and 17 on the season? And by the way, they were 15 and 17, and they both played almost every game this year. The team played 32 games. Harper played 29 games, and Bailey played 30 games.
That's the type of stuff that gets a basketball coach fired.
Yeah.
Wait a second. All right, great job recruiting these guys, but how the hell do you? Get Mike Rice back in here.
Yeah.
Where's Mike Rice?
Mike Rice. Yeah, good pull. Mike Rice. The answers I got. Spillane said the Big Ten ain't no joke. Indiana grad, our guy Spillane. A few people said that, well, they were injured and they didn't play together a ton. They didn't have time to gel. I'm like, they didn't play together. The team played 32 games, and each of these guys played over 90% of the games. Mathematically, they played together for at least 27 games. One missed 3, one missed 2. So I don't know. That was an odd thing for me.
That's probably good that's a great advertisement though for Rutgers, the basketball program. I'm not actually even joking about how a coach will get fired because of stuff like that. But in college basketball,
these days,
where you can only do so much with guys when you have them for one anyway. Just having the ability to bring those guys in is more important almost than your actual coaching ability.
Ace Bailey, reportedly, he has an inner circle that I don't know if they were giving him great advice. He was he didn't do any workouts for any teams. That was
trying
a big
to force his way down the board.
He was trying to manipulate his way to either Washington at 6, New Orleans at 7, or Brooklyn at 8. He got drafted by Utah at 5 and looked like he would have rather been sent to prison than go to the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, he did not look happy about it at all. I think that there's a good chance Utah is just looking at it as, okay, he only wants to go to these certain teams, and maybe one of those teams we know is interested in him. So he's not long for our roster, and we'll see. Or you have a conversation with him and see why he's being such a D-bag about it.
Yeah. Somehow Utah managed to pass on a huge white guy that got drafted a little later by Brooklyn. Igor Demin is his name, from BYU of all places. How did Utah pass on a huge white guy that went to BYU? That's the sign of maybe it's a new age of Utah Jazz basketball. That would have been a big temptation for previous regimes there. I don't know if you saw the outfit that...
They probably caught him drinking a Diet Coke or something.
Something with a lot of caffeine.
Yeah.
Red Bull. I see those empty Red Bull cans on your social media. Trey Johnson was...
Red Bull would be like fentanyl to a Mormon or an LDS. Yeah,
exactly.
Diet Coke is you're living on the edge.
Exactly.
Right? No caffeine, right?
In Red Bull?
No, with Mormons.
I think so.
I thought that the longest time, too. It was no caffeine at all.
I'm just taking your word for it. Yep. Trey Johnson of the University of Texas. I don't know if you saw his outfit, Seth. The outfits are always fun at the NBA draft. He's got I'll try to describe it here. If you were to just look at him from the waist up, you'd be like, this young man is wearing a really, really nice suit. If you were to then pan out, you'd be like, why is he wearing gigantic baggy suit shorts?
The capri pants.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's been a thing for like a decade now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Every now and then people are wearing the short pants or capri pants in their suits.
These are like the baggy. These are like the version. Remember the Fab Five at Michigan in the early '90s made the big baggy basketball shorts a thing. These those look like the suit version of the Fab Five shorts to me.
Yeah.
I think either way, I'm going to use this. I think Lopez and I are going to have our A&M Notre Dame bet this fall. They play each other again, and the loser will have to wear this suit to work for a day.
Honestly, Sean, this might be the height of fashion right now. Who knows? I don't know. It's. I feel like I'm not making fun of young people's fashion choices. Go ahead and look at a picture of me with my mullet at any given age.
Nor am I. But do you agree that either Lopez or I would look stupid in this suit?
Oh, that you guys would have to wear that.
Yeah, we'd have to wear
sorry,
that.
I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
you
the
would
point.
You would both look so stupid.
Well, Trey Johnson can pull it off.
But you guys look like you're trying so hard.
Yeah.
Though, too. You know what I discovered? I've never intentionally peacocked in my life, but one time we had to wear John Daly's pants.
Yeah.
Meltzer and I, for some kind of sponsor deal, had to wear when we were covering a golf tournament. We had to wear the John Daly pants.
Yeah.
And I had some stuff to do after the show, and I tell you what, I was walking around the grocery store, and I never got approached by more women in my life.
Really?
It's like I was at the gas station, and some woman came up to me, and she was like, "Oh, you are funny."
It is it's a talking point. It's a huge icebreaker, right?
Yeah.
Obviously,
and they think like, "Oh, clearly this guy's confident about something to be wearing these ridiculous pants." Yeah. And I was like, yes, that's exactly me. Yeah.
How did they fit on you?
I don't know. What do you mean? I didn't like the material.
Here's why I ask. I got some too. I think it might have been the same tournament. They were doing stuff with the station. They gave me my pants, and this is a much fatter version of me.
Yeah.
Didn't fit. No, I mean,
fit? You just couldn't squeeze into them.
Yeah, or even if I could, I would look. You'd see everything down there.
They fit all right, but they were kind of slim cut, but like with an old fabric-y type material.
Yeah.
It wasn't a smart fabric.
No, it was a little polyester in there,
type stuff or something.
Yeah, it was a little polyester.
It felt like it was 100% thick cotton or something.
Oh, did it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
that was back then. Maybe they've changed.
So last night, the Rockets, when the Rockets selected 10th overall, and some of you may be like, whoa, Sean, they traded that pick to Phoenix. Yeah, but the NBA is so dumb that they have their league year staff instead of before their draft, their business year. So none of these trades are official yet. So last night, the Rockets selected Kaman Malawach from Duke. He's a big man from Duke, good player. knowing full well that he was going to be going to Phoenix, I tweeted out in all caps, "Welcome to Houston. Come on, Malawach," in all caps with exclamation points. Just as a social experiment. I took the picture of him. They made him wear the Rocket hat, which is what they do with these things. It's so stupid. Yeah. Scott Van Pelt agrees with me on this, by the way.
I'm going to go the emotion I loved. I'm going to scream about the hat situation. It's not any. The league's too smart to have the moment that they've waited their whole life for be a picture in the wrong hat. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. I don't know why they can't fix it. Jay, it's not your job to fix it. I want to ask you about the player.
Just move the draft 3 weeks later to after the start of the league year. It's not that hard. You have some build up to the draft too. Instead of 3 days, you'd have 3 weeks. But my tweet, Seth, was an experiment to see just how many people would correct me. Like, oh no, Sean, he's part of the Kevin Durant trade.
Yeah,
he's going to Phoenix. There were even people there was even somebody that replied, "Buddy still has this tweet posted, hadn't deleted it yet." It was a great social experiment.
You got you called buddy. I applaud you for just being able to go out there and do that experiment, just knowing full well that people aren't going to get it and they're going to think you're an idiot because they can't pick up on sarcasm.
Yep.
Well, I was thinking about this. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, the fun part is you get listeners that stick up for you. So that's kind of
joke, idiot.
Yeah. That's kind of fun.
I was thinking about it. We complain about how kids don't seem to get sarcasm these days, and in social media, sarcasm doesn't work anymore because there's so many people genuinely saying stupid things that it's hard to filter out if you don't know. Like, well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of other people genuinely mean what Sean just said. A lot of idiots out there. I don't know this Sean guy.
It's hard.
He must be one of these idiots. But when we grew up, it was almost like 75% of the time you said something, it was sarcastic. And I remember spending way too much time trying to be like, is this person being sarcastic? I don't want to look like I don't get the joke, so I'm just going to assume they're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what? I applaud these kids for not having a hint of understanding sarcasm or irony. Oh. Just go forward with your life. And never take anything as a joke ever again. It's made everything so damn delightful.
It is hard. If you feel like you're walking on eggshells all the time on social media now, are they serious? Are they not? The big thing is this true or not? Okay, is this a real news source here, or is this the rumors? Hey, here are the rumors.
I don't. I'll tell you what, man. I started a few months ago. Really, genuinely try to just on any kind of news. Like if I see something pop up onto my timeline that's a controversial news story or something. I honestly, I try not to consume anything more on Twitter, and I go straight to long-form articles.
Yes.
And yes, people argue about bias of this or bias. I try to find as well-rounded the coverage as I can of it, and it's a lot more. It's just nice.
Yeah.
You don't, and everything, and you can kind of feel a little bit more educated about stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not nice, like in the events always suck, but it's still. It feels less crazy.
Well, it's the way we grew up consuming news. It's not the fracas.
Okay, you go into the Iran bombing. Yeah. I mean, if you try to consume that on Twitter, immediately you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're lying about. Oh, but they're lying about this.
Crazy.
Wait, but why are they lying about that?
It's wild.
You can't. You got to just try to.
And something like that just gets curated to everybody. Like I have one of the least political timelines ever. I couldn't. The Iran stuff was all over my timeline that day.
Yeah.
Last one, real quick, because we got to get this in. Jay Billis was on the studio desk duties last night for ESPN. I think he's great. I think he's one of the best ESPN employees at their respective job. He's awesome on college basketball. He had a great line about Kevin Durant. He said that Kevin Durant's going to kill the Rockets' offensive rebounding numbers because he actually makes shots.
I know. We got no ops. We need more ops, KD.
That's right.
Stop selfishly making these baskets.
Oh, man. All right, so we got a little bit of news yesterday about Jeremy Pena and his contract talks with the Astros. He signed with Scott Boras. Does this make you feel better, worse, or way worse about Jeremy Pena's chances of re-signing here in a couple of years? We'll have that for you. We'll have a little Astros talk coming up next.
Texans training camp is Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Fly ball right field. Cam Smith comes in a few steps. 2-0 final. Hader. The season that matches a franchise record. Dave Smith in '89, and now the lefty Josh Hader in the record books as well. 1-0 last night, 2-0 tonight. The Astros, going back to last year, have shut out the Phillies in 28 consecutive innings. And Blummer, another series win, this time against a very good Phillies team.
Yeah, that's true. They clinched a series win. They haven't lost a series in a long, long time. The Astros, they could lose today. I don't expect them to. Hunter Brown is on the mound, but they could lose today, and this will still be a series win against a very, very good Phillies team. 1-0 2 days ago, 2-0 last night. And Josh Hader with a perfect slate this year when it comes to saves. The ironic thing about the Astros, Seth, like they really don't like to dip into free agency to bring guys in. You know, they'll make trades. They like to go with the homegrown guys. They like to, if it is free agents, it's usually guys that are kind of on the margins a little bit, try to get some deals. The times they've dipped their toe into bigger ticket items so far, like, you know, 3 years, $57 million for Jose Abreu, disaster. 3 years, $60 million for Christian Walker. So far, not great. The biggest contract they've given out in terms of total money and number of years to a free agent, Josh Hader, working out fantastically right now. It's year 2 of 5, but working out great right now. Spend that money.
It's hard for me to criticize really much about the Astros when they're doing what they're doing, and Espada especially has has this team sitting at a spot where business being, if you just look at it on paper. So they've done a great job with a lot of things. I'm just trying to talk myself into stop being such a nerd about like thinking about all the possible ways this could go wrong. They just won the Phillies series last night. You know, they haven't lost a series in 9 or 10 series over the last several weeks. It's just been impressive as hell.
There's nothing in the division that scares me, and that's what probably lets me sleep at night about the Astros. Is the Mariners don't scare me, and certainly the Rangers and the Angels right now, and the Athletics obviously are not really scary. So that's, you know, look, the Astros are going to play the 81st game of the season today. If they win this game today, they're on pace for 96 wins. They won the division with 88 wins last year. So they're in really good shape right now.
And once they're done with the Dodgers, they have a very easy schedule compared to the rest of the league. So this stretch here to win this series versus the Phillies and potentially sweep it is really, really big. And then, you know, with another couple tests with the Cubs and the Dodgers coming up in the 2 of the next 3 series, and then in terms of getting I wonder where the line has shifted to the Astros, because what was it at the beginning of the year?
It was 80. It's season win total you're talking about?
Yeah.
It was 86.5 at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
It's got to be 90 now at least, I would say. They're on pace for 94, 95 wins right now. So with an easy.
Congratulations in advance to all of you who took the over on the Astros.
Absolutely. You're going to win your bet, man. They're on pace for 95 wins, and they've scheduled in baseball. What could possibly go wrong? I'm having flashbacks now to the end of 2023 where they could have clinched the division with like 2 weeks left in the season, but they're losing to the A's and they're losing to the Royals at home. Like, okay, so we can't get too caught up in things yet. John Heyman tweeted this yet. John Heyman, longtime MLB reporter, tweeted this yesterday. Astros and star shortstop Jeremy Pena had been in serious long-term contract talks before his recent agent switch to Scott Boras, as I said on MLB Network. That's Heyman talking. Those talks are now on hold, at least for now. Pena is second in MLB behind Aaron Judge with a 4.5 wins above replacement. Just to add to that, Seth, if just some more detail, credit Ari Alexander of KPRC2 here in Houston. The Astros and Jeremy Pena, not only were they deep in contract discussions, they had numbers on the table that Ari was able to get. 5 years, $105 million, which I'm assuming would have bought out the last 2 years of arbitration for Jeremy Pena, 2026 and 2027, and then there would have been 3 more years after that, whereas Pena wouldn't have been a free agent until his early mid-30s after that, but he would have been guaranteed $105 million.
Yeah.
This version of Jeremy Pena is going to be making a whole lot more than $105 million someday.
Yeah,
if this keeps up.
It's in giving a guy an extension while he's still young or has multiple years of arbitration less. It works really well early in a guy's career with second or third, where they haven't gotten huge money yet, and maybe they're not so sure about exactly what their value is. For Pena, who might have been coming into this season kind of thinking like, I don't know, like, what am I really as a baseball player? I still have a lot to prove. Would have been a lot easier to get him maybe at that sweet spot or juncture than after he's playing the way he has so far, and then has a conversation with Boris somewhere along the way, and Boris convinces him of the beauty of free agency and how crazy it turns teams and how much they're willing to pay.
This feels like, to me, like a situation where Pena and his prior representation had been talking with the team. They're down the road. He's got a deal in front of him, and he starts to think to himself, maybe I need to let my uncle, who's an agent, look at this and just make sure. And in this case, Scott Boras is the uncle. My real-life example of this, Seth, for me was right out of college. I went and I got my first job, and I went and got my first car. Like the week I got out of college, I went to a car dealership and bought my first car myself.
Yeah.
And I was a sucker for everything. Like, I wasn't negotiating. I was buying the rust proofing. They even sold me a life insurance policy alongside of it. Like, hey, this is only $79 extra a month, and just in case something happens to you, this will take care of your pay. And I knew nothing about life insurance at that time. Like, sounds like a really good idea to me. So I didn't bite on the car yet. I brought home the proposal, and at that point I was right home from college, so I'm still living with my dad. And I'm like, Dad, just take a look at this. And my dad's like looking at it. He's like, God, you're the worst. You're such a sucker. So my dad goes back to the dealership with me, and we take this out, and we take that out, and that feels like what Scott Boras, Pendergast in this situation, where he's like, oh, whoa, Jeremy. Look at your OPS the last 3 months. Look at your OPS since you became leadoff. Look how much better your defensive metrics are now. You're the 2022 Gold Glover again. No. We are ripping this up right now.
But, for wins above replacement, you're the second or third best player in the league.
Not on your team.
Yes,
in the league.
Yeah. No, and that's one thing Boras is really good at doing, is kind of stroking the numbers to show exactly where, like, okay. Sometimes it's a matter of, you laid it out perfectly, I think, is that sometimes with Boras, it's that he does a good job of explaining to players how much they're actually worth and how much they should be worth.
Yeah.
So that's where I think looks like Pena was open to signing an extension at one point and probably still would be. It's just that whatever the Astros were offering him, it wasn't enough. And then Boras is unlikely to tell. It's very unlikely that Boras comes in and tells Bregman, actually, that was probably your best offer and you should have taken it.
Yeah, the two guys that Boras has most publicly represented for the Astros that have left, obviously he represents Altuve and Lance McCullers, who both stayed. But he represented Alex Bregman and still does, and represents Carlos Correa. They both got almost the same identical deal leaving here. Bregman last year and Correa, the first deal he got from Minnesota. Correa got 3 years, $105 million with opt-outs after each year. Bregman got 3 years, $120 million, so adjust for inflation, it's probably the exact same deal with opt-outs after each year. Free agent after this year, let's say this was his walk year. I don't think that happens with Jeremy Pena. He's got no injury history. He's an ascending player. He would still be young. The good news for Astro fans, you're still getting 2 more years out of Jeremy Pena after this. We don't have to worry about this for another couple years.
One of the replies to Heyman's tweet was, don't these players learn? Scott Boras absolutely torpedoed Bergman's earning potential by playing these games. I'll give him a pass on the Bergman part. I still mine autocorrects to Bergman sometimes with Bregman. I don't. Now Bregman could have accepted one of those deals that actually had more guaranteed money. Bregman liked the flexibility and having those option years.
The Astros offered more guaranteed money.
Yeah. The ability to. So it's not like Boras torpedoed Bregman's value.
No.
Boras got him a deal where he basically had the option to do a bunch of 1-year deals where he has all the control and a lot of guaranteed money. So there's still upside there. He kind of he gambled on himself, but still with a boatload of guarantees.
No doubt. Okay, so the question, real quick before we get to the break here, knowing now what we know, that Pena was, it sounded like, down at least in the red zone, if not down to the 5-yard line possibly, with a contract extension. They had numbers on the table, Seth, and he was looking at them and decided to switch to Boris. Do you feel better, worse, or way worse that Jeremy Pena is going to be a Houston Astro long term?
I feel better than do I feel better than before I officiations, or do I feel better than before he hired?
I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't think better's even an option. I'm just doing that thing.
All right, I feel worse. I don't feel drastically worse, just because I know that if he genuinely just maybe really likes playing for this team in this city, for that coaching staff especially, that maybe he is. I think he's still probably open to an extension. It's just, are the Astros willing to, bend to whatever Scott Boras thinks it's going to be? Boras has shown that he's willing to. Yeah. Boras didn't talk McCullers or Altuve out of signing extensions with the Astros.
No. It is better is in there just as a token option. It's impossible to read this story and feel like, I feel like this Pena's coming back. They had numbers on the table. Pena looks at the numbers. This is how I read it. And then goes to Boris, and all of a sudden, communication on a contract shuts down. That's. Yeah. At the very least, they got to hunker down and be ready for some hard negotiations. No time soon. Probably closer to Pena's walk year.
He would have been right if he had accepted that extension, and it would be to kick in a couple of years, right? It would. So. He would have still been...
No. It would have kicked in probably immediately. It probably would have kicked... Those contracts kick in and buy out the arbitration years.
Okay, they buy out the arbitration and then they go. Okay. Yeah. It would have made him like the 10th or 11th highest paid shortstop.
He's doing the right thing for himself right now. No question. Yeah. I mean, he's inarguably a top 5 shortstop this season. Does he sustain it? That's a big question. All right. Payne and Pendergast. Hey, Kevin Durant. We got more Kevin Durant stuff. Rudy T. weighing in on... Vanessa Richardson had the breadcrumbs for this all the way back in February. This is a fun listen, knowing how this whole thing played out with the Rockets and Kevin Durant. We do that next. Stay there.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of... AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kevin Durant seems to be excited to be a Houston Rocket. He posted quite some Instagram yesterday. Said this: anyone else would retire, but I'm not content. I want to bury these people like 20 feet down so no one can find them again. End quote. He didn't say people. He used a noun that Seth and I definitely are not allowed to say.
No,
not at all.
No, you either, Colin. Yeah,
yeah. That was so he was. He was a pretty. He didn't specify which people he was talking about.
Yeah.
Whether it was his haters, whether it was certain people in the league, whether it was just the rest of the league or whatever it might be. But I agree with him wholeheartedly.
100%.
Yes.
Durant, I just choose to believe it's the rest of society. I don't want to bury everybody, but me and my teammates and my coaches down 20 feet. Yeah, so he's ready, man. Chip on shoulder. Yes. Check.
Him actually wanting to bury people and destroy them 20 feet down.
Yeah.
Which apparently I didn't realize, where no one will ever find them. I guess if I ever do murder somebody, 20 feet does feel pretty conclusive.
It's further than you think. Yeah.
You got to rent machinery or something, though, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that by hand.
Yeah.
No, not 20 feet. For sure.
I'll make sure to dump this audio and cut it from the record, Seth, so that way I can help you out.
Yeah. No, that's actually I do that. That's the little safeguard I have so I don't ever commit murder. Is I talk openly about how I would do it.
Yeah.
Because then I know, people will figure it out if I do it. So now I know. Yeah.
Reverse psychology. I got you.
That's it, man. That's it. The breadcrumbs for the Kevin Durant actually laid out very nicely by Vanessa Richardson. This is from a Suns-Rockets game back on February the 12th. This is some audio where you're like, oh, we should have seen this all along. Vanessa Richardson just doing a quick hit, middle of the game, sidelines at the Rockets game for Space City Home Network, talking about all the KD connections to the Rockets.
So many connections to Kevin Durant on this Rockets team. Jeff Green and Kevin Durant were rookies together for the Seattle Supersonics. KD works out with Jalen, Jabari, and Fred every summer. Kevin Durant and assistant coach Royale Ivey, both Texas Longhorns. Get this, Royale taught KD how to drive. But one of the biggest connections is head coach Ime Udoka. Ime played against KD, coached him in Brooklyn, and 2 summers with the USA team. Ime said what stands out about KD is his efficiency. He said there's not a lot of wasted movement. His work ethic and daily routine are second to none. He said when you have that natural physical ability and his height and length, his IQ, you put that work ethic behind it, this is what you become. He said with Brooklyn and Team USA, he would almost just go through our practices so he could get to his routine at the end. Ime said over the summers in LA, it's been great for our young guys to work out with him and see what it takes to be great.
All right. I will say this, Kevin Durant seems swarmy to me.
Yeah.
He seems swarmy. I know he's a little chippy on social media, but so are some of the guys that are on the Texans now.
It's just, he really is. He's been caught up in a lot of discussions over, where exactly do you put him in tiers, or where do you rank him based amongst the current great players of either this century or be. I think it's like kind of like what people's knee-jerk reaction when they said, I don't want Kevin Durant, he's old and washed up. Like, no, you clearly haven't just been watching him, and he's actually been playing really, really well the last couple of years. He's, in a strange way, he's underrated. In a weird way where I don't know if it's possible for any NBA superstar to be underrated, but in the minds of a lot of people, I think because he won his championship by joining a team that was already a champion, because it didn't work out with the Nets, because it didn't work out with the Suns. I think that the overall just kind of general gut feel about people in Kevin Durant might not be as high as it should be. But when it comes to really working at the game and everything, that one thing that intrigues me about Durant coming here, because the Rockets have always been a very analytically minded team, is that Durant was one of the first superstar players that really bought hook, line, and sinker into the analytics. Mm-hmm. And I think it might have been one of the things, probably when it started to sour with him and Russell Westbrook, partly was that, Durant could see on paper what the inefficient play could do to actually your chances of winning a championship.
Dude, yes.
And so he goes off to a team that does everything analytically superb in the Golden State Warriors. So I think he's really going to embrace that part. Kind of like when pitchers come in and work with the Astros pitching analytics staff, they realize, oh, I should have. You mean all I had to do was throw more curveballs?
You're right,
okay.
right.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll listen.
Simple things. Yeah. I think, Seth, if Durant's been guilty, if he's been guilty, and we got one more from Vanessa coming up here, story about Ime and Kevin Durant. If he's been guilty of anything, being bad at something, it's choosing the teams he goes to. It's choosing who he surrounds himself with. Obviously, he chose a great place to go for Golden State if your goal was to win a ring. I would even argue that if part of your goal is to have a certain type of legacy, that may not have been the greatest choice, to go there, because there's still the perception that he took the easy way out. He took the easy road. He ganged up with guys to go win a couple titles. But that's neither here nor there. You can feel your way about Golden State. Going to Brooklyn was a mistake. He's had say in all these places he's been to. He doesn't just wait. He doesn't read on social media that he got traded to the Phoenix Suns. It's collaborative with Kevin Durant. He chose to go to Brooklyn because Kyrie Irving was going to go to Brooklyn, and then James Harden gets there, and the whole thing falls apart. He gets traded to the Suns, and he's there with Chris Paul, and he's there with Devin Booker, and then they decide to trade Chris Paul for a front office that went and got him makes the huge mistake of going and getting Bradley Beal, a losing player, to drop into this mix, and that whole thing collapses. This is the first, I think, really good decision he's made in terms of where he goes and plays basketball since he signed with Golden State back in 2016. That's the only criticism I can really have, and and health, but that's not really his fault. Like, in terms of just his performance, whether it's on the court or decisions he's making with his career, his decision to force a trade to the Rockets is the first good decision he's made in almost a decade in that realm.
Well, now that you've laid out how bad he's been as a general, this kind of makes me nervous. If he's done that bad a job since the Warriors of picking situations, I don't know, Sean.
I think the Fertittas and Rafael Stone got their fingers on the button. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah. I think that obviously all those situations are different. Golden State was a slam dunk, easy, makes sense. The only downside of it for Kevin Durant was that people weren't going to really give him credit for driving a team to a championship, obviously, because it was already a championship team.
He was the MVP of both those finals that they won, and they still don't give him credit for that.
I know. Yeah, and I love how it's so easy for us to think like, well, clearly they would have won just as many like, it's not hard to actually win the finals,
right.
And to actually, not to mention what would the regular seasons have looked like. It's a lot easier to sustain that success when you've got Kevin Durant on your team.
No doubt.
No, I think this one, though, this one is the most feel of Durant going to a place and being the final big piece that they need to actually get over the hump and become a genuinely championship caliber team.
Yeah.
Other things still have to happen. Şengün and Amen Thompson still need to continue to develop. It's not a slam dunk that 100% they're going to be a championship caliber team, but this would be that, very much Durant would get a whole lot of credit for a Rockets championship.
Yeah,
there's not going to be any super team discussion or what have you. It's just, it'll flat out be like, yep, he's the guy that came in, and that was what they needed to get over the top.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you in terms of areas that, like, we can't just feel like they're just going to walk out and roll the balls out and at least get to the conference finals. Kevin Durant improves their shooting in that he's Kevin Durant. They are not an overall better shooting basketball. They acquire Kevin Durant, but that doesn't make them a good shooting basketball team. It means they went and got a good shooter. They're better because of Kevin Durant, and maybe the spacing that he creates turns guys that were average or below average shooters into better shooters. They're getting more open looks. If Reed Shepherd becomes a bigger part of the conversation, and maybe Cam Whitmore as well, those are guys that have really good chops from distance, especially Reed Shepherd. So we'll see about that. One more from Vanessa Richardson. This is a story about Ime Udoka, if you're trying to figure out how long Kevin Durant's been around the league. Ime Udoka guarding Kevin Durant as a player back in Durant's rookie year.
And And listen to this story, Craig and Ryan. Ime said, I guarded KD his rookie year. He said, KD loves to tell the story that I told the referee to tell KD to stop crying because he was complaining about my physicality. Ime said the next year, KD's in OKC at that point. Ime said, yeah, KD had adjusted to the physicality of the league.
So many cool nuggets there, Vanessa. So Royale taught him how to drive?
Yes. Royale obviously had left UT at that point, but KD was 18, entering his freshman year, and Royale would go down there, work out with them, and really got to know each other. Then, of course, they actually played together in Oklahoma City. A lot of people forget Royale played for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So those two, Royale Ivy and Kevin Durant, are very, very tight.
A lot of dots to connect, man. Royale taught him how to drive at UT, 18 years old. So there you go. Now he's helping him play basketball as an assistant coach on the Houston Rockets.
Everything feels a little too good right now.
I know.
Everything feels a little too right.
Yeah.
I mean, the Astros are playing way above and beyond what you would think they would be.
Everything, yeah.
It's an easy team. You remember, you know what's interesting about the Astros? What were we complaining about at the beginning of the year? Oh, they're so boring.
They were boring. Yeah, they're boring.
Oh, and they really haven't stopped being boring.
They're winning, though.
Yeah, I know. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah.
It's the biggest difference. They're not electrifying at the plate. Like good pitching performances tend to be boring. The most exciting thing and the best thing they've done in terms of it just feeling good watching the games is they strike guys out a lot.
Yeah.
You know, they have a boatload of strikeouts. So at least you feel like it feels like a dominating 2-0 win.
Yeah.
And when haters coming in at the back end, then all right, this is it might be a boring game in terms of action on the base pass and what have you, but at least some of these wins, even though they're closer margins, because the bullpen is so good, especially, it feels more dominating.
So is this where we thank the Texans for at least having a questionable offensive line right now, that they're keeping us on our toes? You know, not letting us get too complacent here. You know, like, across the three teams.
Yeah, thank you, Texans, for not actually doing all that much to make us feel better about the offensive line. Sure.
Yeah.
Other than that we feel better if just because Bobby Slowick hope added a job, and then Nick Caley, even if he's just an adequate offensive coordinator, the offensive line should look better. Then yes.
Here's Rudy Tomjanovich. I think it looked like he might have been at the Rockets draft party last night. It looked like he was in the building. He was wearing Rockets Legends gear, so I would imagine their draft party had some legends there. Here's Rudy T, legendary head coach, only coach to win a title here in Houston, saying KD will fit in beautifully.
He's not a ball, I shouldn't say ball hogger, but he's not a ball stopper. He's the kind of guy that gets passes and shoots jumpers off, passes off of picks. I think he'll fit in beautifully.
How does that make a coach's job easier?
Yeah, that's the other thing that really encourages me as coach, and he have a past, and coach knows what he's getting. They have a good relationship, and that's so important. That's just so important.
All right, so there you go, Rudy T. Rudy knows, man.
Well, no, and Udoka and Durant having a past, I think, is huge. I trust Udoka on these things now. It's like Kelvin Sampson knowing how to recruit guys that work with him in his system. I think D'Amico does a great job of that. And I think that Udoka has certainly established that, man, he knows what types of guys he wants on his team, and they're going to come in and fit the culture. I think if Udoka had any questions at all about whether or not Durant would fit in for what he wants, Durant wouldn't be here.
He wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Rafael Stone is not the type of one where he's saying, nope, these are good players and you're going to figure out how to make it work.
Right.
I don't get that sense at all. So I think that Udoka's stamp of approval on it, for me, is really all I need. I trust him in that.
Yeah, no question. No question about it. Pena, okay, we're circling back to Jeremy Pena. We got about a minute here. Pena's as good as gone. You can kiss his ass goodbye. Again, this is because he hired Scott Boras as his representation, with an offer on the table, reportedly, according to Ari Alexander, of 5 years, $105 million. I think Pena's getting good advice if he turned down 105 over 5. If Pena may know better than anybody if this is the version of that we've gotten of Pena, if this is going to stick. And obviously, if he has the confidence that this is who he is going forward, he's going to make a whole lot more money than that. Someone said, I think Boris indicated to Bregman he could get $200 million. I hadn't heard that. I could see that being a rumor out there. Someone else texting in, now Bregman is hurt, so ...
Yeah, but again, because Bregman's hurt, it's the perfect contract for him because if he doesn't play well when he comes back, the Red Sox are on the hook. If he plays brilliantly when he comes back, he can test free agency yet again.
Yep.
And that's the options. Maybe I'm overly impressed by that. Like the ability to get a string of basically one-year deals, but that are fully guaranteed if you want it. They choose to come if you have a really, really good season to go and maximize your value in free agency. I would take that every day of the week. I would give up, as Bregman did, I would give up a good chunk of guaranteed money as long as I was still relatively young and would bet on my upside, but I also have a still huge guarantee. I would take that every single time.
I think that deal would make a lot of sense for the Red Sox if they came within 2 games of winning the World Series last year. Yeah. Also, you know what I mean? It's a way to get. It's almost like getting. It's a different way. It's a different vibe than the trade deadline and bringing in a guy who's a rental. It's for a full season, but it is sort of a version of that. Like, yeah, he might be on our team for a year. So what? This is the last piece we need in order to win a World Series. But the Red Sox weren't a playoff team last year.
You know why I like it as a player? Because it does make the team look like a little bit low self-esteem. Yeah. It's almost like it's like you're a guy whose girlfriend is has a boatload of male friends with good prospects that she's way too flirtatious with.
Right.
You know, like she's just constantly always like, we went to look at the foliage in Vermont, but just as friends.
Yeah. Exactly. Romantic stuff.
Okay, honey, I love you.
Yep.
I love you.
All right.
I'll have dinner waiting for you.
So we've got that. Then at the other end of the spectrum, we've got the player where it says, well, the Browns are the only team that's calling me right now. You got Bregman at one end and Deontay Johnson at the other. Deontay Johnson dishing on his brief time here in Houston. You will not want to miss that. That's coming up next.
Oh, boy, don't miss out. Say you deserve. If you've been in an
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Dritz, interesting caption. We'll get to Deontay Johnson here in a second. Bottom of the screen, First Take is on. They tease their upcoming topic. Coming up, potential for the duo of KD and Amen Thompson. I just think it's interesting that it's Amen Thompson's name they put in there and not the actual all-star currently, Alperen Şengün. You know, that's it's
Let's
just
start
interesting.
These guys against each other.
Now that's fun, but just that show views Amen Thompson, you know, that a national show views Amen Thompson, you know, from 30,000 feet as the guy moving forward, maybe alongside
a lot of people
Durant.
too. I feel like in NFL media, they're still in that sweet spot where they feel like they're being like they're smart basketball people if they recognize Amen before the world at large.
Yeah, that's true. Not an all-star yet. Yeah. That's a good point. Deontay Johnson. Not an all-star. Deontay Johnson, former wide receiver, played several years with the Steelers, had some good years, but was always a bit of a head case. The Steelers finally decided to get out of the Deontay Johnson business, and they traded him to Carolina before last season, where he played a handful of games, and then Carolina was a lot less patient with him. Bad team. We don't need a player like this on our team. They cut him loose. He goes to Baltimore. They trade him to the Baltimore Ravens at the trade deadline. He goes to Baltimore and is trying to work his way into the rotation. Obviously doesn't leapfrog guys in that receiving core, but was very, very frustrated with his lack of playing time to the point where he had mentally checked out.
Baltimore, that was a tough situation for me. Like I love the players and stuff. Like I love the organization, but it just wasn't for me. Like just going in, like I checked out mentally when I got there.
I just felt like it's a mental game.
I wasn't getting used, like, you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't say like used as being selfish, like just feeling a part of
a team. Yeah.
I just checked out, and then from that one game, I told him I wasn't going in.
You want to talk about that? Yes.
We can.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. So that's what ultimately got him up and out of there, was he refused to go into a football game.
That's all. Just refused to provide services.
He's getting paid millions of dollars for. That's all. No big deal. So that's Deontay Johnson. He had mentally checked out. Keep those three words in mind here as we proceed with the audio. Mentally checked out, because you're going to hear them again. But here's Deontay Johnson telling the story about him deciding to not go into an actual football game for the team that employed him at the time.
I wasn't getting into like no run plays, no like passing plays, no nothing.
Wasn't it cold as you said?
Yeah, it was cold. So I'm on the sideline, just standing there, like just going to the heater back and forth, like just waiting to hear my name called.
Yeah.
So fourth, like end of third, going into the fourth or whatever. They're like, "Tay, we need you." I'm like, nah, I don't think it's to me. I don't think it's a good idea for me, like, cause like I was thinking about like my legs. I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
Right.
And it's not like I didn't want to go in the game, but you gotta think like leading up to this point, I done been through so much, and
like you said, man, you were kind of checked out.
I checked out mentally. I was like, whatever happens, happens. Like I was just rolling with the punches at that time. So I told him I wasn't going in. I was like, I understand what you're saying, like, but I'm not going to go in. So I just sat on the bench. And then that's when they suspended me.
He sounds like a little less crazy version of Antonio Brown. Just his voice sounds a little like Antonio Brown.
I know. Well, with Antonio Brown, okay, this is the difference. I think Antonio Brown has some serious, like, he's got, I think he's got some issues.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm really just talking about his voice. I don't mean like. I'm not comparing.
Well, no, because they're both kind of very just that's like antisocial behavior.
Yeah,
you know,
no doubt.
So with Antonio Brown, I feel like he's got a screw loose.
Yes.
I think with Deontay Johnson, it sounds like he just genuinely doesn't get it.
Yeah.
He's got a worldview where, hey, this was supposed to be about me, you know, and no, I'm not going to go out there and put bad film out after I've neglected to stay warm in case they need me. He thinks more highly of himself than what his actual position on the team was.
Yeah.
And he's in the last place. The fact that he's talking about it like this in an interview, it would not make me feel great if I were a coach that, okay, this guy actually gets any kind of a team concept whatsoever.
That's exactly
or not even a team. Like, okay, you want to do what's best for you. You're kind of under the gun right here in terms of what people think about you, man. And you're just electing not to go into a game. I don't care how cold your legs are. That's a lot worse of a look in terms of teams wanting you than putting some bad film on your first couple reps because your legs are cold.
There's two choices here. Go out there and put bad film out there or quit on your team. Just look at the two choices and go, which one is viewed as the greater sin in the NFL world? A lot of guys have had bad games before. And by the way, if you were ever talking to a team to go sign there, or your agent was, you could probably explain it away as like saying, yeah, they pulled Deontay into this blowout game here at the end. And it was, and he wasn't loose. And, you can make up excuses for it. There's no excuse you can make for just telling your team, no, I'm not going to do my job.
Pull up a prawn, be a man.
That's exactly right, Harlan. That's exactly right. Yeah.
There was the one time I was in the league where I was kind of like, people operate this way, huh? It was it was when I was with Jacksonville. It was a defensive back who had an injury issue, a mild ankle sprain, and he flat out said, "Man, I'm not going out there against Moss if my ankle is if I'm not 100%." And I'm like, man, I get it, but you can't let Moss punk you twice in life.
Dude.
Both in he's punking you without even being in the same room.
Yeah.
You gotta, if it's something you would have played with versus a lesser team, then you got to go out there and see what you can do versus Randy Moss. I don't know, man. These business decisions. It's a meek way to go through life.
It is, no doubt. And don't say it out loud either.
I don't know, by virtue of that's a classic kind of thing that you might have that internal monologue, but then you think, wait, no, I can't be that way.
Right.
I'm no punk.
Right.
But if you don't even know enough not to say it out loud, then we got a whole extra heap of issues.
No doubt. Yep. Here is the final one from Deontay Johnson as it pertains to checking out mentally. After getting let go by the Ravens, the Texans picked him up on waivers. They needed him. They needed a receiver because they had lost Stephon Diggs, and I believe they had just lost Tank Dell. He was claimed by the Texans December 23rd, 2 days before the Christmas Day game. So, yes, Tank was done for the year at that point. They pick up Deontay Johnson. How did things go in Houston?
And I went there. Things going smooth. I thought I was going to be like the way they made it seem like I was going to be playing a lot. Like,
right.
Just, we want you to learn this. So I'm learning. I learned the playbook so fast. And then come game time, I'm getting like they putting the younger guys in, but I understand it's the guys they drafted, so I gotta wait my turn. But it's like, dang, but y'all was telling me
that
I'm
you're
gonna
be
get
the
this
guy.
dude.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So I checked out mentally. I just went. It was bad timing. Checked out mentally. Talked to the head coach right after the game. Like I wasn't trying to wait. Had a drug test. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to talk to the head coach. And after that, they said I was a distraction, and they released me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been home ever since, and I was just hoping that I got something. Just something. And Cleveland called, and I was thankful. That was the only team that called really the whole offseason.
There's a shock. The only team that called with Cleveland Browns.
The only team that called the whole.
That's a talented football player.
It's one of those alarming to me is that it's somehow a mystery to him or something that maybe why teams. You go to three teams where you've got head coaches and Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, and DeMeco Ryans, and gave you opportunities that, and Carolina also in there as well. I forgot. So he's been with four teams. He spent a nice stretch of time, and the first half of his career was with the Steelers. What do you look at it from the Texans' perspective? There is a part of me. Well, wait a second. Did Bobby Slowick just simply not do a good enough job of integrating Deontay Johnson into the offense?
I think that is a perfectly valid thing. If that were the case, though, then Deontay Johnson, to our knowledge, is literally the only Houston Texan going to management, going to the head coach and complaining about it. C.J. Stroud had opportunities every week to complain about Bobby Slowick's play calling and the way that offense was structured. And he did the opposite. He would take up for Bobby. He wouldn't throw him under the bus. Other players did media availabilities throughout the year, open the locker room after games, things like that. Never did a single player throw the offensive coordinator who may have deserved to be thrown under the bus. None of them did that. The guy who's doing it is the guy who's been here for 2 weeks and has been a problem child with 3 other teams in the last calendar year. Yeah. So that's and during the playoffs, by the way. Coming to DeMeco Ryans after getting 1 catch for 12 yards against the Chargers, I was waiting for the head coach, and I told him, I didn't like the way I was being used. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. And they told me I was a distraction. Well, yeah, because you're the only one doing it. I don't care even if you're doing it at a monotone level like you're doing this podcast. You're the only one coming up to me bitching and moaning about your role with the team. You've been here for 3 weeks.
So I don't think he's coming back, Sean.
Not here.
If what you're waiting for is some kind of a waiver wire pickup or something, your dream of having Deontay Johnson back here.
If you were one of the many that bought a Deontay Johnson jersey after the Texans claimed him off of waivers, I would say you can go ahead and get rid of it. I don't think he's walking through that. So I think look, to me, I hear something like that, I feel better about the Texans culture. You know what I mean? Like, definitely don't be afraid to go get guys like this. But as soon as you realize they're part of the problem, not part of the solution, eject. To that point, next segment, move that was made in the last 24 hours. Does this prove that this team has the best culture of 3 teams in the city here that I think all have pretty good cultures right now? That is coming up next.
How do we feel about the KD trade here at
2.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Guys on In the Loop will jump in here in just a little bit. One thing to clear up here, I like the spirit of this texter because it tells me that they might do some nefarious things. But they're talking about the trade that the Rockets made for Kevin Durant and the fact that it's not official until July 6th. So last night the Rockets were technically picking 10th in the draft, but obviously picking on behalf of the Phoenix Suns. Actually, I had a texter say, why wouldn't the Rockets just pick a terrible player and send that player to the Suns? Because, sir or ma'am, they agree before the trade that, hey, we're going to call you when you're on the clock, Rockets, and we're going to tell you who to pick.
When you have a deal in place with somebody that can't be consummated for a couple weeks, let's say you put an offer in on a house and you're happy with everything, and the closing date is July 1st. On June 28th, maybe you don't sue the homeowner for something completely unrelated. You know? You don't do anything to sabotage the deal.
Right. I like where your head's at, Texter, because it seems like you would do anything to get ahead in this world.
Yeah. That is the biggest thing. You do always have to remember that a sports league is a partnership amongst owners and that they all work together. They're competing against each other, but they do also they work with each other and everything. So you can't come off as somebody that can't be trusted or you'll never get a deal done.
Along those lines, and I promise we're going to get to where are you on all this collusion talk with the owners when it comes to the quarterbacks, as far as it being a topic that belongs on a show like ours?
I think it's interesting and juicy. We should probably tomorrow talk about some of the juicier aspects of it. The thing I get nervous about just because I don't want to be out of my league and starting to talk about collusion and things like that because there's things about the way the NFL operates that's different from the way the actual business world operates. Like we just said, the NFL owners, they're like Apple and Samsung don't have a revenue sharing agreement. That's right. You know, like they're genuine competitors financially. And if you start fixing prices and everything, then So with the NFL owners, if there's any kind of wink behind the scenes stuff going on, it's a lot harder to prove classic collusion. But you can prove that they violated the CBA or violated collusion by what their understanding of it is. So I have a hard time where some of the stuff that looks like a smoking gun, to me it looks like, all right, owners kind of having the same mentality or mindset, but being upset about other owners who are giving big deals to quarterbacks. So, like, if it's collusion, then it's that the owners have flat out said, no, we're not going to operate a certain way. But clearly, someone like the Browns giving Deshaun Watson that contract, all right, they did something that pissed off a lot of owners, but clearly they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want. So, I don't know. It's, actually talk about it. We'd have to get a lawyer on here to explain the fineries of labor law and all that stuff.
I don't mean and I definitely don't want to do that. You're right. Like the Lamar Jackson part where he was getting no action when he was an actual free agent is interesting. Around here, the interesting part is, and there's maybe people going, "What are you guys talking about?" When Deshaun Watson got 5 years, $230 million from the Browns, it was a total complete outlier in terms of guaranteed money, like double the amount of guaranteed money from the next closest quarterback. And what we said at the time, too, was like, the other teams are not going to stand for this. They're going to view this as Cleveland being Cleveland, and they're going to reel the rest of the market back onto the normal train that everything's been on, which is exactly what they did. The problem for the NFL and the owners, I shouldn't say problem, they actually got absolved of it, but there's this paper trail of the owners all communicating with each other about not giving a fully guaranteed deal to Russell Wilson, and not giving one to, it involves union leadership too, not giving one to Kyler Murray, not giving one to this guy or that guy.
And it's really, really murky because it's all in-house, you know, like the NFL is largely just a clearinghouse for funds to share amongst the owners. And it's not the same as real world
normal labor
competitors affecting an industry.
So, but you're right. I think there are some consumable parts of it. There's just been so much stuff going on already.
I don't know. When I started reading it, I was like, okay, great, you found the transcripts and everything, but by and large, they ruled that the NFL wasn't colluding by whatever the definition of it was.
Pablo Torre was the one who got a hold of the document, 60-page document that has all these texts in it and things. So he did a podcast about it, did it with Florio, who's a lawyer himself. So you know what road that podcast went down for sure, knowing Florio was involved. The Rockets, I would say, Seth, the three teams right now that we talk about the most on this station, on our show, Astros, Texans, Rockets, all with really good cultures right now. I think that is something that they all have it nailed down inside the building in terms of who's making the decisions on the roster, who's coaching the team. I think all three sets of ownership right now are all doing great things with these teams. Like it is very, like, this is a good time right now. The Rockets may have gotten the indication yesterday. If we were to say which is the best of three really good cultures, Fred VanVleet signing a 2-year, $50 million deal to come back here after making $43 million each of the last 2 years, working collaboratively with the team declining his $44 million option, and then Fred VanVleet being okay with coming back on a. And granted, these are tens of millions of dollars, so nobody's crying that Fred VanVleet's house isn't going to have the lights on or anything.
Yeah.
But it is a status symbol that there would be a lot of players that wouldn't have done this in the NBA, put it that way. Comes back here on a 2-year, $50 million deal. Steven Adams comes back here on a deal that I think might have been less than what he might have been able to get on the open market, possibly based on how he played in the playoffs. I just feel like, man, like they're like all these boxes being checked with the Rockets, from ownership all the way down to the bench on the basketball team. This culture is great right now with the Rockets.
I think the maybe less than he might have if he had gone somewhere else.
That'll be the big one. Yep.
Really what it always comes down to is, all right, do I trust that if I take a pay cut that the team knows what to do with it? And I think that's, if you look at football, Tom Brady forever was playing at below market value, but with an understanding that, hey, I trust that by and large this organization is going to manage the cap well, and they're going to make it possible to win championships. I think Pat Mahomes is in a similar boat. You know, we watch year after year as Pat Mahomes continues to slide down on the ranking of highest paid quarterbacks, and there hasn't really clamored for it. He's just kind of mentioned it here and there because he trusts that he's in a good situation where they're going to know what to do with the money and manage it all well. So if you got a guy coming into a new situation, I'm not saying that I expect him to take less money than he can get or otherwise, but if there is an environment, it seems that Kevin Durant is whole bore into Ime Udoka, certainly the young core of players, and then probably Rafael Stone too. Yeah. So there's a better chance for it with the way everything played out.
I have to imagine this has been discussed. It doesn't mean that Durant made the decision that is best for the team, not best for him, but it has to. The team has to know right now. I have a very good idea what Kevin Durant's contractual situation is going to look like beyond this season. There's no way it hasn't come up in conversations, whether it's with Durant's representation or with Durant himself, back channels, Durant talking to Udoka or Stone, whatever. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that the talk contract extension is in the future.
This is where I'm going to have to make a point that I know you just absolutely hate it when I make this point, Sean. Is that you do have to give Aaron Rodgers credit, because Aaron Rodgers was with the Jets on a new team in an organization that nobody on earth should trust to do anything well. Yeah. And he just flat out said, yeah, take back, how much was it? It was like 10 or 15 million.
It was 15 million. He was set to make 50, and he took a pay cut to 35.
Yeah, just didn't get anything sweetened on the back end of the deal or anything. Yeah. Just flat out just said, yeah, cool, I'm good for it.
He did. No, he's got a balance sheet. That's on the good side. Yeah. And then do you want me to list the rest on the back?
No. It's always impressive to me when somebody takes a genuine pay cut.
Okay.
Because I get so tired of hearing, oh, Titus Howard restructured his deal. And people say, oh, my gosh, that's so generous. I've been like, no.
It's the opposite.
By and large in football, when a guy redoes his deal, he's getting guaranteed money replacing salary or whatever. It's not like he's doing a bad thing. It's just it's nice for the player too.
I don't know if CJ Stroud does it. I'm glad you brought up Brady and Mahomes in this conversation. Van Vliet's doing it with the Rockets, but if we're going to localize this thing here and talk about the football part of it, if you were CJ Stroud, we don't know if CJ will do that or not. Maybe CJ, Dak is making 60, he's the highest paid. Maybe when CJ signs his extension in a year, it's 60.1 or whatever it is, right? But if you were CJ and you were inclined to do that with whatever team you're on, I'm open to that. Are the Texans a team that you would trust right now to the things around you like Brett Veach and Andy Reid have in Kansas City?
That's right. It's a great question. I think this year a lot of it's going to come down to, is CJ protected?
Yeah.
And if I'm CJ's agent and I'm telling him with no attachment, no emotional attachment to the Texans whatsoever, if CJ ends up the second highest sacked quarterback in the league again this year like he was last year, you got to start to have a realistic conversation about, man, I don't know. They just like, you don't. How long do you want to sign up for this? Do we need to take this into consideration?
That's a really good point. There's a tax that you might have to pay because there's three options. CJ takes four. Like if CJ has a bad year or whatever, and then we're not having contract talks, put that aside. Assuming the contract is in play, it's either CJ takes a little less, CJ gets market, or CJ himself decides, I don't feel like getting hit anymore. I'm going to play out this year and next year and continue to put pressure on you. I don't see that being the end. I see it more likely they have a great year protecting him, and maybe he goes the Brady, Mahomes route. Maybe. I wouldn't be mad at him if he didn't. Or he gets his head handed to him again, and he goes in and says, it's going to cost you. You know, it's going to cost you.
It's now, Mulligetta could also say to CJ, hey, maybe you don't feel ideal, but we did this with Deshaun Watson, and we got him out of there just 1.5 short years later.
I don't want to do that.
All you have to do is force a trade, and CJ will say, like, oh, how do I go about doing that? And that's when Mulligetta says, why don't you pull up a chair, CJ? How unpopular are you willing to be? Yes.
Well, first let me tell you three little words. No trade clause. All right, let's start there.
Yeah.
That's which has now become more the standard, I think, than like Brock Purdy got a no trade clause in his deal. I think I think it's become more of just like a box you're checking on these contracts for big time quarterbacks. But yeah, man, Rockets got it nailed down right now. But you're right, the Durant extension will be the big one. That'll be the ultimate referendum on the culture and the trust over in the building over there. Will be like if Durant signs for $43 million a year or something. I can't believe these numbers I'm throwing around. Stephen A. Smith got mad yesterday. We didn't get to this, but we may get to it. I think I left it in for Take-A-Mania tomorrow, so I didn't send it to you yet, Colin. Stephen A. Smith getting mad that the Mavericks only gave Kyrie Irving $40 million a year, and that they didn't give him 43 or 4. By the way, off of torn ACL. They didn't give him 43 or 44. He went 2 minutes about how disrespectful it was that Kyrie Irving didn't get 43 or 44 million instead of just 40. I'm like, is this a 2-minute long take that somebody who, by the way, himself is making $20 million a year is getting mad that Kyrie got 40 instead of 43? Like, what the hell?
It feels like Stephen A. has been on a campaign to be sure he really stokes his sources' feelings lately.
The guy is drunk.
He loves stories that allow him to tell everybody how much he makes also. Like, I know a little something, too, about negotiating these contracts. You know, like, all right, I heard you made a lot of money, Stephen A. Smith. So, yeah, he winds up on Take-A-Mania a lot. I know that. John Lopez, they're both here in the house. What's going on, fellas? How we feeling?
Not a whole lot, although we were working in the other room.
Yeah.
And I saw a pill laying by the keyboard of the laptop.
I saw you took it then, right?
Did you see that
Can
too?
you give it back?
I didn't want to move it anywhere. Like maybe this is a pill that saves someone's life.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's Tyler Milner's.
Oh, okay.
But if it's a green pill, what pills are green? Would you take it if I gave it to you?
Do an image search on it.
Oh,
especially
yeah.
if it's got numbers ingrained in it or whatever.
That
I
could
did
be
that
important.
at my dad's place once.
Yeah.
I thought it could have been an Advil, but Advils are usually bigger than that.
No, it's good
Advils
green.
are like a sky blue, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Oh, they're sky blue.
At least the Advil that I know. I don't know. Yeah.
So anyway, there's
they
that.
were.
Somebody could be missing.
Benadryl's pink. This is a fun little game.
Sounds like
to
it's a greenie to me. Yeah.
It's a greenie.
greenie, yeah.
Old school
It's a
baseball pitching.
barbiturate.
Yeah.
What's your favorite color of medication? To make you
713-572.
Blue for sure.
What's the green pill mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Should we be worried?
Exactly. John, can I tell you this fishing shirt that I'm wearing today
It's great.
is delightfully comfortable.
He doesn't need this.
Dude, no.
You don't have to encourage him.
I just want to tell him.
I cannot tell you how many people put on a fishing shirt like for the first time or very rarely.
It's
and
very
say,
thin
this is
and
really
loose
comfortable.
and
I was
airy.
like, no kidding.
Yeah.
It is.
Aren't you also describing like the effect the first time you use like certain narcotics, right? Like I feel like that
It is a
doesn't
drug.
inherently mean that it's
That's what this is.
It is a drug.
My favorite narcotic.
You're
blue
not.
shirt.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Fishing
I like
shirts.
well, hiking gear's the same way. You know, I always I've got a dream of being slim enough to look like one of these hippie, all about nature, wearing $578 worth of Patagonia gear. Yeah. I'm all about nature, man, and Mother Earth, and $1,000 worth of high-tech fabrics. Yeah.
$578 will get you flip-flops at Patagonia.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, no kidding.
Seth, have you ever had like a long hair in order to put it into like a bun in that way? I'm trying to envision like the full package for you.
I'll send you a package. I'll send you a picture. I had long hair going into my senior year at college, and it was glorious.
Very nice.
Was it out the back of the helmet long?
Yeah,
Really?
for the first con. Then I had a bad game and I shaved my head because I was disgusted with myself.
I love that.
I had to go Spartan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seth Payne with long hair out the back of the helmet.
I know.
I can't even get there. I don't even. Yeah, that's
I
wild.
can't do it in the summer, man. It's just too hot.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Did you add the Fitzmagic beard as well, like I did? Like I'm trying to see the full kind of
full Grizzly Adams.
Yeah.
No, I can't. Same thing with a beard. I can't. I get to the first hot day, I cave.
Dude,
I've never once lasted a really, really hot day in the South without shaving my beard or cutting my hair.
Something weird. I can't. You know, in hot weather, I can't wear watches. Huh? Like I guess your wrist is like a big touch point for your body.
You know, I don't wear any jewelry.
Yeah,
ever, for the
like
same
watches
reason.
are uncomfortable for me. Yeah, so that's strange.
As I have a watch, jewelry, and a beard.
Yeah,
I couldn't
do
not
that.
for me. No shade. I respect it. I feel like a little bit of a wuss that I can't wear a watch. So Reggie, no, you're a real man.
Yeah, these are the things that I point to that make me a man.
Say I'm a real man. Yeah, like what makes you tough? Jewelry.
Yeah.
So what's the question of the day, boys?
Well, so our program director, Parker, he was talking about the weirdest way he celebrated something.
Yeah.
Whether it's a sports game or a life event.
Right.
He said Auburn won. He's a big Auburn fan. Auburn won a big game, but he was watching it at home.
Yeah.
So he toilet papered a tree in his front yard.
Oh, like they do Toomer's Corner.
Toomer's Corner, yeah. So he went out to his front yard. And my thought was, at some point, don't you realize, well, now I got to clean that up.
Well, yes, you do. And it's probably too late at that point, and then you begin cleaning it up.
That's one of those neighbors are looking out the window kind of things. Like what is
he
What
doing?
is going on over there? Yeah.
They're sipping on their coffee like, that guy.
There goes Parker again, weirdo.
He's trying to frame the kids in the neighborhood again.
Yeah.
It's probably an Auburn thing.
So
It's definitely an Auburn thing. It's a tradition there. Yeah, it's
So
definitely
what's
an
the
Auburn
weirdest way you've celebrated something?
I would say the weirdest way, I was at the Notre Dame-Michigan game in 1989. You probably remember this. It was the one where Rocket Ishmael, in the rain, ran back 2 kick returns.
Yes, I was there.
Ran back.
Yeah.
No, you're thinking of Desmond Howard with the Heisman.
Oh, I was Desmond Howard.
Rocket
Yeah.
Ishmael, opening game of the year, runs back 2 kickoffs for touchdowns in that game. Should have won the Heisman. But it was pouring rain all day long that day. And, of course, you do when it's pouring rain and there's a lot of grass and mud around, what do? How do you celebrate? Roll around in the mud. And then you get in a van with 7 other dudes in a keg and drive back to South Bend with mud caked all over you.
That's a good one.
There's a lot of alcohol, man. I don't know what it is with people and things like that. Like, what is the fascination with
you did it.
rolling around in mud? I know. I wasn't sober. Like, I woke up and said, why did I do this? So, yeah. Do you have one, Seth?
So it's celebrating a sports event?
Or any life event. Just the weirdest way you celebrated something.
We used to do the fun. It was fun. It lasted about 3 years once. We were doing it Christmas. We were very much adults. And my stepfather had been given a bottle of really good whiskey by his boss. And he doesn't drink at all, so my brother and sister and I started doing shots of whiskey, and then somehow it culminated in us trying to get our bench max rep out in my garage weight room. So my brother, my sister, and I loading up as much weight as possible to bench press, and we were going to keep records. We did it for 2 or 3 years. We were going to keep records to see if we could maintain the same weight and numbers of shots. Oh, it was Booker's, which is really. Booker's is a high-proof whiskey, and that was that faded. I think then we started having children, and that's when we thought, okay, maybe being drunk on Christmas and getting underneath heavy weight isn't the best way to be a good parent.
So the rumors that Seinfeld stole the whole feats of strength thing for Festivus from Seth's family, 100% true. And that's feats of strength right there. Oh man, that's funny. All right, 10:40 today, we find out. Celebrations, weird Parker throwing toilet paper
in his own
trees. Probably sober, I would guess. I don't know. Maybe like sitting at your own house. Do you get drunk watching the game at your own house?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. All right, boys.
Did the Payne family also originate the airing of grievances?
Oh, no.
We do that every day.
Repress and deny. That's our strategy.
I like that. That's how you lift the weight.
Yeah.
You store it up and then that pushes it up.
Decades-long silent treatments. That's how we handle our disagreements.
Passive-aggressive jabs. That's how we do things. Not an out-and-out, airing of grievances. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Yeah, Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you for a Friday.
Antibodies and go wallow in the mud, you sow.
Yeah. Hey.
He just called you a sow.
I did. Sow's female, right?
That's true.
He called me a wuss and a pig. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity of chatting with the fellas of Payne and Pendergast every morning. You never know what you're going to get in that particular crosstalk.
Would you mind if I told the audience one more time?
Not at all.
That I thank them for Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing?
Look, we are very appreciative of it. We enjoy it. I don't know if it comes across on the radio. That's one of my favorite parts of the day.
Yeah.
Getting an opportunity to have that particular handoff. But then now, another favorite part of the day. Lopez, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, but I did search green medications. I did search green medications.
On the company computer, huh?
Yeah, there's a green pill next to the I'm going to have to go do an image search. Next to the keyboard in that production room over there, oxycodone is green.
See, look at him snitching and everything. How long before there's an HR email involved here?
Or the narc's going to come up here.
Yeah, man.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Mr. Karn?
I'll do an image search in the
Or Mr.
break.
Cran, rather?
Yeah.
Going back to the mixtape yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, let's get going on a Thursday. You can always get involved in the program on the text line, 713-572-4610, where somebody did mention that I guess maybe this is a part of my manliness as well, is that I keep my apartment on what they say is 98 degrees, which is actually 75 degrees.
Okay. Nah, I think it was 77.
No, it was 75. Y'all changed the numbers.
You said 77.
Changing all the numbers.
In honor of Luka.
Yeah.
77.
In honor of Luka, crazy. But also you can get involved on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's talk about these Astros, baby. A couple shutouts consecutively for your Astros, including an all-lefty affair from the pitchers, and then another instance of getting what you need hitting-wise. Early on, it's the tandem of Pena and Paredes getting you on the board, and then Victor Caratini with a nice bomb to send the message that this series is officially in favor of the Astros, and they're going for a sweep today with some day baseball. But, I mean, with all that being the case, how you feeling right now, Lopez, with the way that this Astros team is?
I'll tell you how I'm feeling. Confidence level is increasing with this squad. And it's always been confident the last few weeks. Obviously, they've won 16 out of 20 at home. Are you kidding me? 16 out of 20, 7 in a row, 14 games over 500. How can you not be confident with a squad like that? No matter the injuries, no matter anything. But here's where, I felt like the confidence level got a little higher this morning, last night as we're wrapping up watching the game. 2 consecutive shutouts against the Phillies. That's not a fluke.
Not a bad team either. And
they have the second best record in the National League coming into the series.
Yeah, they are tied with the Astros now for the third best record in all of baseball.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like the Phillies, I went and looked at it because I was just kind of curious. They have an above average runs per game. Like, this is not a bad offense. I won't say this is a great offense. I think this is why this homestand is going to be an interesting test that you're already kind of passing to some degree when it comes to pitching. But the Cubs that you're facing off after, they are top third of the league offensively, at least when it comes to scoring runs. So you'll have that as an additional test. But as of right now, you're acing this, man. Like you're maybe literally you are acing this because you got Hunter Brown going today for you. But this has been. I am amazed. I am in awe, in fact, of what the Astros have been able to do, because all we have done, and I acknowledge that we've been doing this, is pointing out all the reasons why, I don't know. This is getting tough. Yeah. And they just keep answering the question.
Yeah. And it's one thing, the shutout, and by the way, it was very, very close to being another 1-0 win, if it wasn't for Caratini there at the end. Framber you kind of get because Framber's been so hot. Then you get another shutout with Colton Gordon throwing 5 innings.
Yeah, and you can't just talk about Colton Gordon in this one.
Yeah,
Okert, he was great. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. 4 strikeouts in his 5 innings of work. But then, you mentioned Okert, Sousa. King got to get a lot of love here, man.
Bases loaded.
Bases loaded, getting out of it. There was another instance where you had, ducks on the pond in a way where you're able to strand them as well. And then, of course, haters just
21 out of 21.
I mean, perfect.
Yeah.
In save opportunities, like everybody is rising to the occasion with this team. I mean, I don't know what to do anymore at this point with this team. Like, it's just I'm going to blindly believe it when it comes to on the field production for this Astros team. You were asked the question like a week ago. Are they the boogeyman? And I don't know that I had a commitment to it. I think at this point, they're absolutely that. And it's evidenced in many different ways. It's not just getting the victories. It's not just the ways that they're able to win. But you look at the standings, and it's clear. It's abundantly clear that this is a terrifying team to face off.
Well, let me ask you this now. You and Figgy both, and, of course, our listeners, 713-572-4610, and weigh in on YouTube and Twitch, of course, as well. I was very much asking the question when they had that 4-game series against the Mariners, won that very big 4th game, took them 3-1. I was very much asking the question, are they putting the AL West, on notice, that they're still here, that they still have boogeyman tendencies? Since that moment, let me ask you this. Are they putting the rest of the league on notice? Forget the division. Are they putting the rest of the league on notice, Figgy, that they are still here, they're still the boogeyman, they still have those tendencies?
Yeah, I think so, because just off of the name on the front of their jersey, man, they just think about the Astros. You still got Altuve. It's like, and, I call them the boogeyman, but right here, I'm going to say they kind of like, and this is no disrespect, but kind of like cockroaches.
No, they've been called that.
Yeah,
they've been called that.
You can't get, like, you think they dead, but they're not, man. You can't get rid of them.
In this city, that's not a detriment. That's not a negative per se, because I hear cockroaches and I immediately think back to when Charles Barkley. I mean, obviously, it was a level of respect, but almost a level of disgust as well with the Houston Rockets of the 90s, where it's just like they refuse to go away. And how much more this Astros team that obviously has their 2 World Series, but then it has a decade of just getting on everybody's nerves, right? Like, in a way that is respectable, in a way that, like, it has to be respected. Like, begrudgingly, the rest of the league has to give the Astros respect. In fact, maybe the better way of doing this, bump respect, because I know someone was saying that, not getting national recognition. Do I want national recognition, or is inducing fear in the hearts and minds of the rest of the league more important? For me, I think that might be it for me.
Well, that's why I asked the question, because I do think you start looking around, and this is the time. I mean, we're bearing down on July, man, where the teams themselves start looking at standings a little more. They start looking at who's a 10, 14 in the case of the Astros games above 500. They do that a little more. Oh man, they're the Astros.
Yeah, I think you got to ask a fan of another team what they think about the Astros. They probably like, oh man, the Astros, they rolling again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing about this whole run that's really mind blowing is we talked about Sousa and King and Okert and Gordon. The pitching, the ability to find pitching in the most innocuous, unsuspecting places is truly, it's become the overriding story of this entire 10, 11-year run. It really has. I mean, you go back and look at the pitching staff and the relievers in 2017, then 19, then 21, then 22, and now there's a whole different cast of characters, and they keep doing it. They keep finding the pitching. It's pretty incredible how they're doing this right now with the pitching.
No, I mean, everybody deserves a level of kudos with this. And, yeah, I mean, I'm amazed by what's happened here. Shout out also to, what's happening. We're here with Victor Caratini behind the plate, like getting him an opportunity to play in here and bat fourth. Although we didn't mention it yesterday. You saw that Jake Myers did a little bit of creeping up in the lineup, and I failed to mention, and I apologize. Do you make anything of that? Did that feel like just one of those instances where you looked around and because of the particulars of the day, you got Jake Myers there? Does that feel to you like a spot is saying something about what Jake Myers has done this year?
I think they're very, very much trying to figure out Christian Walker and what to do with him. They've signed a couple of first basemen. Now they're not going to replace him because of the salary, et cetera. Didn't Singleton hit a home run
Yes,
last night?
Yes, he did. He hit a home run for Sugarland just last night. As soon as you mentioned Christian Walker, I was like, well, and now the thing with Big John is, are you going to get it consistently?
Right.
Is it going to show up in that way? That's something that remains to be seen. But if he comes in swinging with how long is the leash? I guess is the question that I have on Christian
I think it's pretty
Walker.
long. I think it's pretty long, but they're kind of wringing their hands, figuratively speaking, over Christian Walker. That speaks to the first baseman they brought in. It speaks to him kind of moving around in the lineup. Jake Myers, moving up in the lineup. I think that speaks to that as well. They're really trying to figure it out, trying to get him going, and certainly, maybe make something of a bigger move as they get closer to the end of the season.
Game 81 tonight, or today rather. It's a day game. In fact, my confession is going to be baseball related, as I teased for 2 hours.
All right, I'll be here.
I will be here. But yeah, man, we have a lineup as well with Pena leading off, obviously. Isaac Paredes second, Altuve DHing in the 3-hole. None of that is abnormal. Jake Myers back hitting fourth again.
There you go.
In center field. So again, a level of acknowledgement for what he's been able to do. Breakout seasons, so all around. We've talked about this up and down, but I do want to acknowledge again, Pena's to the point where he's broken out, where he's going to get out here, and you listen to Mauricio Dubon, he's going to command $300 million in that next contract. But that speaks to how well he's played. Jake Myers, in the same way, has found the level that we've looked at for him. Cam Smith hitting fifth in right field.
There you go. That's exactly what I was talking
about.
Yep.
Yainer hitting seventh. Cooper Hummel in left again, hitting eighth, and Mauricio Dubon at second, rounding out what you're doing there at 9. So, and of course, you do have, as I mentioned, the ace of this staff, the man with the best ERA in all of baseball, Hunter Brown, on the mound, which means, look, maybe I'm a jinx. You can say that. We'll test it out here. I think that this is a guarantee that you get a victory against the Phillies today.
Oh, they'll get a victory. I know it's the Phillies, and we were just talking about how good they were coming in. But you throw back-to-back shutouts, man, imagine if they get another one today. That'd be something. We'll be off the charts tomorrow. But
what you doing if they get 3 shutouts in a row?
What am I doing if they get through? I'll be clapping my hands. I don't know.
Philly got to be sick if that happened, man.
Yes.
They can't get through the Astros.
But Christian Walker's batting .214, man.
Yes. No. It's
.214.
Look,
and by the way,
at what point do we because we've made the illusions, but we haven't actually treated it seriously. At what point do you have to start talking about him being another Abreu?
Well, it is coming. I don't know exactly at what point, but it is coming. And like I said, the Astros, Joe Espada especially, they're trying to figure it out. They have so many things working well right now. Pitching, as we've talked about. Jeremy Pena is batting .325.
That is correct. That is right.
.325.
Correct.
Wow, with an .875 OPS.
Hey, that's how much that contract gonna be.
$375 million. Over how many years is the question?
Yeah, his batting average is his contract. .325. Yeah, okay, we'll do it. So yeah, they're trying to figure it out, and I think you're going to see some more guys that are maybe taking some reps, at first base. Maybe Caratini, he's been hot.
Would you be comfortable going back? Because you did that last year when you just didn't have a choice. You just needed to find some production at first base where you had Caratini and Yainer Diaz, in addition to catching, which is already one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult positions in all of baseball. Then also having to go and do this thing that is not inherent to them, which is play first base. Is that something that you feel like is on the table at some point? It's not now, because, I probably still lean on the idea that, Christian Walker is still 4th on your team in home runs. He's still 3rd on your team in RSBI. I know that's your favorite way of putting that particular stat. But, he's still producing those ways. It's just frustrating to see the actual, WAR and seeing what the actual batting average is and those types of things.
Yeah.
But if it does become problematic, does that feel like a potential answer for you going back to that space of Caratini Diaz basically flip-flopping between behind the plate and first base?
Now, I think in smaller doses, it's not going to be like, he's benched, for 5 games in a row. But I think here and there, maybe even with the pitching lineup, that they're facing, et cetera, I think they're going to do smaller doses of that, and I don't mind it. I think Caratini can do it, and he's done the job already.
Yeah. Okay. So these are things that we have to look out for. The midway point of the season happens today as the Astros facing off against the Phillies, and we'll give you updates. We'll keep you updated as we are Houston's sports leader right here, Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop. Just getting going on a Thursday. Appreciate you getting involved. The 713 making a good point. The big difference between Abreu and Christian Walker will always be the defense. Christian Walker versus Abreu, which, yeah, that was not what you necessarily – he was supposed to be a bat specifically. So we'll talk more about that as we continue. But coming up next, NBA draft yesterday. And when you have a big event in sports and the OG John Lopez is watching, it gives you an opportunity to get some passing thoughts. So why don't we do that next?
Payne and Pendergast.
The Texans play here.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scorigami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Top Drop Thursday here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. What does that mean, Reggie? I have no idea. I just felt like saying it. That's how it works. That is a reference that I think a good amount of our listenership will know because they listen to the show and we appreciate you rocking with us consistently. However, if you don't, it's just like, what is that supposed to mean? That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Of course, Figgy Fig hanging out with us as he always does right here on the program. NBA draft last night, at least the first round, because they did the weird thing of trying to separate them out. That's neither here nor there. The Rockets did not have a selection. They didn't trade back in, but the OG, John Lopez, still watched all of it and stuff.
I do.
Experience. Wisdom.
Let me stop the intro,
start.
man. Yep. We got Larry Tunsil on here, man.
Speaking of my rewatch of Week 2 of the Chicago Bears.
False start. Offense.
Coming up at noon, because Laramie Tunsil did have some false starts in Week 2 against the Bears. That will happen at noon. But right now, passing thoughts.
Experience. Wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I still want to know what you did in the club.
I hadn't forgotten about it. We ain't done passing thoughts in so long that I was like, wait, that happened?
Yeah, I did. I did that. All right, how about some passing thoughts on the draft? Because let's be honest, if you're a Houston Rockets fan, you're like, hey, doesn't concern me, right?
Well, maybe.
Yeah,
There's some teams that ostensibly got better last night.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely there are. But let me give you some of these passing thoughts are not necessarily like nuts and bolts player evaluation. In fact, most of them are not.
Oh, so you're not going to tell me who has a nice jump shot and who fits in particularly well with the... no? Okay.
Well, we could. But
this team made a nice pick here.
Yeah, that number 14 pick. Listen, the first one does concern the Rockets. The Rockets having to announce a draft pick is maybe, I don't even think maybe, is the dumbest thing in sports. Dumber.
Oh, the idea that baseball managers still have to wear jerseys?
That's not dumber than the Rockets.
I'd rather them wear jerseys.
Yes.
Because at least they on the team.
They've made the trade. The trade is official, other than after the reason they do it, I think, and you would probably know before I would, but is the league year officially starts in July.
The trade isn't official either. The trade is official on July 6th, so technically
after the league year, yeah. But the trade has been done. Everybody has acknowledged the trade.
Yes.
Everybody knows the compensation.
No one's going to renege on the deal.
And with the blah, blah, blah pick, the Houston Rockets select Mulak, or whatever his name was.
Maluak.
Maluak. That's the dumbest thing in sports.
It's up there.
Yeah.
It's up.
Yeah.
I think one thing you know about me is I'm bad about absolutes. I kind of stand away. But it is one of the dumbest things in sports, especially because it gets everybody tripped up. You guys were watching the broadcast. Y'all saw Kendrick Perkins fighting for his life, trying to remember who this player was going to.
Nah, it's bad. And if they're trying to get other people to tune in to the NFL or the NBA draft, that's not really familiar with the NBA draft,
that's exactly what they're trying to do.
That's going to throw everybody off.
And they are trying to get more people. Oh wow, the Rockets got that kid from Duke. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Another passing thought here. ESPN is rough. It's a rough watch sometimes on events like this. There were some very rough moments, including this one.
Welcome back to Sports Center. You're looking at Cooper Flag, and in just over an hour from now, that is not Cooper Flag at all, actually. That is quite famously Ace Bailey. There's Cooper Flag.
No.
I was going to say a lot of... No, that's not him either.
That's not him
That's not Cooper Flag.
Now, to be fair,
someone in the control room
that was a production.
Losing their mind. That happens a lot on TV, just generally.
Yeah. But twice in a row. Oh, go to the other Cooper Cup.
Somebody was in there losing their mind, like, oh shoot, oh man.
To be fair, it's hard to distinguish some of these players, right?
What's funny was it Ace Bailey that they were showing? Because I thought it was Dylan Harper.
They showed two black people.
Okay.
They showed two black players.
Oh, that's right. Cooper
I'm like,
Flagg
that
is
ain't
white.
Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. Dude, how hard is it to find Cooper Flagg in that group?
Well, the problem is someone queued up the video wrong, right? Because the script is what is being read in that instance by L. Duncan.
Yeah.
But it's not her fault. It's not her fault. Nah. She probably they probably said we going to Cooper Flagg right here, and she don't know. That's the production part right there.
She just sees the legs.
She reading her script.
Yeah.
The tough part about it as well is like you in that moment. And especially when it comes to like TV, you are the person who everybody sees, even though I think we know that there's a whole machine behind this with a lot of people making this run. But you're the person that we think we messed up. And I'm not as good of a person. One of the many reasons why I couldn't do TV. I'm not as good of a person as L. Duncan because I've been like, hey, y'all messing up back there. Because y'all not going to be thinking that I'm the one who got this wrong.
But that's why, it wasn't her fault. You're right, Figgy. But she was probably the angriest because she's up there looking like a fool,
Yeah.
All right, another passing thought here. Trey Johnson's shorts, pants, knickers, whatever they were.
What's wrong with pants? What's wrong with shorts?
You saw them, right? You saw them?
Maybe.
Dude. Is this a Gen Z thing?
What kind of shorts? What kind of shorts?
They were pants-ish, shorts-ish. Did y'all see these?
Oh,
yeah, he's supposed to be wearing a suit.
So it is a suit. Like the jacket is double-breasted too. It's cinched really nicely. And this is the funny thing. We've seen dudes wear like the short pants portion of a suit. Like suit shorts, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
These are just hemmed in a particular way because usually the short pants look like, they look like well-tailored shorts.
These were right under his knee.
Yeah, he looked like TJ Ford. You remember when TJ Ford was in the league hooping in the big pants, except their dress pants, dress shorts?
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Yeah. It's fun. I think Jay Billis said it perfectly. He was like, he seen him walk up on the stage and he was like, yeah, he looked like a bank teller at top. But at the bottom, he looked like a drummer for AC/DC.
Someone said pants, shorts, shants?
Shants? That's good enough for me. Another passing thought that was really interesting to me. This one truly was. Shams Charania now works for ESPN.
That is correct.
You also know that if you really wanted to know who the picks were 10 minutes in advance, you could always go to his feed and know them.
Was he doing that this year?
No.
Yeah, man. No. That's because he works at ESPN before he worked at Yahoo, and Yahoo was like, look, we don't care about ESPN's broadcast, bump them. Now, this is the thing. This is where how you know Shams more of a company man than Woj was. Woj was like, bump that. I'm sending the pick out.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, I can't say who specifically they're going to pick? All right, I got you. The Utah Jazz are circling in on this player. Let's see who they draft. No, you done told us who they draft.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily make me look at Shams any different because he's just doing, he's what his boss wants him to do. But boy, he got the memo. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I was a little disappointed. I felt like the broadcast should have had a little more Shams to it.
He didn't even speak until the fourth pick.
Yeah.
Did you notice that? That's another little mini passing thought. Here's another.
Why that is?
I don't know.
More space for Stephen A. and Park,
it wasn't a lot of Shams. It wasn't a lot of Windhorse. He was on something else, but as far as the main broadcast, I kind of wish they was on there a little more.
Yeah.
How'd you like Andrea Carter? I love her as a broadcaster generally. But I'm always careful with the women that get put in that space, not because they're women, but because they're often doing WNBA, they're doing college basketball, women's college basketball, and they're doing NBA. And I'm like, when you spread yourself thin, no matter how many, I'm always like, I hope that you don't end up in a space where now you're too overextended. But I thought she did well from what I saw.
Another passing thought here. I kind of, as much as I hate Danny Ainge and always have since he was a player, he just made me laugh yesterday. Ace Bailey didn't go to the interview with Utah, said he didn't want to play for Utah. Danny Ainge says, watch this. Danny Ainge says, what? And then drafts Ace Bailey after a little bit of a fall there.
Yeah. Look,
I just knew he was about to slide past Utah.
Nope. He said, watch this.
I'm like, damn.
Supposedly that was his goal was to try and slide to Washington, which, young man, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
I guess like, hey man, maybe it's close to home. Like you can be with the Washington Wizards and get up any shot that you want.
Yeah.
This man went through an entire kind of operation to not talk to nobody in hopes of sliding. And what did he get for it? Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Enjoy your time.
Exactly. Another passing thought here. We knew it was going to happen. It's as predictable as the sun coming up in the east. There was going to be at least one mom and one girlfriend go viral for very obvious reasons. We have a winner in each category. Chloe Kitts and Maria Harper.
Yeah, see, and these should not be in the same category. One thing I learned last night, because I learned this actually via text, with my homeboy being like, "Can I say something?" And I was like, "You better not," because it seems like Dylan can fight.
Yeah. Oh, he has to.
Yeah.
He better be able to fight because I know his friends were saying wild stuff.
Yeah.
Maria Harper, who is his mother, Dylan Harper's mom, very attractive woman. Also found out, also a coach,
a good one,
like a very good coach.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm sure his pops can fight.
Yeah, definitely.
They can all fight.
I saw
that brother played in the 80s and the 90s.
Right.
I'm sure he can fight.
Yes. You don't want none of those
Salute
problems.
the Ron.
And Chloe Kitts too. She was all over the internet. She had it going on.
Buddy, between the two.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
As respectful as I can be.
Yeah.
And if you have not seen Maria Harper, do your research. You will not be. Look, and maybe if you are upset, please come back and tell me because I got questions as to what's happening with you. Like me and you don't see life eye to eye, man.
Another couple of passing thoughts here on the NBA draft. The Knipple brothers are going to be a problem for.
There's more than one?
Decades. There is.
It's a clan.
Did you see the picture?
Hey, don't use that word now.
What's wrong with the word clan? Wu-Tang Clan?
Well, all their names start with the letter K.
Yeah, that was the point. That was the point. I don't think that's the way that they believe. It's a joke. Don't at me. But yeah, let's be.
So we can't use the K Clan?
No, I wouldn't use that. You have Khan, of course, Kager, Kinston, Cash, and Kidman. And all of them are basketball studs.
One of the most annoying things that people can do is like a naming convention like that.
Yes.
Or at least if you're going to end up with this thing, like give me names that make sense. Like ain't no Kyles in here?
Kidman.
I heard somebody say, I wonder what's their middle name.
Oh, Lord.
What's their middle initial?
Oh, boy, Lord. That's a good question now. I got to do some research.
Right. It might be Kyle.
Kidman, Kyle, Knipple.
Don't do that.
Initials only, please, on this form right here.
No.
Another. I got two more for you real quick here. Obviously, we all love the KD trade, the Durant trade. But were y'all like me when Kaman Muluak went you kind of went, huh. Just a little piece of me went, huh.
Wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
I mean, although to be fair, you do get Steven Adams signed back up. I know that we're not actually, but remember that was one of those guys that were like, huh. If you have the 10 pick, once the lottery came up, we were like, Muluak could be in that space, and you could add a center that
I did.
Continued. I was intrigued by it.
A mini confession. I kind of went, huh. That'd have been pretty cool. Last one here, Figgy. Did you hear who got drafted last night?
Who's that?
Did you hear who got drafted?
I did.
Yeah.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here.
Nice.
Colin Cowherd got picked. Colin Cowherd.
Congratulations. I didn't think he had that in him. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know. I mean, he's always good for a take. I think jokes aside, I think he's really good at running a solo radio show. That is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Who knew he had a jumper?
That's right.
Good luck in Portland.
It was Cedric Coward, not Colin Cowherd, that got drafted. But another reflection on ESPN there. That one was on the announcer.
Yeah, Malika, that one's an L, unfortunately for you there. And Oscar is what we're looking at for Knipple. Oscar there. All right. Those are some OG's passive thoughts with the first round of the NBA draft. I'm guessing you're going to do this again tonight for the second?
I am
no?
not.
Okay.
No, you got to tap in. Give us night two.
No, that's going to be Reggie.
Brooklyn took all 5 of those picks. First time.
That's right. What they took for?
They're all five.
All 5 of them.
All 5 of them.
Hey.
And really a questionable pick all 5 times. How about that? Like, I don't like that one, or that one, or that one, or that one, or that one.
So there's the Clippers gonna clip and all that. Apparently the Nets gonna net. Like I feel like this is now something that we could put in there. But anyways, we'll Va con Dios, more power to them.
I think that was their first round pick since Derek Favors too. Was it? It was some. I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah. They had that big trade with the Celtics that sent them their picks away and everything. But anyways, you're in the loop here on Sports
Kevin
Radio.
Garnett.
Yes. That
Paul Pierce.
That ate up their first round picks for a long time. All right, coming up next. Our question of the day, what's the weirdest way you've celebrated anything whatsoever? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's get your trees taken care of now with Ability Trees.
free online visit, hims.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day, Tom. You know what time it is. You've listened to In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. 1040 means we get into our question of the day. And today, that is the question of what is the weirdest way you've celebrated anything whatsoever? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Sports. I think sporting events often give you a good answer to this, especially if you're in the group of folks who are inclined to, maybe have a beverage, to possibly, enjoy yourself. You might, like our Sean said, that he dove in some mud and then trucked it back to campus in that same mud. I couldn't be me. But I think there are also other places where you can do that. This is inspired, mind you, by our boss, who is a big Auburn fan, which I don't hold that against him because, he's the one who has to deal with that. But, there was a point in time where they actually had a big win, except he wasn't on campus or around. He was just at his house. Yeah. And he wanted to get involved with the, kind of Auburn
the
tradition.
Corner.
Yes, exactly, of going out and toilet paper in the trees. He was like, well, I got a tree out front. And he just started toilet papering it. I want to know, what was the delta? What was the time difference between when that thought hit his brain for the first time?
I'm going to paper our tree.
When he started doing it. Because in theory, if you had to take time, at some point during, if it was 30 minutes, there's no way it was 30 minutes between idea and execution. Because 30 minutes is enough for a grown human being to be like, this is kind of dumb, isn't it? Yeah. This had to be, thought hit his head, within 3 minutes he was throwing toilet paper. That had to be how this worked, right?
Now, was he where he went to school? Was he there?
Yeah, he was there, I believe.
Okay.
He didn't go down or whatever, as I understand it. Didn't go down to Toomer's Corner, so he just went out to his front yard. And you say that, and my question was, what was the separation of time when he's papering this tree, and then he realized, I got to get all that paper out of the tree. I got to get all that, and that's hard.
You do it with a hose. To say, how you do that?
I've done it with a hose before.
Oh, I hadn't thought, because I never considered. I was like, are you just going to go pull this down? It's just going to rip.
Pulling down just rips. Yeah,
exactly.
So a lot of times I've used a hose in the past to do. Yeah. It's very difficult to do. So that was a very weird way to celebrate.
You said you did it before?
I've tried to take it out, whatever.
Oh, kids of toilet paper joke.
I was about to say they got you.
Couple times.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, they got my kids. Hell, when I was in high school.
Your kids weren't the one pulling it down, it sounds like, so they got you.
When I was in high school, we used to go paper. That's how old it is.
I never did that before.
Did you ever get your house? Yeah, I never did nothing like that.
We
used to use eggs.
We had one time we went and picked up, I had a truck, go figure, picked up about 15 for sale signs out of yards in the neighborhood and put them in one of our friends' front yards.
Just randomly.
15 for sale signs they woke up to. But either way, that's neither here nor there. The weirdest way you celebrated something. Two came to mind for me. I'm curious on yours. So the Aggies, and this is when I was a student at A&M, they had come back and won against Arkansas. I finally remember what game it was. Arkansas at home, and we had left a little early to go to Northgate. And then we saw that they had come back and beaten Arkansas. So we were it was me and my roommate. We were with a couple of girls, and there was a grocery store next. There was a Kroger, I believe, not far from Northgate. We got 2 grocery carts, stuck the girls in the grocery carts for what reason
As
I
one
have
does.
no idea, and started running across campus. And then we had this idea of ramming them into this concrete pond in the middle of campus, so they flipped into the water. They didn't really like that. They didn't really like that.
I think I would have agreed if I was in that circumstance.
We flipped them right out of the car. And then the other one, it was not it was one of my happiest moments in life, but I did look at my wife's face when it happened. So when my oldest son was born, and we finally got back to the room, and the nurses were coming in, and I was holding him, I raised him up like the Lion King.
Oh, no, that's easily.
I raised him up like the Lion King and hummed the song and everything. And they're looking, the nurse and my wife were looking, are you stupid? I was like, well, maybe.
Nah, they didn't pass the vibe check. They didn't, if I see a new father do that, I'm applauding. That's incredible work there. That's right.
I raised him with both hands.
Thank you, Rafiki. I love it. On the text line from the 346, drunk a beer in the shower. Don't even know what you were celebrating, but Understand. Appreciate it. From the 361, back in the day when someone was getting out of TDC, they would put their cheeks on the glass, the window at the front of the dorm toward the guards. And
leave him a little something.
Yeah, when I say cheeks, I think I'm not talking about the ones on your face.
Yeah.
Which that is probably the leader in the clubhouse when it comes to answers in this question. I think for me, I don't really have one that I think is extraordinary. You guys tell me. So there's two of them that came to mind. One of them's sports, one of them's non-sports. So when I was at Kansas State, Kansas State was pretty good at basketball. You remember Jacob Pullen, or maybe you won't. Who knows?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
He was terrorizing. Kansas State went to the NCAA tournament, and they had a Sweet 16 matchup against Xavier, a number 2 versus number 6 matchup.
Okay.
A huge victory against Xavier, and we all file out of the dorms, and we just walked down to a place in Manhattan called Aggieville. Now, we got there. We didn't really do anything. We just were all there outside. And, I mean, this is March in Kansas. It's not like it's crazy cold, but it ain't warm.
Yeah.
So we just walked out the dorm and walked to Aggieville. That was the end of the celebration for me personally. Like we walked down the street for a little bit in our exuberance.
Just happy.
The other one was when I got my license. I was living in the Austin area at the time. And so, moms took me to the DPS office, went and got my license. And one might celebrate something like that, going to dinner, going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
You know what my celebration was? My mom was like, all right, you drive now, as we ran errands in rush hour traffic.
Oh, good for her.
That was my whole celebration.
Good for her.
That's
it. Awesome.
That's
her celebration.
I guess so.
That's her celebration.
Yeah, she was like, you drive me around as we run errands in rush hour traffic, which was great. Like, for anybody that's like, if you have a kid that's like, I want to drive real bad, that's a great way to temper it. Because if you go from only training driving to you are now in start and stop traffic, it really changes the excitement level.
Should have made you take your kid your little brother to school the next day. You take him. You take him to school.
So I don't know if y'all ever did this when y'all was kids. When it's your birthday and they give you birthday licks.
Yes.
So like you're 10 years old. They punch you in the arm like 10 times or something like that. So we kind of took it a step further.
Oh no.
And so maybe anything, but if dudes on the block found out it was your birthday, they're beating your ass. Like, not even just
you're getting jumped.
Yes,
just for living another year.
They're like, oh, it's your birthday? Yeah, come here. It was so many times I ran for my life. They caught up with me. They would just pretty much jump me. They would just. That was kind of a thing. That was like a tradition.
Oh yeah,
you find weird, dog.
It's a weird tradition.
If it's your birthday, they are beating your ass.
Okay.
That was the worst, man.
I'm very glad I grew up here.
Yeah. It wasn't no cute little 1, 2. Nah, they coming in. Boop, 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 boop.
Like you owe them money.
Yes, they taking every punch to the body.
Yeah. All right, so
shots.
How does this conclude? Like, do they just leave you, or do they stand you up once they know?
No, they leave you. You got to get up and dust yourself off your damn self. No, they ain't helping you up.
That is the epitome of all my life I had to fight. On the YouTube page, a few folks said that, and I think it's Magic on there said that at the end of the night on their daughter's birthday, the wife and I celebrate ourselves with a glass of wine. That feels reasonable if you had to put together a child's birthday party. Someone said from the 832 they used to throw bean seeds in the yard too when they toilet papered. Oh, y'all are real jerks.
That's mean.
832, or rather the 281, they said whenever they win a big bet, them and their buddy said free drinks to the entire bar after you won. Oh, that's one of those things that sounds great.
Oh no, you're wasting all your money.
Yeah, I bet. I just text in 281 to give me some follow up here. What was the
beers on me?
Right,
wait a minute.
Did you make it out plus after the beer round of beers for everybody?
No, what you got to do is go right to the bartender. Cut me off at $200.
Yes.
That's it. Once we get to 200, that's it.
Said they were working at a furniture store, at Gallery Furniture. In fact, they said they used to shrink wrap whoever's birthday it was, and if you couldn't. And if they couldn't get to you because you were on the road, they shrink wrap your entire personal vehicle.
Oh wow.
Oh, y'all was some job. That's definitely one way to celebrate it, though.
Yeah.
In the 713, all camping one time out by the lake, and it was somebody's 18th birthday, and of course everybody was hammered person whose birthday got thrown into the lake naked, and next thing you know, all 30 others were skinny dipping. All right, skinny dipping ain't
Sounds like
that
a
bad.
party to me.
Now, the first part, if you get thrown in naked and you the only one, that's kind of weird.
That's a little embarrassing.
When everybody's skinny dipping, you kind of made it better, I think.
Yeah.
Keep sending those in. Excited to see what you guys the weird ways you guys celebrated. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, remember how Adrian Peterson got in that fight? We have more information on the other side of it. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about day after tomorrow, getting down to Driftwood Shores at Wolf.
Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Y'all guys still sending the weirdest ways that y'all have celebrated anything whatsoever. This one is kind of funny from the 281. They said they just take off running. When the Astros won the ALCS in 22, ran right out the front door down the street. When they won the World Series, took off through the sports bar.
Start running.
And out the door out the sports bar. So it's not like they just run around. They just took off running. And then they said even on their honeymoon in Cancun.
Yeah.
Just took off running. Okay. Like how far? Are you just running like a little bit or you just go ahead and run a mile right quick?
Run until you can't run anymore.
It's funny what I do whenever somebody win a championship or something like my team win a championship. I kind of be silent a little bit. I do the silent little
That's what I do.
Like, yeah.
You just stop and reflect.
I'm not a, yeah. I'm just like a, yes.
Yes, that's what I do.
All right, around the NFL, is this fair or foul, gentlemen? I'll talk about a wide receiver, formerly of the Pittsburgh Steelers with Dallas Cowboys, George Pickens. Doesn't really have anything to do with any of that. However, George Pickens, now that he has made that transition to Dallas, he did something that was kind of. I want to see if you guys agree with it. If you think that he has, if he's right to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Wednesday there was word that started to emerge when it came to a planned appearance at a youth football camp that was set for June 28th, just a couple of days from today on Saturday.
Okay.
The company that organized it emailed the families of the registered attendees to let them know and explain that Pickens was not going to be there, even though he had confirmed afterwards that he'd still participate following the trade. And now they find that Pat Freiermuth, the tight end for the Steelers, and possibly other Steelers will pick it up, but after a rescheduling to July 20th. So they're not going to be able to do it this Saturday. They'll move it to next month. Fair or foul that George Pickens opts out of doing this planned appearance after he's traded away from Pittsburgh?
It kind of depends on the person. I'll put it this way. I understand it. I really do. But I wouldn't do it. Once you commit, you should just follow through. You committed to doing it. But some people are like, that's just way too awkward.
It's the planned appearance in Pittsburgh.
Yes. It's in Pittsburgh with a youth camp kind of thing. Obviously now no longer in Pittsburgh. Now, how did you feel about it?
Honestly, I don't think it was foul that he didn't show up, but I definitely would have had way more respect for him if he did. Because we've seen, I think last time, I want to say Gary Kubiak got fired, and he still did his show.
Yes.
His coach's show.
He did the coach's show that night.
That's wild.
Yeah. Like stuff like that. I wouldn't
That's
be
respect, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at him if he didn't do his show, but for the simple fact you did your show and you don't even work here anymore, it's just like, damn, to me, that's a little bit of respect.
That's where I am.
Yeah, now the only thing in that story that makes it foul for me, because I'm with you guys, I think that it's understandable. However, it probably would have been nice for you to go above. The company that put this out there, now, of course, I don't know that I can substantiate it. I don't know. Maybe they are just trying to cast him in the light, make him the villain. I don't know. But they, in these emails that they were sending to the families, said that Deontay, after being traded, had confirmed that he would still show up even though he had been traded.
Yeah.
And then he decided against it later. That's the part that'd be foul. Is like, all right, we called to check up knowing that,
you said yes.
And you said you would still do it, and then you didn't.
Yeah.
But hey, I can understand if you just got traded and you're like, actually, now that I'm in this new place, I kind of dealing with stuff, moving, getting myself in. I don't know if I want to do that. That's the part that I would look at.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the tough part right there.
Well, 713, Dallas Cowboy making an appearance at Pittsburgh. He'll likely get booed. Yeah, that is also a fair point.
Yeah,
that is a fair point to mention. So we'll see. But somebody said AJ80 did the toy drive in Houston even after he left the Texans. Also fair. But Houston is also just a different place. Houston's a place that you want to be here. You want to show that you love it. Except if you're Deontay Johnson, that might be a place where you might feel a little bit different. Although he just feels like he might be. Deontay Johnson was on a podcast. I saw this floating around yesterday, and he got into the various reasons why it didn't work last year with the various different places that he landed with Baltimore and
Carolina.
Carolina.
He started at Carolina. Yeah.
3 whole teams last year.
Yeah.
So he did start in Carolina.
So from Pittsburgh to Carolina.
And then
to Baltimore.
And then he was in Baltimore. He detailed all those things, but we don't have to get into it. The one that matters to us here locally is that obviously he came in late in the season for the Texas team that needed wide receiver help. Why didn't it work out, Deontay?
I went to Houston. Things was going smooth. I thought I was going to be like the way they made it seem like I was going to be playing a lot. Like right, just we want you to learn this. So I'm learning. I learned the playbook so fast, and then come game time, I'm getting like they putting the younger guys in, but I understand it's the guys they drafted, so I gotta wait my turn. But it's like, dang, but y'all was telling me
that
I'm
you're
gonna
be
get
the
this
guy.
dude.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So I checked out mentally. I just went. It was bad timing. Checked out mentally. Talked to the head coach right after the game. Like I wasn't trying to wait. Had a drug test. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to talk to the head coach. And after that, they said I was a distraction, and they released me.
When he said, I checked out, that's all I needed to hear. That's all you needed to hear.
When he said they had the younger guys ahead of me, and then followed that up by saying, I know I got to wait for my time.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing then?
Yeah, he was like, I know I got to wait. It's like, do you? Because everything you did outside of that percent indicates that you do.
You're not waiting for your time then.
But he said I mentally checked out. I mean, that's all you need to know right there. Yeah.
And yes, 979. This is absolute because again, I'm only giving you this clip, but understand it comes within the context of he literally ran through every team and what happened there and why it was somebody else's fault from the 979. Deontay Johnson quote. It's not me, it's you. That really is the way that
he's really like the girlfriend that go through all 8 of her boyfriends and all of them was the problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
I was amazed, but it makes complete sense because we also had some level of expectation. I vividly remember like Deontay Johnson.
We had the conversations.
They need him. They need somebody of his caliber,
and they did need some receiver help.
Yeah,
but it also I understand that they would want to slow roll it and get him involved, slowly, and especially like you mentioned, the big phrase that he used there is mentally checked out. I'm like, dude, if that's all it takes for you to click out like that. You absolutely can't be here.
Yeah, you can't say it's their problem. I mean, they were the problem. It got to be a you thing.
He's like, they said I was a distraction. You just got here checking out.
Well, you know what?
Yes.
Maybe you are.
No, he was.
You on the 3rd team in 1 year.
And the other thing is when you mentally check out, everybody in your office, in your building, on your team knows it. You make it very obvious. It's hard to hide when you're like just out. Whatever your body language or your words or whatever. So they knew. And you know what? They said I was a distraction because you were a distraction.
Yeah, and because when he said he went to go talk to the head coach and then they cut him, I was like, realize we had in D'Amico Ryans because I don't think D'Amico Ryans does not strike me as the dude who says things just to say them or who lies openly.
Yeah.
And he got out here and was like, look, man, Deontay, it's a fresh start. What you bring here is how we're going to handle you. Yeah. You came in here with that BS.
Yeah.
They handled him accordingly. They're like, we're not playing that.
Yeah.
This is a team that is on their way to the playoffs. We can't afford to have somebody come in fresh from the outside and bring that BS. Don't track that in here. Wipe your feet before you come in.
The crazy thing is, like, I would understand if he was in Carolina and the team wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
He came from Baltimore to Houston.
Yeah.
Teams that were competing. And you can't take that.
And then the only other team that contacted him after that?
The team the Cleveland Browns, ain't it?
Cleveland.
Which that should tell you something.
Yeah. I think he also mentioned in that clip too how or that interview how he checked out of a game because it was 40 below 40 degrees.
Yeah, I think that's what got him in Baltimore was that he was like, yeah, man, it's cold. Hey,
I ain't going there.
Yeah.
He's cold.
He don't get it, man.
Well, he gonna be playing by that lake.
You assume that he's going to be playing. Like, this is a dude who, and it's crazy because it's so rare to find a dude, I think, that has, as much as people talk about guys being divas or whatever, I know he has the talent, but it's rare to find these guys in football, in my opinion, because football is such an authority sport, and it's drilled into the guys from when they're young.
Team, do what's best for the squad, play your role.
And that's why I'm so amazed that you got a guy who has this particular, disposition, because you went through maybe Pop Warner, high school football, college football, and you came to the NFL, and you still ended up like this, dog?
Yeah.
You still don't know what the game is?
Yeah, and these teams were giving them chances. He's still getting chances.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, and somebody said the way he's talking about the whole situation just sounded like he left some parts out. Maybe so, but my thing about it is, even if he left parts out to make him sound better, he didn't sound good in that.
Yeah.
So if there's more stuff in there, real problems. All right, more around the NFL. We were talking about the Adrian Peterson situation that happened actually here in Houston. He had gotten in a fight during a poker game. The man who he was fighting is apparently named Baby Joe Castaneda.
How about that?
He sound like he could fight.
Sounds like a boxer.
Baby Joe
Maybe
sound like
a boxer's name.
You don't want to mess with Baby Joe.
In this corner, Baby
Joe or Little Joe.
Castaneda. Oh, wow, he's going to be good.
So he's a professional poker player. The fist fight occurred, according to him, because Adrian Peterson insulted someone else. Quote, so he had something to say to one of my friends that I didn't really like, so I kind of said something, and then when I said something, that's when the melee kind of broke out. Typical, how guys end up fighting, but he went on further to say that he can't remember exactly what AP said to insult his friend, which I don't know. I think I call BS there. I think you know exactly what happened. You probably just don't want to say it.
Yeah.
Quote, my friend's not really the type of guy who's going to stick up for himself, so I kind of said something, but like Adrian Peterson said, we do know each other. It's not like we're strangers and we just met each other. We've known each other for years now, played many poker games, so yeah, it's kind of, he said something to my friend, opted off. This is so vague. He knows what, this is vague to the point where I just don't want to say what we was talking about.
It must have been really
crazy.
bad.
They were talking crazy.
Yeah.
I know, but it's because they're friends.
Yeah.
It's because they're friends. They know they were talking crazy to each other. They were like, okay, so what happened was I said something, he said something, but I can't tell you either of the things that were said.
Yeah.
Just know that we were talking.
Yeah.
Does this give you any more insight?
Well, what I took away from those comments was this was a very old school fist fight. Like he was talking about like we're friends. He said something, I said something. It went off. We threw some hands. He popped me on the nose. I popped him some. We went our separate ways. And when we go back, we're going to be good. That's like something out of the 60s.
I do miss that, though.
Let's just go settle this in the street.
That's how it used to be when we was kids.
Yeah, it's like
used to get in a fight, and then the very next day we'd be back friends.
Right.
That's what the fight is for.
Yeah.
Like whatever the ill feelings were, we put it in the hands.
Yeah.
Whoever won. Whatever happened there. And that's why we fight. We didn't fight just to fight. We fought to figure out what the situation was.
It was like old school.
Yeah.
All right, now that's settled, right? We good? We're good. I'm good. You good? I'm good.
It's like when you're playing pickup basketball. Shoot for ball.
Yeah.
And once you shoot for ball, I don't care if you disagree. We handled it.
Yeah.
It got handled. So I guess that's how that went there.
Nowadays, obviously, you're like, what's going to happen?
Buddy.
This guy's going to pull a gun out.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
It's a very old school.
losing recipes.
It was kind of like cool to me in a weird way. Like they settled it, all right?
Or either sometimes you'll just fall out with somebody over 25 years and not even talk it out.
Yeah.
So, in a way, just talk our way into this being healthy.
It sounds like they good.
To me, it was.
As long as they good now.
That's like old school. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, it's all good now.
Like
he said he's going to see him again. They're going to play again.
Yeah, like y'all said, usually people go to the trunk.
Yeah.
Like at least they just fought it out and, wrestled and all that.
Hell, isn't it supposed to be that Tyreek Hill went to the trunk? Like AB when he got jumped? Yeah, man. Like, hey, man. Now he didn't shoot the fair one though, right? Like
It looked like I ain't trying to defend him, but it looked like he was trying to get some dudes off of him.
Yeah. Like if you fight the fair one, then hey, man, let it roll. And it seems
especially
like
if y'all friends.
Although how can it be considered the fair one if you fighting a professional athlete, particularly a football player?
I actually have respect for the guy.
Like that feels like a 2-on-1.
I have respect for old Baby Joe.
Baby Joe Castaneda. All right, that is around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about this Rockets situation because Calvin Murphy talked at the draft party that the Rockets had yesterday. Yes, they had a draft party even though they didn't have picks that they were going to have. But Calvin Murphy was talking, and one of the things he said caught my attention. Is it championship or bust for these Rockets now? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Area 45. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John, how do you feel about the vibes that are being set to start this segment?
The vibes?
Yes.
Who doesn't like this vibe?
I don't know. It feels very like prom. It feels like school dance.
But it's kind of just it's cool vibe too. It's sun setting. You're in the backyard, sipping a beverage.
It's funny. I don't be trying to come up with any vibes.
No, I know.
I just be back here hitting buttons.
No, that's the best part is that you're just playing what you want to and having fun with it.
Well, that's
I'm
vibe
over here
for the
interpreting.
day.
Yeah,
you have a vibe every day, and it just comes out.
I don't think I do. I don't be trying to set a vibe or anything. I just be playing random stuff.
See, I think it's subconscious. Like some days you're in that classic rock mood.
Yeah, I might play Tupac after this. That's how crazy.
Speaking of vibes, is this the proper vibe that Calvin Murphy is setting for the Rockets? Calvin Murphy, obviously Houston Rockets legend, longtime broadcaster. I didn't realize he had been broadcasting for
57 years. He said he'd been with the organization 57 years.
57 years.
Man.
Crazy to think about, but I mean, he is Houston as they come. He understands this
How old was
organization
John
in and
Lopez
out.
57 years ago?
I think he was about 57 at that point. Yeah, I think that's how that works.
What was I, 5, 6?
Okay, very good. You can do the math at home if you so choose. But if there's someone that knows this organization in and out, it is Calvin Murphy. So I found it insightful and intriguing when at the draft party yesterday, he said this about what he was hearing and what he was like kind of understanding from the expectations of Rockets fans now that KD is in tow.
Championship, you know that. That's all they're talking about. You know, the Houston sports fans, you know, they're used to the best. So when they see something that has the potential of being champions, that's all they talk. And right now, you know, with this young nucleus they have, and then, of course, you still got Dan Feet running the show, and you add KD into it, that breeds championship, and they don't want nothing but that. Now, is that pressure on KD? No, because he's done it before. That's pressure on me as a broadcaster is trying not to put him on the hot seat.
It sounds like a game going on.
Like they was having fun in there,
It's like a 20-second timeout going on.
It's in the background.
Sound like a coach.
I don't know if you're watching on YouTube, you saw me catch the spirit for a second there. I heard the vibe. I was like, hey, we bouncing. But no, I mean, obviously, I was also paying very close attention. Championship or bust is kind of what he's setting up there. Is he right that it's championship or bust for this Rockets team now?
I don't even really understand why it's even a question. Of course it is. I mean, of course it is. What else is it? What else could it be? We want to be really good and make a run? No. You're bringing in KD, man.
But if they get to the conference finals and they lose.
Well, we might call it
I wouldn't say it was a horrible season or a bust type thing.
We would not say horrible season. We would not say bust. But let's be honest here. We'd be wishing there was more.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Like Reggie,
yeah.
I mean, is this even a question?
No, I mean,
to me, it's not. It's like it's championship or bust.
The thing for me that I've looked at, though, is
bust
like,
is harsh.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly what you're doing in that situation. And I think, like, hey, you have the opportunity to be a champion, sure. But this is a team that, I mean, they came and they took some of their knocks early. But even still, in the way that we typically think about the NBA, you have to make a deeper run and you probe a little bit further to get your feet wet, especially when you talk about still the youth and that inexperience that happens in some of these places, even as you still have Fred and KD and Steven Adams. Like, you're still growing and developing Alper and Şengün. You're still growing and developing Amen Thompson, even as they gather more and more respect around the league. Amen Thompson as a defensive player, all defense player, and Alper Şengün as an all-star. I feel like the way that this West is built and everything, I'm like, okay, in a similar vein, you get to the a successful season is going to the conference final, I think, but like the idea that not only do you need to get to the finals, but win it in this first time in order for this to like move like a successful move. Maybe I understand where it's coming from. I guess I just had not gotten myself to the place where you say it and it hits me squarely that this is absolutely a championship or bust season for the Rockets.
I just feel look, yes, you want to develop these players. There's still more room for these players to grow, whether it's Şengün, who's 23, or a man or whomever. But I think when you say, well, it's not championship or bust because of all these other things, you're ignoring the reason they brought him in.
Yeah.
The reason they brought him in was to win a championship. Does it put more pressure on the organization? Absolutely it does. Let's go to Kevin Durant's Instagram. This is what he posted yesterday.
Okay.
Anyone else here to help develop other players? I mean, he is going to do that.
And he's going to need to for you. I think that his experience, in particular for Jabari Smith Jr., as they already have a relationship working out together. But I think that's going to be vital. But yeah, I guess, look, I understand what you're saying. I also found it interesting that to have that opinion, but then also on the other side, and maybe this is just Calvin Murphy understanding the history of Kevin Durant, the ways in which, either you could say that maybe he doesn't handle pressure well, or just he's been under that level of microscope and he does that to that. But saying then that does not add pressure to KD, I don't think you can hold both of those opinions simultaneously, though. Yeah, but look, as much as you're saying this is a possibility and it would be a successful season. You get to the conference finals, like Figgy was talking about, that would be a successful season. But that's not why he's here. That's kind of that's a measure of cope. In case it doesn't go well, in case it doesn't go the way you really want it to go, there's a little bit of coping there. Okay, no, I think that's fair. That's a fair point to bring out. So yeah, I mean, you are in this championship or bust situation. I imagine that puts a lot of pressure on KD. I think you're right that puts some pressure on the organization. And this comes in from the 3-4-6. If they go off the deep end and start signing like Harden or Westbrook, I'm out. I don't think you have to worry about that.
I don't think they
one iota. Like, you've already seen this team willingly, pass on James Harden and a level of reunion. You've seen, I don't even know if you need to see this team, but I don't think what Russell Westbrook, even at a veteran minimum type situation, fits with what you're trying to do in a larger scale. I think the bigger thing for me is just seeing the ways, and I guess this was one of my holdups when you talk about championship or bust. Is this coaching staff, and I'm going to bring this up again, are they ready to do all the things necessary, including generate an offense, schematically, as opposed to just like having the talent on the floor?
Well, they better.
Right. I think that's going to be the part for me that and of course there's a lot of respect, rightfully so, that's been earned by Ime and his staff. I think that, again, as you talk about the level raising for a championship, that level raises for Alperin, that level raises for Jabari, right? Especially Jabari, who some people were ready to try and call some type of bust. I think the level also raises for Ime and the coaching staff.
Sure,
we could talk about how you've established culture, how you're able to develop these guys to move them further, but still, all that sounds fine and good. We were talking about Mark Daigneault, who's been a coach of the year in the finals, and going, "Hey, why are you not doing this? Why are you making these decisions?" And I think it's fair to look at Ime and go, "Hey, all right, what is the offense now? Is it going to be beyond a simple pick and roll action and not much happening, because that's not going to be sufficient if you are setting a championship or bust expectation?"
No, sure. And all that is true. Kevin Durant, though, at this point in his career, and you just heard his Instagram. Tell Kevin Durant that it's not championship or bust. See how that plays out.
Yeah. No, fair enough. He seems. I mean, he's talked about it. He wants to finish his career in Houston and win a championship. That is a huge part of that. So that's the expectation that we have now. Returning to Calvin Murphy, who was talking yesterday at the draft party for the Rockets, he also said this when asked if Kevin Durant, like what he would say to people that say Kevin Durant is too old.
Any concerns about his age?
Hey, they told me I was too short to play in this game. Remember that. And I lasted and got into the hall. I don't want to hear nothing about negativity. This man is a proven champion. Now, excuse my language, but the hell with those naysayers.
Why'd your eyes do that, Lopez?
Well, you know why they did that.
I have no idea.
Noah's, I don't know.
You want to play it again?
I love that if you did not know that Calvin Murphy was not a tall person, you find out very quick. Like he very much strikes me as all my life I had to fight, because he did. He's not.
Oh, he fought on the floor all the time.
Oh, I wouldn't even talk about that.
How tall is he?
Yes.
5'9"? I want to say.
Is Calvin 5'9"?
I think it's 5'9".
Okay.
5'10" maybe is what they listed him at.
About Reggie height.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Damn. Listed as 5'9", yes.
Yes.
Which, I mean, for how good he was, that is amazing. I mean, there's only been – you have to be incredibly good to make it go at that height. Obviously, Muggsy is even shorter, but, like, you start talking about guys –
Calvin would fight anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes complete sense that he is like anything that somebody will talk about as a hindrance. I'm not trying to hear none of that because I got out the mud, so you can too. Yeah. Right? I don't care how old you are, KD. You 47 years old. You better be able to hoop. I hooped at 5'9". Like I love that about Calvin Murphy that he still has that within him. He carries it to his day. He wears around championship rings all the time, and it does not matter. He still carries that particular edge and chip on his shoulder. Which, to be fair, the Rockets seem to have some of that. Obviously, Ime induces that, but the Rockets do seem to have some of that, which feels like it's necessary for, at the very least, a Rockets championship team.
No. I mean, that's how it's going to be built. And I think, and that also speaks to the relationship with Kevin Durant and Ime Udoka. He knows what he's getting into, and he knows that's the way this team's going to have to play.
And finally, this was Calvin actually talking about the offense itself, what he thinks it looks like.
When you talk about half-court basketball, that's half of the game. Because teams are going to try to slow the Rockets down, obviously, because of the athleticism. But you can't slow them down now and put with KD in the half-court. Are you kidding me? So that's the perfect offensive weapon, and you have those young legs that want to get up and down the floor and put some numbers on the board.
He said that, and I was like, well, wasn't Jalen a huge portion of like getting up and down? How confident are you in the ability of this Rockets team going forward to still have the same type of pace?
Oh, I think you're right. I mean, Jalen wasn't an enormous part of that, but I still think they're going to be able to push the ball. I mean, they are young, they are athletic in various places.
It does shift though, right?
It does shift a little bit because Jalen was a big part of it.
It used to be
coming down the wing with the ball or whatever. It was just beautiful to watch, and everybody else just running. Now, who's going to be doing that? I don't know, but I think they're still going to run.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an interesting question to ask because one of the things, and I said this at the start, or actually during last year, right, when we talk about, hey, we want to have – no, it was at the start of last year. We want to have pace is one of those things that every team says. And then you come – just like in football, we want to run the football. Yeah, every football team says that coming into the season. Are you actually going to be able to accomplish it?
Right.
They did that last year. I'll be interested to see if they're able to do that this year because last year we looked at and you saw when Fred at a little bit older age was like, sometimes he did not push.
Yeah.
Now you have him, but you also have KD who is not necessarily inclined naturally to push. I mean, obviously he's going to get with the program. Alperen, is he as much of a pusher of the basketball? So maybe you have instances where there's one or two guys on the floor that are naturally inclined to just be like, I'm out and I'm shot out of a cannon. I'll be interested to see if they're able to continue that because they need that transition offense, and it leans even more to why you need to figure out an offense because if you have any slippage transition, as Calvin said, that has to come in the half.
But as you know, it's also opportunity. I think when the opportunity to run, Van Vliet would be more than willing and able to push the ball.
Yeah, as long as you're not tired. Because look, there's one thing that mental can fail you if your body is not doing exactly what you want it to. So look, more things to watch, more excitement for Kevin Durant with the Rockets, and expectation that I think we have officially established is championship or bust with the Rockets.
Yes,
it was implied at the trade, but now we can say it's official. It's ITL official. How's that sound?
There you go.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into what's popping here on a Thursday, including how much money is Cooper Flagg going to make in his career? We'll talk about that more next.
How do we feel about the KD? stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' this Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's start with
as we speak.
Yes, popping as we speak. A little bit of Astros baseball. Let's start chronologically. Let's do this. Astros get a victory last night, 2-0 victory over the Phillies. Another shutout victory against the Phillies, and this time it was an all-lefty affair. Colton Gordon started off 5 innings, 4 strikeouts in the course of this. Then you go to it was Okert, it was Sousa, it was King. And then finished out by Josh Hader, 21 of 21 in his opportunities for saves that he has cashed in on.
Got to get one more for the record.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And do you have any doubts that he will the next time? Because
isn't he tied with? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Dave Smith, another Astro, had 21 for 21. Yeah.
So, I mean, I would hope that today isn't the day that you need a save. I would like it if you just open things up.
Mm-hmm.
However, look, as long as a W is a W, the Astros have done it in one-run games numerous times. And so whatever they have to do there to get a victory, that'd be cool. But again, salute to it was early and late last night when it came to the runs that they needed to get this victory, which was, also, Zach Wheeler was dealing, right? With all due respect to that guy, he was dealing. You did what you needed to. You had a Jeremy Payne ground rule double where he just kind of slaps it out there to right on second. Isaac Paredes with I think it was counted as a single. I will now go to my scoring expert, John Lopez.
Yeah.
How did you see that? Because it got under Trey Turner's glove, but I thought, especially when you look at Trey Turner and who he's supposed to be at shortstop, I thought that he should have made that play.
I thought he should have made the play, but I would have scored it a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, even though it's one of those where you're saying, well, yeah, ask the player, he would have said, yeah, I'd make that play 9 out of 10 times. But I think in terms of what happened, you scored a hit.
And you're not an easy scorer.
I am not an easy scorer.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, I'm not an easy
So,
scorer.
shout out to Isaac Paredes getting the RBI there. And then Caratini, there's no doubt or scoring needed with what he did. Big swing that sends it not into the Crawford boxes, not onto the concourse. Up by the tracks.
Way up there in Pujols zone.
Up by the tracks. Don't call it that.
It is the Pujols zone.
I don't care. He don't run nothing around. He don't pay no bills around here. You're not naming nothing after him.
It was rattling around in the rafters.
So 2-0 victory for the Astros. That gives them the series win. They're trying to go for the series sweep. And today, a little day baseball. Of course, it's a Hunter Brown Day. Happy Hunter Brown Day to you, sir. Happy Hunter Brown Day to you, Figgy. I hope that you guys are going to enjoy it with me.
Yes,
because
worth watching.
You're hanging out. Are you hanging out up here?
I'm not hanging
There's
out
the
up
excuse.
here.
I was like, hey, where is it? Because we up here at Odyssey.
Lopez
Houston.
like, are you crazy?
You want me to stay at work? Now, when it comes down to...
I ain't staying around these peasants.
Man, I got things to do.
So you don't want to see hot dogs get eaten? Okay, all right.
I might eat it. I didn't say I wasn't going to eat a hot dog.
Well, does this get you going there? Well, I don't know. That's not a segue. But very recently, as obviously we're gearing up for day baseball, 1 p.m. Thereabouts is where first pitch happens at Dyken Park. Joe Espada gave us something that it's warming my soul. I feel it
really
as
is.
we speak, saying that Lance McCullers Jr., quote unquote, could start Saturday. Currently, TBD is listed to start. I've heard of him. He's all right.
Yeah.
I'd much rather see Lance McCullers Jr. What does that do for you, hearing that Lance could be back this weekend, or at the very least, that tells us that within the next week we should see Lance back on the bump?
Oh yeah, well that for sure. I think it means he's close to being a starter.
But like actually close, as opposed to like whatever close,
like Astros
typically.
Close.
Yeah,
like what he was asked really just 25 minutes ago about the update on Lance McCullers, because they had Brandon Walter starting tomorrow against the Cubs. Fromber on Sunday.
Love to see it.
But Saturday was TBD, TBA, whatever you want to call it. But he was asked about that, and he said that McCullers was, quote, an option for Saturday. That has to make you feel good. Now, the one thing he did say is if he wakes up tomorrow feeling good. Oh, okay. Yeah, how's he going to call him? Hey, man, how you feeling?
That also makes me wonder, has he not been waking up good, or has he been kind of so-so? And this is me doing the thing where I'm reading too far into it. I acknowledge it on the front end. But I'm like, if we're still in a place where we're going, if he wakes up good, that makes me think that at least recently
feeling all right?
It's been up and down.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, just feel good.
Very good sign.
Just feel good. What'd you say that pill was in there? Can we give that to Lance? Is that going to make sure he wakes up good?
Stay tuned for confessions.
Okay.
Because I have some theories and I have the on the keyboard by the keyboard in the production studio.
Okay, very good.
You will want to listen.
Sure. I have to, so I will be here. You said 12:20. Very good.
Yes.
Phase 1 of MLB All-Star voting has concluded. It concluded about 45 minutes ago, and so we're kind of locked in where we are with whatever the voting is there. I have a strong feeling, as I'm sure you do, that you're not going to have any Astros situated nicely to be starters. Although Joe Espada yesterday on the pregame show before the game, he made as big of a push as I've seen him making anything for All-Star for Jeremy Pena.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he said that he should be the starting shortstop in the American League.
He should.
I feel I have a hard time doing that. I would like to be a homer, but I'm like, Jacob Wilson has been hooping of late.
No, Jacob Wilson is the other option.
And
but
then
he's definitely there.
Oh, he's definitely within that conversation. He should definitely be on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Starting is where I go. I start making all those noises. What I will say, though, speaking of Jacob Wilson, actually, I saw a piece that was written in The Athletic about him. You know what he says is the key to being hitting well like he is right now?
What's that?
Playing Fortnite.
Sure.
Jacob Wilson,
hey, whatever works for you,
Jacob
man.
Wilson is a young cat. He says that he often will play like video games in the morning before he heads out to the park on the day of the game.
Clear his head a little bit.
Is this like what happens when, what I don't remember what morning show does it, where they do the Smuckers or what have you, people that hit 100, all them folks that are 100 years old, that they'll happy birthday, and they'll be like what's a glass of wine every day or whatever they say, and I'm like, none of this is actually why you're living so long. You just happen to be living so long.
I love when they say bacon and I have a glass of wine every night. I'm like, okay, well, that's not the reason, but it's fun.
That's what I feel like hearing Jacob Wilson being like, playing video games makes me good with my hand-eye coordinator. I'm like, nah, there's a lot of people playing video games that aren't hitting like 3-something at the major league level. But yeah, I thought that was funny as well. All right. NBA draft, first round happened yesterday. Cooper Flagg obviously was going to be the number 1 overall pick. He was. Lopez gave us some of his passing thoughts during it. The Brooklyn Nets did indeed take all 5 of their first round picks to, I guess, up and down reviews.
Mixed at best.
Very mixed reviews, but the biggest thing that I took out of yesterday, maybe the biggest thing, is that Cooper Flagg is going to make some money.
Yeah, he is.
So Spotrac, I think we value them highly for, numbers and contracts around sports, which obviously is important for what we do and watching all these spaces. This is how they projected it. If Cooper Flagg is indeed the superstar that, we're kind of projecting him to be, I think the financial path forward is as follows. His rookie contract, obviously now till 2028, he would make $63 million thereabouts. 30% Supermax extension after that would see him from 2029 to 2033 make $359 million. And then the 35% Supermax after that, of course, we're projecting what salary caps would ever look like, which would be the 4 years after that, 34 to 38, would see him make another $509 million, totaling, if he makes it through those 38, age 31, $930 million.
Age 31.
Just make sure you're good at hoop, dog. You are going to be great. You will make damn near $1 billion. Like, that's where we are now in professional sports, is that you can make $1 billion in your first decade or so first decade, 12 years of your career in sports, if you are one of the best.
Did you see the graphic making the rounds about Ron Harper and Dylan Harper? Dylan Harper taking number 2?
I didn't see it.
In his career.
Oh, I did see that.
In his career, Ron Harper made $35 million in his career.
And his son will make that.
54 on his rookie contract. On his rookie contract, he's making 54.
The numbers are so big, and this is why I am so much.
Ron Harper wasn't a chump.
No.
I'm surprised he only made 35.
Yeah.
That was a good amount, though, back in the day.
Yeah, but I would have thought it would have been probably around 60.
I would have, too.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
But
yes, so $1 billion is on the table for Cooper Flagg. He just has to make sure he hoops.
Yeah.
That's all it is, and that's not anticipating any level of jumps that could happen when it comes to salary caps or those types of things moving forward. All right, some other things that are popping. Are you interested at all in what the NBA coverage is going to be moving forward? Because I know NBA on NBC, they added Grant Hill to their coverage as an analyst, and I really enjoy listening to him.
I do too. He's been good.
He's good on NBA TV,
and he's good on college. I do, and plus, you say, are you at NBC? And we know what they're going to, you know, how they're just going to approach it, and it's going to feel bigger, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
They kind of have a different look, too.
Yeah, it looks different.
Like, I can't explain
different.
it because that's kind of like Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
It have a different look from Thursday Night Football.
Absolutely.
Or Monday Night Football.
I'm actually really intrigued by Amazon. I think Amazon got a really good crew of folks, especially on the actual game calls of what's happening here. So I'm excited to see what that looks like broadcast-wise. But ultimately, for me, the broadcast doesn't make whether or not I'm going to watch this game because of the sports, but
it can make it better.
It absolutely can.
Yeah.
Indeed, make it better. From the 832, 10 years from now, quarterbacks are going to be making $100 million a year. It's quite possible, especially with the way that the NFL has continued to make money hand over fist going forward. I'm always a big advocate, and you know this, for when we talk about these salaries, talk about them as percentage of the salary cap, because these numbers are just getting so big that it's hard to wrap your head around it just in and of itself, right? You say that this person is making $60 million a year, which is what we were talking about as a potential extension for KD next year, the average annual value.
Yeah.
It just, for those of us that are making tens of thousands, it just doesn't hit us.
Yeah.
Our brains are not made to deal with that.
At some point, it got to feel like it's not really healthy to make all of this money that early like that, right?
Well, I think we're at that point, and we understand that. You know, obviously, you hope athletes surround themselves with the right people and financial advisors and all that. But we know, like, Deshaun Watson just burns through money. What I'm seeing on Instagram. You know, we understand that people have kind of talked to him about, dude, it's not always going to be there, you know?
And what's crazy is that statement might be harder to get across now because they might actually begin to a point where it is hard to spend all that money.
Yeah. And you starting early too. You starting off in college with NILs and all that stuff.
Right. These guys are
early.
These guys are rich before they make it to the league. Well, some of them obviously, and the guys that we're talking about making the biggest salary chunks. I think CJ McCollum was actually talking about this, where he didn't spend. He's budgeted his money early on, and he still spends like that. We're getting to a place where I do wonder if guys even have to do that, like we said. But yeah, man, 281. The money that we were talking about, that $930 till at age 31 for Cooper Flagg, that projection, that also wouldn't include any of his endorsements. That doesn't include the money that he's already made NIL. Like, there's a lot of money in this sports thing, man.
I seen somebody, I forgot what player it was, but they said he didn't spend not one of his NFL.
That was Gronk.
Rob Gronkowski.
Was that Gronk? Yeah, okay.
He only spent his endorsement money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, if you got guys like that, then all good.
Yeah.
But you also have the opposite.
Yeah.
The people that spend a lot, way too much.
832, you are correct. Dylan Harper's mother, Hall of Famer.
Maria.
In her own right. Maria Harper.
Maria. Shout out to Santana.
Fantastic basketball coach. Look at herself as well. And real quick before we go, I was supposed to do this yesterday when I saw the tweet, but of course I forgot. And so, yesterday when I had an opportunity, because 2 days ago, Justin James Watt, you're familiar with this gentleman, right?
I am.
Legend in the city, had his second, or at least announced the birth of his second child, Nico Benjamin Watt.
I like Nico.
Yeah.
Isn't that a cool name?
It is Niko, not Nico, where I could be like, did you name him after Nico Collins?
No.
But yeah, Nico Benjamin Watt was born on the 14th of this month. So obviously he's been a few days old before the rest of us knew about him. But of course.
What's this other kid name?
I don't remember.
It was, it's slipping me right now.
Nico with a K, just like the Greek. Maybe he named him after the Greek restaurant.
Nikos.
Yeah. That would be pretty cool, actually.
Koa is his other son's name.
Oh yeah, that's right. Right.
Cool name. Salute to the Watt family for getting adding another one to the clan of sorts. And of course, I use the word because I'm blaming you, Figgy. You put clan in my head, and I don't like using that word.
Hey, what's wrong with Wu-Tang Clan? We never cringe when we say Wu-Tang Clan.
I mean, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, it's just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch as well didn't spend his actual game checks. In fact, one of those he didn't cash for a long time, if my memory serves me, where they were like, the Seattle Seahawks came through and were like, our money is off. Just didn't cash that check. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I have started my 2024 rewatch of the Texans season. And coming up next, let's get into Week 2 versus Chicago, the Sunday Night Football home opener. I got my notes, and you'll hear them next.
Payne and Pendergast.
going to be cautious. We're going to keep you in the pocket. This was, we are heating your ass up to see what you're going to do with it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Caleb, he ended up on his back a lot. Somebody said from the 832, shout out to Aziz wilding out on the sideline. That's one of those, I saw it again and I was like, this is where knowing that the reputation is going to come, and once you get the Jaguars, that this is going to be one of those things that people harken back to.
Yeah.
Seeing it live, I go, that is a dude who is playing hard with the guy who has not reached the sideline. I was 100% good with that.
But then it was on the sideline too. You know, remember there was some sort of a mix-up on the sideline.
I think Nico Collins did a little something too.
Yeah.
I think he might have slapped the ball or shoved somebody, something like that.
And that's the part that, as you just alluded to, people would point back to later and say, see, the guy's a maniac. You know?
And
he's a dirty player.
Yeah.
And that was my point. I think I said anything in this game that made me go, that guy's a maniac, even though, you know, he was playing aggressive, as we know Aziz is. Someone asked on the text line, was this the Akers fumble game?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was late in the game. It kept this game way closer than it should have been, even as you watch the game be played. Man, the Texans were not efficient offensively. Although there was a few things that I found that were interesting in it. One, Brevin Jordan got a decent amount of love early in the season. I completely forgotten about before, you lose him. And it makes me look at what could Brevin Jordan be this year? He was a nice guy out of the backfield that kind of, you get the ball to, he has the athleticism. This game got me excited. And it wasn't like Brevin did a ton, but this game got me thinking and reminded me rather of just, okay, Brevin is here this year. When we talk about tight ends in that room, he only had one catch for 4 yards, but it was like, oh yeah, I've seen him a number of times kind of get involved, and I'm interested to see what a guy who loves tight ends and has one with that level of athletic ability, what he does with him. With all due respect to Cade Stover, who was doing a little bit of lead blocking. Remember, we were still doing tight ends as fullbacks at that point. Cade also, I'm interested to see, but Brevin, it was a reminder for me. Oh yeah. This guy with this coaching staff, I'm interested to see what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I hadn't remembered that. I'm glad you brought it up because obviously we're talking about tight ends a lot right now. Maybe Brevin Jordan, in this offense might be. We were hoping Cade Stover, obviously as well. Maybe Brevin Jordan has a little something here. But when it comes to the passing game, this was Nico all of a sudden saying, "Yeah, I'm really good. I got a new contract." Just watch.
And fair enough to 832 talking about Aziz throwing the punches afterwards. I will say I watched the condensed version, and you'll be surprised to find out they didn't show that portion of it during the game. But that is fair. Aziz,
that's what I'm saying. Like the stuff on the sideline afterward is what people are going to point at. And would point at.
That's just a competitor. Speaking of competitors, are you familiar with Nico Collins?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This was the game when Nico said, "I got the new contract. I'm really good. Watch me."
10 yards, 135. 10 targets, 135 yards on 8 catches, 1 touchdown. And this, all of that included in that was this particular catch that he made for 28 yards.
Stroud in the gun on 2nd and 24. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. A flag on the play.
Yeah, that's weight room right there, baby.
And it really was. This was one of those moments where I wrote down, Nico Collins is a delight. Press coverage, and what he does, gets that first step outside, and then uses strength to get through. Once he gets that defender off kilter, strength to get through him, smooth route after that on the post, easy pitch and catch for CJ, obviously having a little bit of protection.
Yeah.
And it's evident what kind of day is going to happen when you see that touchdown happen.
Yeah.
But it's fun to see it. It's the way that he's able to operate. Just wanted to take a second to appreciate what Nico Collins is able to do on what a lot of in-breakers in this game, a lot of middle of the field type stuff, even though he can go over the top, he can go outside, he can do everything. And he also had some playground happen, and he got locked in with CJ as he's evacuating. Got a lot of a few of those, maybe 15, 20-yard intermediate type passes to him in this game as well.
That's when you're saying to yourself, worth every penny when it comes to Nico. But altogether, you're still looking at the scoreboard. You're still looking at the scoreboard late. You're still looking at some hiccups that the Texans had, especially offensively. And you're like, man, they should be blowing this thing open.
All right, so speaking of wide receivers, remember, Stephon Diggs is still early in his time here as he's playing. Stephon Diggs had this particular play that I thought was very good.
3rd down and 10, Texans from the Houston 23. Stroud in the gun, 1 back. 3 receivers wide side right. CJ calls for the ball from Jarrett Patterson, the center tonight. Stroud gets the snap, firing downfield left side. Diggs with our catch and a first down, running out of bounds inside the 45 of Houston.
Yeah, the footwork along the sideline and the placement.
Yes, absolutely. I love listening back to these guys call the game.
That kind of got me excited a little bit.
It should.
Listening to them, man.
It should. But the thing about it, third down, you heard Vandermeer set it up 3-by-1. The one that isolated is Stephon Diggs. Inside release, runs a little flag route back to the outside. Nice, pretty, exactly what you expect. And my thought was, who profiles is that now?
Route running
for the Texans team?
Yeah, that other route runner.
Right, because Nico, obviously, we know he can do that type of stuff. Who is that now that profiles, especially get outside, isolation, route this guy up, get a big third down catch? Like, who profiles closely is that in your mind?
I think at least early on, maybe for the majority of the season, maybe the entire season, it's going to be Christian Kirk on that role. Veteran, savvy, can play in various, inside, outside, various, ways that he can play. I think it's going to be Christian Kirk. I think that's exactly why they brought him in, for that type of situation.
Okay. I for some reason, and maybe this is just like I'm locking him into a box, I continue to think about Christian Kirk as, that slot guy. Obviously, he can take it deep, but then also work underneath, which I guess Diggs was doing a lot of that as well.
Yeah, a lot of drag routes.
I'll be interested to see if they utilize him in that way as well, where he, specific to this, but I think you know what I'm trying to get to. In a 3-by-1, I imagine Christian Kirk more in that bunch or that 3 wide receiver set to one side as opposed to being that ISO guy.
Maybe Higgins.
Maybe, but again, that might be a lot to ask of him young, early. We'll see what that ultimately comes to. But that was one of the thoughts. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And they were very intentional getting the ball to Diggs early. Like, I think that's one of the things that we knew was happening in the moment. But you can absolutely see the intentionality that they had in getting him the football early. I'd like to see maybe how they do that with this year. A couple more things that I wanted to get to. The offensive line I mentioned early on is you can see all of it early. You can see even more of it because this is where we started seeing twists happens where guys got hurt, missed. One of them was like Dare Ogunbowale actually back coming up and getting caught on this like kind of pin situation that's happening with the game, and you have a free Tremaine Edmonds go and hit C.J. Stroud on a rush that probably you should have been able to pick up. 6-man rush, but Dare, if he comes up and just hits that guy, he should be able to give CJ time. He doesn't because he's the guy that is already on already on the guard there. So that's one of those things. But Kenyon looked lost on a twist, and I was like, oh, there it is.
That was another one. But you also mentioned the blocking scheme there, and maybe that was within that building. In fact, I can almost bet that it was one of those, like, we've got to be able to fix these problems, that the communication, which ended up being a big thing all year long, people committing and being able to do some of these complex blocks, et cetera, just another sign. And then they win the game, and what happened afterward?
And then CJ and Caleb. Yeah. CJ wants to give Caleb some help, which he did, right? I was watching this again, and I'm like, Caleb did not feel pressure. He had a couple of sacks, as I mentioned, that he just did not feel the pressure. The one with Will Anderson Jr. earlier in the game, I get it. That's your blind side.
Yeah.
He missed Danielle Hunter on his strong side, where you should, even if you're not looking directly at him, you're looking downfield, you should, be able to count this thing out. And, you should have a level of innate feeling as to, I'm here standing here for a while. Let me make sure that I'm not alone.
There might be someone coming.
But also this is where you should be able to use your peripheral vision, and he didn't. So look, man, I think CJ was right to don't take these hits, dog.
It was just funny.
It was funny. But I do
come here, listen to me.
Yeah, come here. Can I hit one more thing before we go here?
Yeah.
This was DJ Moore was the notable wide receiver. Obviously, Rome Odunze is there. They have a DeAndre Carter, some of these guys. But DJ Moore was the notable guy. This was the game where we had Sting traveling, and I thought that worked pretty well for Sting. But Kamari was out there in a very particular way, plunge, and he got a couple of times. That's a place that I'm going to watch as this season goes to just see how much development. Because we talked about Kamari and we gave him a lot of praise as he was due. I'm interested over the next few weeks to see just how much development Kamari has. In
you
this
and me
season,
both, man.
Because you could see the ways in which teams were challenging him, and the Bears were not a great team, and they had some success challenging him. Although he had a couple of picks because Caleb underthrew when a guy.
It's going to be one of the most key things of the season.
100%.
Kamari can do it. Yeah.
I want to see that development again, and then I also want to see. What can we expect him to have development on top of that in year two? Because he's not a finished product. where does it continue to go? Because he also is a very high IQ, a young guy at that as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, that game should have been a bigger win. There was
absolutely.
I mean, one of the touchdown that the Bears did score came off of a third down play, third and long, throw down the middle to DeAndre Carter. Kalen Bullock, remember, he got a PI because he came up and hit that seam route well before the ball gets there. And I'm like, if he plays that better, he's there early enough. You get them off the field. They only kick a field goal, and this looks like a better win than it probably ended up looking. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's my rewatch. I'll do another one. Week 3 at Minnesota is week 3. I'll do that tomorrow, and that was not a fun one.
Thanks for the warning.
I'm not looking forward to that. Look, I'm just trying to help. All right, coming up next, this is a warning. Lopez has quite the confession coming up in Lunchtime Confessions next. We'll figure out what that is.
Talk about OT Center right now. Don't.
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so it can be a little frustrating when you solve one mystery and then it opens up to another mystery, right?
Huh, yeah, agreed.
So that's what happened. And my confession, part of it is I was just fascinated this morning. So I get to the studio a little late. If just kind of going through all my stuff here.
Now, how late?
Well, I'm usually late-ish anyway because I do most of my stuff at home. But what would you say, about 10 minutes later than usual?
Yeah, that feels about right.
Yeah.
It's about 9:50.
55.
That's
55.
Yo, wow.
But anyway, so I'm going through all my stuff, and right next to the keyboard is a green capsule, medication, clearly a prescription. So it just fascinated me.
You said clearly a prescription.
No, because it had all these numbers and stuff. You know how those prescription medications have like digital numbers and all this other stuff on them.
Serial number on it.
Yeah, whatever. So I'm like, I hope nobody's in trouble. Hope nobody
in trouble? What do you mean?
Like they
didn't have
take
their medicine? Yeah, I got you. Got you.
So I actually did a reverse. I did my my investigation. I did a reverse image search.
Capital J journalism.
And yes, and it created another mystery. So the pill that was there was dicloxacillin. All right?
Sure.
Found it.
We all know what that is, but just for the benefit of the listener.
Yeah, for the rest of the people.
Yeah, just for everybody else, because I clearly know.
Get this. It is used to treat many different types of infections that are skin and soft tissue infections, including conditions like impetigo, cellulitis, boils, and carbuncles.
I don't even know what that is, and I'm afraid to Google
Well, you know what a boil is, so they're all in the
that was
same.
the one that I knew. All the other words.
So that leads to another mystery. All right, do one of our co-workers? Oh, by the way, the side effects: severe diarrhea that is watery or bloody. So,
apologies to anyone who's eating lunch right now, by the way.
It's 12:20.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So
should have probably given you a warning on it.
So of course I'm like, well, dang, do one of our teammates have some sort of skin condition? And then another level, how did they get that skin condition? Let's just ask the question, was it communicable?
To put it in the parlance of your time period, are you claiming that someone has a venereal disease?
An STD? I mean, it's infections caused by skin and soft tissue infections. Impetigo, I got to look that up. I meant to. Boils and carbuncles.
Okay. Well, yeah. Who need that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler sits there, right?
At times, amongst others. Like, I'm not trying to. You've been trying to set Tyler up a lot.
I have fun. I have a lot of fun with Tyler.
Y'all, look at the fellow Aggies.
Well, that's why
going after each other. Someone said Hughley 100%. Hey.
Ooh, impetigo spreads easily through direct contact and is highly contagious.
All right, I'm not touching. I'm not touching none of y'all.
Look, Lopez was over there.
I'm not touching y'all. None of y'all no more.
I was.
Y'all ain't getting no high fives, no handshakes, none of that.
I'm staying out of that studio.
So, any other theories here?
No, none whatsoever from the 346. Dusty Baker is shaking his head right now listening to all this HIPAA. From 713. Thanks, John. I'm eating an apple walnut salad thinking of bowel movements.
It's important that this person, whomever it might be, gets their medication.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm assuming that they have no other medication. This is the only pill that they have at their disposal, John.
These are my confessions.
All right, so day baseball today. It's a Hunter Brown Day. Again, congratulations and happy Hunter Brown Day to you all. And because the game starts at 1:05, and not because of that, but with that opportunity up here at Odyssey Houston, we having a watch party.
We are.
And they went up big for it. I mean,
it's nice back there.
They got cookies and chips and drinks and hot dogs, baby.
You're darn right.
Hot dogs all the way you can
Get
see.
you a glizzy.
I think I will because, and to that point, I think I'm gonna 999 it up.
Oh no, please don't.
I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a hot dog an inning if they'll allow me. They might just be like, "Hey, you just eating up all the hot dogs."
Can you do it?
That's what I want to find out.
I think you can do 5.
You think I do 5?
Yeah.
The question I have though is like, as Sean Pendergast just said to me, as I tried to rope him in to actually do this, it is the 999 challenge, not just the 9-9 challenge, not just 9 hot dogs and 9 innings.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not doing beer because we don't have beer. Oh, do we? But it's all old beer.
Open any refrigerator.
But also, I'm gonna be honest. I'm also not a beer guy.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if I substituted beer for something else, like a cookie every inning as well? Or something like that.
Or some sort of drink, even just water, because the beer is what bloats you. So I would suggest 999 with 9 innings, 9 hot dogs, 9 whatever.
9 drink. What do you think? Are you agreeing? Are you in agreement here?
Yeah, I want to see you do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna be over here making myself look really bad in front of my coworkers, I imagine.
No, it'll be fun.
Okay.
It's content, baby.
Is that what that is?
It's content.
I just wanted to eat a whole bunch of free hot dogs.
Well, you will.
But yes, I think I'm gonna try it. I think I'm gonna give it a shot. You said you got me at 5?
I think you can do 5.
Do you have a feeling on where you think I land here?
I'm gonna say 7.
Okay,
that's good.
You got some good belief in me. I appreciate it. Somebody said margarita. I don't have 9 margaritas
Oh my
here.
God.
Somebody said 9 shots, don't be a punk. There are shots around here.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can be convinced. If we get 10 people on the text line that agree that I should do 9 shots, I'll do them.
All right. That is definitely content.
Yeah.
I'm within walking distance of the apartment. I'll be all right. You know what I mean? Like there will be no intoxicated driving. I think if we get 10 people on the text line or the YouTube page or the Twitch that are like, okay, do that, I will. Because we don't have the margarita machine going or nothing, do we?
No, we don't have that.
We got some alcohol around here for sure.
Yeah, I was like, that's one thing I do know. I don't think we got White Claws or ice or hard iced tea either.
We got any alcohol you
Somebody
want.
said
In
only
this
10?
building?
Look, I'm just trying to see if y'all listening for real.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yes, 999. We possibly, somebody said, looking forward to tomorrow's bowel movement talk.
Yeah. You're going to need some dicloxacillin after this.
These are my confessions.
So I'm kind of thinking about trying something too. So I don't know if y'all seen this, but Red Lobster, the bankruptcy.
Hey, we made it. We back.
Wow.
We back from the break.
Yeah, we good. So
shout out to the Cheddar Bay Biscuits.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember, but somebody ended up buying Red Lobster.
I didn't know
taking it over. Yeah, I forgot his name, but a couple things he added to the Red Lobster list is seafood boil bags.
Oh, heck yeah.
$5 drinks. And then he got some other little things too. I got to confess.
Sangria flights.
Is that what it is?
Sangria flights.
Yes. I got to confess, man. I think I might hit up the Red Lobster sometime.
Let's go.
Hey, those boil bags.
I might do it.
Show trip?
I'm down for it.
I don't even know if the boil bags are going to be good.
When was last time?
No, but that's all the rage right now, man.
When was the last time y'all been to Red Lobster?
Probably 40 years.
Dang.
Yeah, mine is.
I've never been a huge fan, but I do like the biscuits, as you mentioned, Reggie.
I don't think I've been to Red Lobster since I've been living here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be at least a decade.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should go, man.
It's an institution.
We should definitely go. Just try some of this stuff out.
If you guys set it up, I will definitely go to Red Lobster, just to give it a shot after all this time.
That is. I think that is actionable.
Y'all trying to go this weekend? Lopez be busy on the weekends.
Well, yeah, I've got a lot of work on the weekend.
Yeah,
with the other stuff.
Gotta get the reels and all that stuff.
Look, you said it over air. I'm pretty sure that is legally binding.
I will go. I will definitely go.
Oh wow, that's like 20 people that are like, do the shots. But one person did mention that it is the carbonation that gets you. So I should have gone with like a soda or something instead. I'll do the shots. I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
How that goes.
Content, baby.
Somebody said you already talked too much. Hate to see what happens with shots. Fair enough.
He's gonna be talking like he's on 78 speed.
So do you talk? You talk way more when you tipsy?
I can confirm.
Because
I've been around him when he's a little tipsy.
Sometimes
New Orleans?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. Sometimes I'll talk a little bit.
He rattles it off, man.
Sometimes I talk a little bit, but sometimes I get quiet.
No.
I just kind of chill.
Not Reggie.
I get sleepy too.
Yeah, it's like it's a combination of alcohol and coffee.
But one of the things about the shots is I just realized the game does start while we're still on the air.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hey, you could. I can't have no shots, but y'all could.
Yeah, that's right.
Just don't throw up in there.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Figgy, I was like, legitimately, it blew my mind. Did you see Mark Berman's tweet yesterday?
I did.
Dude, so he said he was walking through his subdivision, and he got a chance to say hello to former UH Cougar and Buffalo Bills star Ed Oliver. Did you see this?
Yes. I was actually going to put this in What's Poppin', but I saw that you had already gotten to it.
Ed Oliver, and it sure looks like he's wearing slides. Like, it looks all, it might just be socks.
I thought it was just socks. I thought he was just out here.
It might just be socks.
It might just be socks, but like, you know, it's kind of hard to tell because the strap on the whatever you're sitting on there.
The saddle is what you're talking about?
Well, but that part has a name, and I can't remember it.
Okay.
It's kind of covering where the slide, top would be. He's wearing he's wearing shorts, a Bills hoodie.
Bills team issue.
Either socks or slides. And I'm like, I'll be damned. Is this a thing that we've just missed on?
Yeah,
because that's exactly what your guy was wearing.
Yeah, I wonder if that's really a thing. I wonder if it's easier or better to ride a horse with socks or just slides or something like that.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, there's another one.
So we just missed out on this has been happening all the time.
Yeah,
and we didn't know that they was just riding horses and slides.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Now, it makes me want to do it, but also I feel like you can't just jump into that. You know
I don't know about riding a horse with slides or socks or anything like that, but I definitely want to ride the horse to the store. Just go to the corner store real quick.
That's what they call balling.
Is that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I liked that.
You'd be a baller.
All right. There's been, I don't know that I've seen this kind of consensus on the text line or the YouTube page in my life. I guess I will be attempting a 999 challenge with the substitute of shots rather than beer. This could go horribly, terribly wrong. We will find out if it does as the show progresses.
I'm surprised you're doing this, man.
I don't know. I just felt bad that Sean did not undertake it. And I'm like, you know what? I want to be a man of the people. So I'm gonna do. Somebody said put that number low because he wants an excuse to get hammered. No, I really and truly don't.
There's a lot of shots suggestions out there, man.
Well, I mean, I felt like I want to do it justice to where if I do complete it, because this is the thing. If I'm not eating 9 hot dogs for y'all to say that, nah, you didn't do it because you drank some soda. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to make sure that this was something that y'all believed was adequate. So somebody said after 10 shots, we'll hear real confessions. That's hilarious. All right. Coming up next in the loop, it's a Thursday, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
That means it's time for a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We'll figure it out next.
What a massive move. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't know how to feel right now because there's simultaneously a lot of confidence and very little confidence in me happening on the text line, saying that I'm going to undertake a version of the 999 baseball on Hunter Brown Day with him going versus the Phillies, trying to seek a sweep for the Astros. We have secured the shots. The hot dogs are in there, although there's a lot more people than I realized.
Yeah, the gang's all here.
I hope that I'm going to be able to get 9 hot dogs, because that would be a real shame is if I start getting down that path and then it's like, oh, we out. You know what I mean? Like that. But we'll see what that looks like. But that's neither here nor there. Right now, it's time for a little buy or sell.
It is time for a little buy or sell. I will say this thought occurred to me just as you were talking. Hunter Brown pitching, it's going to be a fast game.
That's also true.
That's 9 hot dogs in 2 hours and 45 minutes.
That's also true.
It's somebody else that used to pitch real fast, too.
Yeah,
was it somebody for the Astros?
Oh, yeah, there's always some guys just work faster or better.
I remember back in the day, Cliff Lee.
Yeah.
That brother he wasted no time. It was no pitch clock back then.
Yeah.
He wasted that was a quick game every time he pitched.
So you're going to have to throw 9 back in like under 3 hours. So there's that. All right.
I'm stretching it out. Here we go.
Hey, do you remember former Texan Kendall Lamb?
I do.
Yeah. Oh, well, are you buying or selling this? So there was, I guess, a report. He was kind of glad to get out of Miami, was not happy, kind of critical of some of the things that they were doing in Miami. So he was asked about this, and he said, quote, I don't remember talking to any reporter about anything that we really dealt with Miami and the Dolphins. He says he doesn't remember.
I am actually buying this because this was I think there's a little bit of journalism behind this. It was just kind of this was a Twitter account or something, or like not a Twitter account, but
his quote is real.
Not every website is of the same level.
But he had to answer to it.
Yeah, he absolutely did. But the website had this quote, and it said it was attributed to ESPN.
Okay.
And it was not found anywhere on ESPN. But that quote was then picked up on, sites that should be, revered and believed, like Yahoo Sports, USA Today, Sports Illustrated, or what have you. So I do buy that Kendall Lamb did not know about this, because this is part of the aggregation situation where, like, people get out, and this isn't even quite the aggregation. This is just people lying. But because aggregators operate in certain ways where they're like, oh, well, this was on some other thing, but if you don't actually link to that thing, we've gotten used to just kind of trusting because we see ESPN or because we see Shams Charania or because we see Jeff Passan or just, you'll see someone that you do value. They're trading off of that validity, and then you just take that. And this maybe serves as a reminder that, hey, we probably do need to go back and make sure to find out in this world of disinformation that we have.
The interesting thing to me, and maybe it's the brilliance of it, is that they decided to make this Kendall Lamb. Like he's not a very kind of, all due respect, but not exactly a household name in the NFL.
That's what makes it so believable, too.
Maybe that's the brilliance of it.
Yeah.
But yes, I do buy it because it seems like there are people that have checked. Now, Kendall Lamb may say this.
Yeah.
That does suck for him, though. Like, people are, hey.
He's having to answer to it.
Hey, I heard. Because this is like high school rumors, except on an entirely different level, So.
All right. Are you buying, or I'm guessing we're all buying that, Figgy. So.
What if Figgy was like, nah,
I
think he said that.
He said that.
This one just gets me, and it happened this week, of course. Aaron Rodgers said he's, quote, pretty sure he's going to retire after this year, and this is the one that really gets me. And he's going to, quote, fade into anonymity when he does retire. Aaron Rodgers, anonymity.
Yeah, let's be spicy. I'm buying it.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it. He enjoys doing this on, like, the sports stuff, but his interests outside of sports, they just be over there. He be over there doing stuff. He be going over there on ayahuasca trips, going to Egypt. Like, what about that is about him being front and center?
He was going to run for vice president.
That is true.
He was willing to run for vice president.
I also forgot about that. I did not think about that at all.
Don't tell me. You want to change your answer?
Kind of. Because he also wanted to host Jeopardy.
Yes.
I don't know. Like, his interests seem to largely be over there just doing stuff, and I do think that he would just go pursue the stuff that he's doing. However, some of his interests pull him back into the public. And so, yeah, I could easily see him doing that. But I'll lean into the idea that, maybe he's gotten his fill of all this. Maybe he's sick of being berated publicly, even though he puts himself open to that. And maybe just not playing football will give him the opportunity to actually act like, a normal person. Plus, remember, he's married now. And we don't know who that lady is. Maybe that lady's like, if you don't bring your butt home.
I'm selling it too, yeah. I think once he retire, I feel like he gonna get into his bag where maybe all the little weird stuff he always talk about. I don't know if he gonna maybe do some type of podcast. Somebody gonna throw a bunch of money, and he gonna get into that weird pocket when he talk about all the weird stuff he want to talk about.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably gonna hit.
I'm selling it too because his whole bit, we've figured it out by now, Aaron. Your whole bit is to say you don't want attention and then do everything you can to get attention. Like running for vice president and hosting Jeopardy and posting videos on the ayahuasca trip. He didn't just go away. There were videos and pictures of him, meditating and all this. And, oh, by the way, doing a documentary or whatever the hell you want to call it about being Aaron Rodgers and all. Anonymity? No way. All right.
I said, okay.
No, you can. Hey, that's why we have difference of
opinion. I will say he'll be anonymous to me because I ain't looking for it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll tell you that.
All right. So Josh Kroenke, from the Denver Nuggets, owner, says, "quote He may have to trade Nikola Jokic."
We have audio of it even.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figured why you looking at that.
I'm looking like, do we?
We do have.
I'm the one getting all
20.
I'm getting all this.
It's cut 20.
All right, I got it.
I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. We're very conscious of that pushing forward. Providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
You buying it?
I'm selling it because, I guess we're seeing team owners can indeed be that dumb. We have seen superstar players that it felt like, at least in the NBA, you just don't send elsewhere unless they make you sent elsewhere for no good reason. But it's hard to believe that happens, that somehow happens more than once. Right?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that just off of the strength of, the money is hitting us so hard that we trade away our star player. You can trade away these other ones too.
Yes, you can.
This felt very much more like one of those threats that's not a threat but is a threat. Like, oh, man, if you do this, then I might have to do something stupid.
Yeah,
I might do something crazy.
Yeah.
Because the second apron is one of those things that, even though it serves to protect, teams from themselves, from overspending or spending crazy, it also is an annoyance and a hindrance. So he's like, hey, man, our lives are so hard because of the second apron, I might have to do something crazy like trade my best player. No, you're not.
Yeah.
Because it also makes you all your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. And I'm not looking at Dallas. Dallas is the outlier to me because that don't happen all the time. But I will trade everybody else around him. And if it get bad to a point, he probably will ask to be traded. And then that's when you make that move.
Yeah, that's different.
But he not sitting here saying, man, we gonna have to trade our. Nah, that ain't. That's the last resort.
Yeah, I'm with you both. I guess we can't do buy or sell without the obligatory Joe Espada quote. Joe Espada said Sean Dubin, quote, has a forearm strain.
I buy that. What does that lead to? What does that ultimately mean is really the thing that I'm trying to find out, because if memory serves, that is the first step
yes, it is.
Towards a particular surgery that has two first names. That's how we end up with Tommy John land. So I'm sure he has a forearm strain. What is that ultimately going to lead to?
The Brandon Scott surgery?
Tommy John.
Okay, that's Tommy John.
Yeah, Tommy John.
I knew it was out there somewhere. Yeah.
I'm buying it too, because I think to me, I wouldn't buy it if he said forearm soreness or something like that. If he was saying just a little sore, then I wouldn't have bought that.
Yeah.
But shoulder or forearm strain, to me, I'm rolling with that one.
Remarkably, I'm buying it too because I think right now all they can do is call it a strain. Now, maybe today they know better, but when he said it, all they could say was it was a strain until they got the MRI, unless they already had it, and then I would sell it. But,
which we know that sometimes they have the MRI before we realize it. Sometimes that happens.
They do that. Stephen A. Smith told Rolling Stone magazine this week about LeBron James. I don't like that. Stephen A. Smith being honest, or is that Stephen A. Smith doing Stephen A. Smith things?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm going to buy that because one of the things that seems to get under Stephen A. Smith's skin is when these big-time players push back at him. Remember, like, he ended up in that space where he was like, you don't want to make an enemy out of me, when he was going back and forth with the newest Rocket, Kevin Durant, at one point. And one thing you'll remember, it became a big thing last season when LeBron actually walked up to him and talked to him about some of the stuff that was happening, or that Stephen A. was talking about with Bronny. Now, who was writing all that? We can parse it some other time, but in that instance, like, that's something that Stephen A. don't like, or historically. I could easily see how you could look up and be like, I don't like that cat, especially as he, talks about me and talks about the way that I conduct my business in order to make my money. Like, it does seem like Stephen A. does not like that. So, yeah, I could easily see him not appreciating not appreciating LeBron.
Yeah, I'm buying it, especially right now, because I think Stephen A., I think he probably was cool with LeBron at some point, but I think he don't like the whole, feel like he's being lied on.
Yes.
And apparently he felt like LeBron just been making up him and his team been making up lies about stuff on him.
Yeah.
So that could make you not like somebody. So I believe it.
I'm with you both again on this one. I think a lot of what he says is for effect, but I think he legitimately does not like LeBron. Adam Silver says that AI is going to help the league determine the likelihood of potential Achilles injuries.
Uh-oh.
Shout out Allen Iverson, man. Look, there is something to be said or discussed about with the uptick of injuries to Achilles particularly.
It was yesterday before the draft. He was asked about, hey, there's a lot of Achilles in the league right now. Well, a lot of Achilles injuries. And he said, among other things, like AI, we're looking into it to maybe it can help us determine, and whatever, prevent. AI is going to help you prevent Achilles injuries?
Well, I wouldn't use that particular tone because I think that the frivolous use, you know me, I'm not here for the frivolous use of AI. The things that people, the purveyors of AI systems or what have you, will try and sell you on is its applications in helping, like, utilize data and crunch it down and make something of that, which seems like in the medical field could be incredibly helpful. I see that. The thing that I'm pointing to is I don't know that this is like a research type thing when it's coming to these Achilles injuries. I think it's an overuse, and a particular overuse in different ways, right? Obviously just playing too many games, and maybe someone is listening and going, well, they've been playing 82 games for a long time. I think it also points to these guys are pushing their bodies even further than guys have pushed their bodies before. And there's not a way to ramp that down without changing the circumstances, because nobody's going to willingly say, I'm going to go less than what is available to me in this competitive space where there's, as we talked about, so much money on the line. So again, you could do all your AI. I think ultimately what you'll come down to is, hey, can we limit the usage of what's happening here? And I think the only way to do that really is probably to have
maybe that's how they use AI.
Fewer games, what have and maybe
you should ask AI.
Maybe
how can they cut down on these Achilles?
Well, that's what he says they're going to try.
Ask it right now. See what say.
But I just the predictiveness of artificial intelligence I know is next level. But when a guy has a quote, calf strain, I mean, common sense would tell you better start looking at the Achilles anyway and rest them. I think it might be able to use some of the data and information to say, hey, yeah, you probably want to rest him. Doesn't mean the guy's going to rest in the NBA Finals.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the conscious decisions, some of the ones we were talking about, Kevin Durant himself, when he was with the Warriors, that was one of those things that happened there, although it was a calf strain earlier in the year. Klay Thompson, when he had where he was coming from his calf strain, and obviously you talk about, Tyrese, we saw him laboring with the calf, but that's one of those things where we all know in sports, guys are going to play through injury in these moments where it seems like it matters the most in the playoffs. So, yeah, I don't know how you balance that and how you stop those guys and the teams themselves from allowing those guys to get out there on the floor. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Which Houston team has the biggest obstacle in their way to winning a championship, as they all seem to be in kind of championship mode? Interestingly enough, it's a great time in Houston, but which obstacle is the biggest for each of these teams? We'll talk about it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Why am I saying that? Happy Hunter Brown Day to you. We are very, very close to him taking the mound for the Astros. They look for a sweep against the Philadelphia Phillies. That one is first pitch is, moments from now.
So it's your first bite?
I think I'll wait. I don't think I'm doing that in the middle of the segment because that's how that. Yeah, I'll probably wait to the other side of the segment, but I will do that. We have hot dogs have been acquired. Shot of alcohol has been acquired.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind is it?
What is it?
What was it? I don't forgotten what it is.
Yeah, it's right there.
Hornitos, I believe.
Yeah, Hornitos.
Okay,
there you go. That's it was what was around.
Mm-hmm.
That is how this went. So ready to undertake my best shot at a 999 challenge during a little bit of a work environment, because that's exactly where you want to go undertake a eating and drinking challenge is at work.
Yes, you do. That's so everybody can see.
I've often said that that's exactly where you want to do things like that. All right, let's talk about.
I wish we started this earlier. Because right about now, you be around a little Reggie.
Yeah, but why would I do that?
Yes.
That make it fun.
No, for who?
For us. For us. Everyone but you.
Yeah, for all the listeners on the text line.
Don't worry, they'll hear about it tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe they won't, because y'all probably go home. So if y'all want to know about it, make these guys stay.
Now you can take the shot now. Take the shot now.
Nah, I want to wait till the game's not started.
Oh, that's right.
And now we need to start this conversation about Houston teams. We talked to Bishop for this Rockets team.
Yeah.
This Astros team is in. I mean, they're trying to keep a window open of contention, which means
Jordan playing catch.
Jordan is playing catch.
Not hitting off a tee.
I mean, but he has recently. I mean, we saw the injury designations. Yes, the long training room. Jacob Melton, who someone was asking earlier, him along with Chaz McCormick, Pedro Leon, and Brendan Rodgers are all going through hitting and throwing progressions for whatever that's worth. So, working their way to return for whatever, however you want to utilize that. But Astros, championship type window. Texans, we're talking about them entering that window of being amongst the best and giving themselves an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. And obviously we mentioned the Rockets. So which team, as they're all pushing for that, the biggest award, the biggest thing in their sports, has the biggest obstacle in their way to winning a championship? 713-572-4610.
What would be the holdup? What would stop the train, so to speak?
Is this all internal, or are you thinking external as well?
It's however you want to interpret it. Because let's just put it in very, very blunt terms. The Rockets, the Texans, and the Astros all believe, at least themselves, that they have a chance to win a championship.
Right.
All right. So what are the obstacles that could keep that from happening? You want to go team by team, or does one stand out to you over the other?
I mean, team by team makes sense. The Texans one, text line already jumped in there, and the 832 starting with letting you know that the Texans have the hardest path in their perspective. But the 972 says the biggest roadblock wasn't addressed in the offseason despite what the team said or did, which I think you're in the same place, is probably
the
offensive line, right?
Yeah.
That was the biggest hole that they had, right, last year, and so it makes sense that that's going to be the big roadblock, at least when it comes to internal type things. Do you have the offensive line that allows your offense to do the things necessary and allows your most important player, if not best player in C.J. Stroud, to orchestrate an offense? Because your defense, is Super Bowl caliber. Your offense needs to match or at least have complementary football, and that starts with being able to block, whether run or pass block. It needs to start there.
I think that is the clear answer for everybody, but I think there are also other answers that are potential, obstacles.
With the Texans?
What's standing between the Texans and a championship, I think the offensive line would be one. I honestly think they need to win 12 damn games for once. I know they've done it once in their history. I believe it was 2012, 11. And those
are the 2 years I'd guess.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the two probably best years that you've had.
So win 12 games. Hell, win 13 games. So you're not playing just this Saturday afternoon wild card game.
They find a way to still do that.
Come on, man. We got to keep the tradition going.
And then
the divisional round game on Saturday night.
And then going on the road.
Right.
And then going on the road. Win 13 games and play a couple at home. Hell, play all 3 at home.
Right. And yes, and you were right. 2012 was the 12-win season, 12-4, where you again lost in the divisional round. We know what that is.
Win 13 games. Let's do it.
That speaks to what I think the biggest roadblock actually is, and this person on 713 kind of started getting towards it. Biggest challenge for the Texans is obviously Lamar Jackson. And if you extrapolate that out, and Josh Allen And if you want to put it as Patrick Mahomes, like it's the AFC is a monster, and all of the best quarterbacks in this league, you need to be a monster as well.
Be a monster.
But the Lamar Jackson, I would scoff at that a little bit, and I'm the Lamar Jackson defender here. I will be completely honest about that. But man, they sure like to step on their own feet and trip on their own feet. Because I thought that they were the best offense last year, or best team last year. I thought the year before that they should have won in the game that they lost against Kansas City, but they have stepped on their own foot. If they get out of their own way, I don't know who's really supposed to stop them. And then you look at the Bills, who they feel like they've ascended to a whole different level of capability. The Chiefs are interesting because they feel like they actually have significant holes in what they are, but they might just be the Astros in a different sport and a different color of just, it doesn't matter what it looks like or what you think it is. I thought they were the getting away with it All-Stars last year, and all of a sudden here they are in the Super Bowl again. So just the ability to know how to win or just being a crazy good team, I think those teams are out there, and so you need to find, as the Texans, a thing, right? And obviously defense can be that possibly, but you need to have a thing that breaks through the noise because you have the hardest path of trying to get to the Super Bowl first and foremost.
All those things you're telling me, while true, are mitigated if you win 13 games. You'll
are they?
Yes, you'll be either one or two.
Yeah, but you still have to face those teams.
But they'll be coming here. I'm saying so they're mitigated. I'm not saying they're solved.
I was like, do I have to be the guy that says week 17?
No, I'm not saying they're solved.
You know what I mean? Do I have to be the guy that brings up the Beyonce Bowl?
But you'd feel much better about doing that at home in the postseason.
Beyonce Bowl happened at home.
I know.
Okay.
I understand a regular season game. It was bad.
Yeah, that's what it was. Bad vibes. Yeah. You putting that on Beyonce knows Carter.
It was Christmas, man.
Yeah, right.
They
wanted to be home.
Unless you ain't getting nothing for Christmas.
They wanted to be home.
Unless Santa Claus ain't come to your house.
Buddy, that was a lump of coal if I ever saw one.
And the Ravens were angry that they had to be on the road on Christmas. No. Okay, so what about Rockets? What's the obstacle?
I think obviously the Oklahoma City Thunder is one of the things if you talk about externally, but it's just the idea of them being a champion while also still being similar to you and young. They have their superstar. They have their niche. They have their thing. But you know what I'm going to say for the Rockets. The thing internally, I guess you talk about Kevin Durant and his age and his health. But for me, it's can you develop an offense that is above what Kevin Durant gives you? So it's not just Kevin Durant trying to go for what you know. It's not just Alperen Şengün post up going for what you know. It's not just Fred VanVleet getting mad at Draymond Green talking crazy to him to try and find offense for him. It is something that makes more of the sum of the parts of what you have because the parts are great, but a good offense takes that and levels it up. And I think that that's still what's necessary. That's something that was missing this year. And even with Kevin Durant coming in and giving you ability to have someone to hand the ball to in the final 4 or 5 minutes, you need to figure out something more in those other 44 minutes that are not just we're going to get the ball out of off the rim and run the other way.
That is definitely a hurdle. It ties in with my biggest hurdle outside of the Western Conference, as you pointed out with Oklahoma City. I think it's beyond Oklahoma City. I think a lot of teams are going to be right up there.
Right. I'm waiting for free agency to give me those teams actually are in the way.
But on top of what you said, and I mentioned this the other day, just pencil in, and it's not a shot at him. It's just the way things work. Pencil in Durant missing about 20 games.
Okay.
Whether it's health, rest, whatever you want to call it, pencil in him missing about 20 games. You got to figure out how to win the majority of those. And that ties in with your offense thing. It ties in with players stepping up. Because in order to be able to get to a high level in the conference, you're gonna want home court advantage as well, and you're gonna want the squad to be able to perform without Durant.
Okay, I think that those are all fair. So then the Astros are the remaining team of the trifecta, Houston's majority sports. What for the Astros? Is injuries going to continue to be the thing? Because right now injuries are the thing, but you're winning your division. You've got tied for the third best record in all of baseball. As of right now, that's not killing you. So, but are these injuries going to still remain a thing? Are you going to maybe get guys back in timely fashion to where the injuries aren't the thing that's in your way? Because for postseason ball is what we're talking about.
No, to me, it's injuries.
Still,
as much as they're withstanding it, remarkable. I mean, they're just playing remarkable baseball and getting remarkable efforts out of guys, especially pitchers, despite all the injuries. It's still you're playing with fire, man. I mean, I hate to use a cliche, but I mean, there's a lot of injuries out there, and if you don't start getting guys back, then ultimately it will catch up to you.
Which maybe they are getting a little bit of a good fortune there. Joe Espada, before this game started, that is going a couple of outs for Hunter in the top of the first. But before this game started, Joe Espada said that there's a TBD or TBA for Saturday's starting pitcher. That TBD could turn into a different three letters, LMJ, possibly. We'll see if that comes to – and if he's back, that gives you at least the thing that I feel confident in if you have health, which is Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and another pitcher to go along with them in Lance McCullers Jr. for when you get to the postseason where you could easily run a three-man rotation.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me actually is that hitting. Like,
I have that on mine as well. Just overall hitting.
Timely hitting is great.
Yeah.
I would want to see more robust hitting when you sort the wheat from the chaff going to the postseason. Postseason baseball, postseason basketball, playoff football, all of it. You're playing against the better teams. We're getting rid of all these teams that are not good, and now you need the level. There needs to be a level up, and even with that, like you can't just depend on the pitching to straight get you through. You need your hitting to not just be timely, but to be more robust. And that's going to require Jordan being back and actually being a better version of himself, which we can't say that we've seen this season. I probably want to ask Christian Walker to be a better version of himself, on top of the fact that, obviously you want them to be good, but those are the guys who are supposed to be the experienced guys when you're getting into the meaningful games. Yes, Jose Altuve is experienced. Jeremy Pena, interestingly enough, has playoff experience being that type of guy. But Jake Myers, how much do you expect, even if he continues through the regular season, when it comes playoff time, that different level of baseball, is he going to maintain that level? How much can you lean on Cam Smith? You get what I'm saying? Like the guys that are supposed to be guaranteed offense, they need to be those guys in the postseason. If we're talking about health in the Western Conference for the Rockets, if we're talking about injuries and hitting for the Astros, and of course offensive line, and then what the top of the AFC is, which of those is the largest obstacle for one of these Houston teams?
I think I would have to say the Texans, only because of the proven commodities at the top of the division, the fact that they have a tougher schedule, so it's going to be hard to get to those 12 or 13 wins, harder to get to those. And as a texter said, we're saying offensive line, which is true, but you also have offensive coordinator, you also have offensive line coach, et cetera, et cetera. I'd say the Texans have the toughest path, but all three of them believe they have a chance, and I wouldn't doubt them.
Funny enough, I think the one that I feel most confident is the Astros.
Oh, yeah, which is weird, right?
It is weird. But I wonder also if that is just the championship pedigree that's also sliding in here for me as well.
Yeah, because
the Rockets,
exactly what it is.
A good point that's made here on the text line from the 832, you also still Jabari Smith Jr., does he take a step forward because he's going to have more responsibility? Does Tari take another step? Does Reed become a viable? That's a huge part of this because, again, I've been operating under the presumption that he becomes the leader of the bench mob. If your bench and your non-Fred, non-KD minutes or whatever end up being problematic, how far can you actually go? So those are fair things to bring up. So if I had to rank it, I go Texans, Rockets, Astros when it comes to difficulty of what stands between them and championship. Okay. Fair?
Yeah, I would agree.
But what's lovely, as Parker McCollum mentioned, and I know a lot of people talked about, it does feel like you're in your championship era as an entirety of a Houston, including, mind you, shout out to the SaberCats who are playing in the Major League Rugby Championship this weekend as well.
Dude,
they're the Western Conference champions.
So they're playing great.
Championship era, baby.
Yeah.
Houston. Yeah. Championship city. You love to see it. I mean, well, everybody's got to go get it done, starting with the SaberCats this weekend. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's that time, first and foremost, as we're in the first inning, for me to eat a hot dog. But also, it's time to hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Lopez had some takeaways on the NBA draft last night. I got some takeaways as well, and we got to do a little investigation on somebody who was catching a lot of heat last night.
Ooh, okay.
All
Let's
right.
do that next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
That's not what they're doing, John.
Pass and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Real quick, I just want to give a quick update on the guy who broke both of his legs in the Galleria.
We got to have
a local celebrity at this.
Yeah,
we got to have this.
He was running from the cops, and he decided to jump from the second level onto the ice rink and broke both of his legs. So apparently, this brother stole some sunglasses. So that was the item he took. And he actually did a video of it. He was in a store. I forgot what store it was, but he put on these sunglasses and was talking all this trash. Like, man, I'm walking out of here. Like, I'm out.
Was he really?
Yep.
Man.
And apparently they called the cops on him. And the cops, I guess it was some cops that was
there
off duty.
Yeah.
But they was kind of working something else. They ran after him, and the rest is history.
Man.
So that's a quick little update on
He
there.
also he went down slow off of the second level.
Yeah. It wasn't just like on some superhero type stuff, just jump over. He actually climbed down and waited for himself to drop and then broke his legs.
Which is hilarious because you think you're getting away from him. Like, if you take that long to get to the second level, they're just going to follow you down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Salute to that. You feel stupid.
What is the inverse of a salute? Because whatever that is, that to that man.
It's just thoughts and prayers, pretty much. T's and P's, baby.
T's and P's.
T's and P's.
Yeah.
So, Lopez, you was talking about the NBA draft. You gave the OG thoughts.
Yeah.
And all the passing thoughts.
Yeah.
So, I got a few little thoughts, too, man. I can't front, man. I was very disappointed with the coverage of it. I was watching the ESPN version, and I didn't know it was an ABC version. I thought it was all like simulcast.
Oh, they were different?
They were different. They were totally different.
Why?
So
that's news to me, actually.
I was sitting. I don't know who y'all was y'all watching the
ESPN? Yeah.
Yeah. So we was watching Kendrick Perkins, Malika Andrews, and the rest of them. Apparently on ABC, it was Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
It was the what was the guy that was the GM for the not the Lakers, but
Bob Myers.
It was Bob Myers.
Who was the general manager for the Warriors.
Yeah. It was somebody else that was kind of hosting. They weren't even at a desk. There was more kind of a sit down type thing, couch type of vibe to it. But I'm like, man, I'm not sure. I guess the ESPN version was the B team.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, I don't know if the other version is the A team at this point, man. I'm like, I'm sitting here dying a slow death trying to figure out which way to die because I was not really impressed with the way both of them broadcasts was.
Right. Well, we were talking earlier when I was giving my passing thoughts. ESPN was rough.
Yeah, it was pretty bad too. The thing I ain't think it was that bad, but I looked on the internet. And people was torching this young lady. So Monica Minut, who was doing the interviews right after they jump off the stage.
Yeah.
And I don't really expect much from these interviews, man. It's soft questions.
Yeah.
It's just nothing crazy. You ain't about to get no type of
like big
answers or insight into anything like that. So I look online, people were saying this is brutal. It was a lot of bad things said about her questions and all of that stuff. So this I want to play something real quick. So this is her talking to Cooper Flagg. So this is pretty much the first interview.
Okay.
I know she was working all day, but this is the first interview once the draft started, and she interviewed Cooper Flagg.
Cooper, the moment has been realized. How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing. It's a dream come true, to be honest. I wouldn't want to share it with anybody else.
You mentioned sharing it with anybody else. We've got the Flag 5 here. How much have these people meant in getting you here?
I mean, I wouldn't be here without these people right here and all my people back home in Maine. 5 people up in the box up there. They're here for me, and I wouldn't be here without them. So it just means so much to see everybody here and supporting me.
So that don't. I mean,
that's typical fluff. There's nothing wrong with
So
that.
you don't hear anything crazy or you kind of cringing or anything like that.
No, it was perfectly fine actually. Like I didn't hear that particular interview. I have a thought on I don't know that I personally would have put Monica White what she does, but she's an analyst. I think ESPN does that a lot, where they play people out of position, so to say.
Yeah.
And that would be one of those instances. But I thought she handled herself very well there.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I ain't think nothing of it. I mean, I probably wasn't even paying attention, to be honest. But she ain't say nothing where I'm like, what is she doing?
Yeah.
Now here's Monica Minut talking to the guy that was drafted in the Rocket spot for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
I'm not sure his name is
Kaman Muluak.
Yes, that's his name, and he's from
Duke.
Yeah, but he's from. Yeah, we can say that, but he's from another country.
Yeah, he was talking about Africa.
I don't know if it's from Africa.
Is it the Sudan? An African country.
Yeah.
I want you to. Can I peel the curtain back? Lopez goes, is it the Sioux? And then I'm not looking at him, but I can feel his eyes turn towards me as if I'm supposed to know exactly.
You would.
Hey,
all the people in the room, you would.
I was about to point to you.
Is it because this African pendant right here?
Oh, 100%.
No, it's mostly because
for
you're
me,
a nerd. Yeah.
No, for me it was
South Sudan.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I'm like, hey Reggie, my brother. Where your brother from, man? No, I wouldn't go do all that.
South Sudan. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is her, and this is where I kind of raised the eyebrow a little bit because something seemed a little off to me. I want to see if it's kind of off for y'all.
You told me yesterday that you are delusional about your dreams. Tell the truth. Did that delusion include being drafted a lottery pick in the NBA?
I mean, yeah, it included that, like me being delusional about my dreams, believing in myself that I'm going to make it to the end. Now I'm here in the NBA draft. Just got drafted.
We also talked about the pride and all the folks that you are representing. What do you want to say about the people that have helped you get here, and in particular your roots in Africa?
Did y'all see anything? Because my first thought when I heard the first question, I tweeted out, "Is Monica Minut from Africa? Like, does she have some type of roots there or something like that?" Because it seemed like she was kind of talking in a different accent a little bit.
Yeah, her cadence switched up in a weird, interesting way.
I'll play it again real quick, just the first part.
You told me yesterday that you are delusional about your dreams. Tell the truth. Did that delusion include being drafted a lottery pick in the NBA?
I mean, I think it's kind of a reach, but I could see where
her cadence is definitely different, but I don't think it's because, honestly, if I was joking, I'd be like, she sounded like she had been drinking a little bit, which I don't think is the case. I think really just she was trying to do a lot of enunciating to make sure that she's not, maybe for him, because I hadn't even considered that, possibly for his understanding, but I think also we know this because we work in a medium like this. It's very easy for you to talk in a way that's monotone, that's normal, but also doesn't sound great over for a broadcast.
Yeah.
Versus, making sure that you have a level of color to your voice and change the tonation and whatever. And it just felt like she turned that knob up too far.
Yeah.
That would be my complaint. It didn't feel natural. It felt very put on from her. And I think what people, especially nowadays in broadcast, want is a more natural feel where it feels kind of easy flowing. And that's probably what people are hearing from her.
I think it's still a reach to go there. I mean, it was fine.
Yeah,
was fine overall.
but that's. I still wasn't complaining. I was just kind of raising the eyebrow. I'm like, is she from Africa? Like, does she got some roots there? I look, and she wasn't.
Okay.
So this is towards the end of the draft, and she interviewed a guy by the name of Liam McNeely. And like I said, this is the end. And Reggie, you brought up that
the Illinois cat.
My
bad. I
can't remember. But now Reggie brought up a little earlier. She sounded a little tipsy. When I heard this one, I'm like, okay, something else going on. She must be tired or something.
Yeah.
You now round out the 4 guys from Mount Vernon tonight. How special is it to share this night with those guys?
Those are my brothers.
It's all good. It's your night.
So proud of them and the dream come true.
Congratulations, Liam. Congratulations, Mom Ashley.
At that point,
There's a green room.
I thought she was tired. It sounded like she was tired.
She might have been drinking. It has signs.
Yeah, even this last part, it seemed like she was just kind of melted in a little bit. Just
congratulations, Liam. Congratulations, Mom Ashley.
And then she just walked off. I'm like, she had to be tired. Because I kind of get like that when I'm a little tired, and I don't even have to be drinking.
Kind of punch drunk in that.
Yeah, you kind of get a little cotton mouth. You just kind of,
Yeah.
So she had to be tired. Hey, for her.
It is a long day.
So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she got a little tired towards the end.
I was about to say, where's Cassidy Hubbard? But I don't think she worked at ESPN no more. Where's Holly Rowe? That's the Holly Rowe special. Just out here being happy and bubbly and talking, asking people questions. Like where are all the NBA sideline reporters? Why did Monica McNutt end up in the space? Again, not saying that she can't do it. I think she's really good at what she does. Why are you having people like, hey, Stephen A. Smith, go do these interviews? That's not what you hired them for.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think the who was the Malika Andrews? I know she's more of a host now, but that was her spot right there. Like to me, I kind of look at her as kind of like a Taylor Rooks a little bit, where she could just connect with the players, do a quick little interview, smile, and look pretty and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think she's
that
more.
sounded worse than I think you were trying to make it sound. I think I understood what you were going for, but that did sound like, just get out here and look pretty for me now.
Yeah, exactly.
No, she know how to connect with the players.
100%.
You're right.
And I think now she's pretty much being a host, like kind of running the ship a little, steering the ship.
Yeah.
I think they just kind of figured they could just throw anybody right there and they could work. And I don't know, man. I guess it's the reason I don't work at ESPN. I guess I ain't got the answers.
I don't know.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So the one thing I love is a judge who is all about her people and don't play about her defendants. So here's a judge who is, I want to say, is in Michigan. She was doing a Zoom call with talking about his probation and all that stuff. And here's where she kind of turned up a little bit.
You're on a non-reporting probation anyway. So if they've had you reporting monthly, you didn't have to do that.
They told me that the judge don't make the rules here. That was the quote that they...
Who told you that? Oh, hold on. Mr. Flanagan, call Mr. Farmer right now. Call him right now. Yes. It's going to be a great day.
This is the judge.
Now. I need you to tell us who told you that. Call them right now. Matter of fact, you can call Mr. Wade too. Call them right now. I'm about to. Yes. I like you, Mr. Lee. I like you. You didn't even mean to tell on them, but you did. Let's make sure they have a meeting with the probation. Because if I ever hear somebody say that again, I'm gonna hold them in contempt. Yeah. But we gonna do this right now. Oh, I'm so excited. This turned out to be a great Tuesday.
She's excited. She's gonna go in on someone.
That's a good type of judge right there. That's
she enjoys doing her job.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like a lot of people won't even go that far. They would just kind of do their job right there. But she took it a step further.
Well, I gotta know. Did she get them? I mean, did they?
I was actually looking through the comments. I ain't got the comments in front of me, but I was kind of looking. They asked for an update, and I guess the guy or whoever his probation officer, whoever, wasn't working there anymore.
Okay,
nice.
So that's kind of an answer right there.
Yeah. So
what I love though is that she immediately she went from all right, this is Tuesday. She was like, oh, we got action.
Like,
Yeah.
Who said this ain't the judge?
I'm gonna fix that right now.
Yeah,
call them right now.
Who over here talking about my name?
And it wasn't even angry. She was just like, "Yeah, we got action."
Yeah.
That's like the people like the bouncer who likes to fight. It's like, "Oh, we got to fight." Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I got to throw somebody out today. Yeah. Except with the judge.
Yes.
Yeah. No, salute to her.
I did. I like that.
We need a little more judges like that.
100%.
I'm sure there's some great judges out there too. But you also got the ones that's a little strict. So salute to her for looking out for him because she ain't had to do that.
Hey, she's just doing her job. They shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Some people probably wouldn't have paid it no mind, but she actually said, "No, who is this?
Yeah.
We're gonna let them know right now."
How mad do you think she would have been if it was just that they were making old boy do check-ins on his probation rather than saying specifically that the judge don't run nothing here? Because that felt like that was the part where she was like, oh really?
Sure. Oh, for sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that so? We'll find out then. Let's see. Well, there you go.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Figgy's Mixtape every weekday right here In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. is the time to check in for that. At the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something mixtape worthy, send it to him. He might put you on the air and shout you out as well. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros look like they might be getting one on the board right now. That is right. They do. It's 1-0 now in favor of the Astros over the Phillies. Hunter Brown has been handling his own, but at the bottom of the second, Yainer Diaz right for our eyes right now as they are trying to go for a sweep of the tied for third best record in baseball, Philadelphia Phillies. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to crosstalk with the fellas that are holding down the drive slide. It's Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. We'll talk to them next.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three teams.
Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's been a fun Thursday to this point. In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Well, just on 610 General, your Houston sports leader. It started with a great conversation with Payne and Pendergast. We've had a good show. It's a Hunter Brown day, so that's been delightful as well already. We already got, was it Pena that came home?
It was Myers.
It was Myers, that's right. Because that was the Yiner Diaz.
That was a hustle
RBI.
run, man.
Real hustle plays there.
Beat out an infield single.
The Astros are in the top of the third and, already have a 1-0 lead, although I will say, Hunter Brown's doing what he does. That is to be expected. Christian Walker, dog.
Yeah.
And it was one at bat. You cannot make the entirety of a guy's existence one at bat. However, when existence has been the way that it has been for Christian Walker, you see in that bat where he just looks lost and he's just flailing, and I'm not confident that he's going to find his way out of it. And I hate to say that because he's a consummate pro. Mm-hmm. He's a dude that knows himself. We've seen kind of the conversations about it when it comes to reporting and such. That I early on in the season, I was like, he'll find his way. This is the halfway point. Mm-hmm. This is game 81. I am starting to wonder if he's going to find himself.
Look, that was an at bat that had all the markings of somebody who was lost. Like, he was flailing. It was way outside. It was a quick. I think it was 3 strikes in 4 pitches. And you're right. I mean, that's not normally him, but you can see it just kind of compounding itself and getting in his head. It seemed like again, like you said, one at bat. Maybe it was just he was fooled, whatever. But it certainly looked like that.
All right, I don't know. Have you ever coached baseball? I never actually.
No. Basketball.
I'm very much wondering, because I know you did coach basketball, and I don't know if there's any level of translatable coaching experience for this, but I'm always intrigued by how a manager helps a player out of these spaces. Before the season, Joe Espada, I don't even remember. I think he might have been talking with Chandler Rome, if memory serves. I don't recall, but he was talking about the ways in which he kind of writes down in his journal. He journals generally, and one of the things that's helped him do is consider and think back of the ways that he's helped guys and the ways that he knows how to help guys out of things. Obviously, he does not have that relationship prior to this season with Christian Walker, but I imagine after a certain level of time here, that hopefully he would have found something. But is there anything that comes to mind for you on how he might help Christian Walker find a little bit more steady of play and consistency for you at first base? Because that's super necessary.
I mean, that is the billion-dollar question, much less $1 million question, because we see it in every sport. Guys getting lost, getting in their own heads, whether it's lack of confidence, whatever. And some of the greatest minds in sports history, coaches in sports history, have tried to figure out ways to get guys out of these things. It's one of those things that it can be it can end a player. It can end a player, at least their career, in a certain place, and it has here,
Yeah, it has. It absolutely has. So, I mean, we're watching that game, 1-0. The Astros lead as of right now. Hunter Brown still on the mound. It's the top of the third, which means I got to worry about getting a hot dog here soon. But talk about confidence. Darrell Taylor, defensive end now for the Houston Texans. He was on the Bears last year, interestingly enough, as I did my rewatch of the Bears game earlier. But he was on Good Morning Football earlier this week, and tell me if this doesn't sound like a confident guy that's coming in to rush off the edge for the Texans.
Man, it's personal this year because, I feel like I left a lot on the table in Chicago, and, I'm in a great place where, the offense is, going to do their thing, and, we have a great coaching staff to, be able to put me in position to be able to help our defense out this year and, make a lot of plays. So I'm excited about that. So that's the reason that, I feel like I'm, playing with much of a chip on my shoulder than I ever played with. So I'm just excited to be there and excited to offer what I got, my skill level to the Houston Texans, man.
Yeah, it just sounds like a guy that knows, he's entering an incredible situation. Going to be high, but he's not going to have to carry anything. He's joining a defense that's going to have a specific role for him that he can fill out.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that you're a guy who is inherently going to be a depth edge rusher, which I don't know, maybe Darrell Taylor is in that space. I think that's probably a fair way of categorizing where he is in his career. This is probably the best place to be, right?
Because
not only are you likely going to be on the opposite side of somebody who can really get after it, You know that your secondary is good, and you also know that you're going to get opportunities, right? This is a team that rotates when it comes to defensive ends. Not a lot of teams do that, or maybe not a lot, but not everybody does that.
Yeah.
There are teams that, if you're the, top edge rusher off the right or the left,
you're there every down.
You're there most of the downs and maybe just spell when you're tired. Now, these guys rotate in quite a bit, so he'll have an opportunity to get in there. I'm excited to see what Darrell Taylor can bring this year because he's one of those guys that I know a lot of people have been excited about, but then also, I'm starting to get even more jazzed because it's more than competent, right? Like, it's not like he's a bad edge rusher. Last year, he had 3 sacks in 16 games. So, I mean, I could easily see him replicating that and maybe adding 1 or 2 more because we saw a number of guys that I guess if you just were looking from a national 30,000-foot view perspective and just looked at a name, you wouldn't imagine would have produced in the way that they did, talking about Mario Edwards, talking about, Tim Settle. And I know those guys are more on the interior, but even on the outside, you had Derek Barnett, who was deeply underrated, I think, by a lot of people. I'm excited for what this defense will continue to do this year.
You hit on it because it's a role that they're going to fill, and they're not going to be asked a lot. And 30,000-foot view, as you said, you're thinking 3 sacks. How big is that? Well, imagine you get 13 here and 12 there from Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Then you sprinkled in, 3, 2, 3. All of a sudden, that's a team that's just wreaking havoc on the opposing quarterbacks.
Yeah, and a defense that hopefully hits the ground running a little bit further. Because I've been surprised in my rewatch, defense was not as menacing in the start of last year as I would have imagined, and as going back to watch it, especially in some of these games that were pretty close. That defense was absolutely menacing by the end of the year, and so much of that is returning. If this team and this defense in particular hits the ground running that they do, I can only imagine where the heights that they reach by week 18, by the divisional round, by the that level of things.
Start the bar at a higher level and then see what happens.
Yeah, man. I'm very intrigued by that. So there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting ready to talk with the fellas that are holding down the drive, Area 45. Before we go there, our question of the day earlier seemed to get a lot of reaction. I'll ask PC and Bijani once they're...
It's an asinine conversation.
once they're here for us. But what is the weirdest way that you've celebrated anything at all was our question of the day. And there was a number of responses, and there's still some coming in. One of the ones that I didn't read earlier, they said they were talking about how they were sitting for boards for their licenses, had big plans to celebrate, but they were so tired by the time they were done that they just went to a stop and go, sat on the curb, and drank 6-packs until.
That's
and then
a great celebration.
That's a great celebration.
That's a great celebration.
Really?
Like it's finally over. I'm exhausted, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to have a 6-pack of beer.
Just and it was cheap.
Yeah,
not a cheap beer, but that's a cheap way to celebrate.
Okay, I thought you were saying they had a natty light and then went their separate ways.
Yeah.
And then someone else from the 979 just texted in and said, solo champagne showers, both World Series, even though they weren't drinking. So they went and got champagne, and they just Chris Boshed it over the top of their head.
Oh, no, man, I don't know about
why
that.
not? Well,
what? Is that not what he did?
It fits the question.
You cool with the Chris Bosh celebration?
Why not? In the comfort of your own home? Although, did you lay down tarp? Did you get in the bathtub in order to do this? Did you just ruin carpet? How did that go?
Now Reggie got to do the celebration.
All right, you're doing a lot right now. You're doing a lot.
What's wrong with that?
You're doing a lot.
What's wrong with that?
How many tequila shots in are you?
I'm 2, although I need to get a third hot dog, as I promised to do a 999.
Oh, that's why you're talking so fast and loud.
Wait, hold on.
You ain't heard nothing yet.
So you're doing 999, 9 dogs, 9 shots, 9
Correct. Correct. That is Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani of Area 45. They're holding it down for the drive today, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. We're cross-talking it. Yes, I am doing a 999.
Who's carrying you home after the 6th inning?
I live about a block or 2 away, so I'll just walk it. In fact, I'll probably need to walk something off at that point.
As I like to say, stumbling distance.
that is fair.
That's going to feel like a country mile for you.
As long as he walks the right way.
Yeah, I got to make sure that I orient myself properly. I got to check my compass first and foremost.
When he comes into work tomorrow, with his head so swollen he looks like a Klingon, and we ask him what happened, we find out he had a lot of brawls with street signs and trees and parked cars.
Yeah.
It doesn't be you.
That may have happened before.
Yeah. Just point him to the northwest. I mean, that's where you go.
You're slacking on the dogs, man.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to do this, and I've already killed 3.
Yeah, see, I need to but I want to go at the pace of the innings. I don't want to get ahead.
But see, that's the big mistake. You're right.
Exactly.
But
3 and 2 innings is I think we could all do that.
Yeah, 100%.
9 and 9.
The longer you wait,
Yeah.
the faster your brain realizes you're full.
Exactly.
And then you can't eat.
And that's why I want to do the challenge as much justice as possible. That's my objective here.
We have a very important question on the text line. Who is more attractive, Reggie or Cam Smith?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm guessing Cam Smith. That is a professional baseball outfielder. They're built to be attractive to most people. To
Just
be honest.
your job makes you more attractive.
I think that's how that works.
Maybe your personality makes you more attractive.
Well, thanks, man. I don't know that you were saying that definitively, but just the thought that you could put that out there, that warms my heart.
I think maybe you have warm eyes.
Thanks, man. Again, you said a maybe there, so you didn't say definitively, but I'm going to take that. I'm going to take all that you
had the
I don't want to say definitively because
it probably is the tequila speaking at this point.
Listen, you're a dude, I'm a dude. If I
We're
don't
all
say
dudes, yeah.
if I don't say maybe we're not all dudes. So I'm going to say maybe.
I think PC just said, Reggie, he's got a good personality.
Thanks, man. Okay, so our question of the day, as you guys might have heard, was what's the weirdest way that you celebrated anything? I don't know you knew this about our boss, Parker. He's a big Auburn fan, and apparently there was a big Auburn win that they had where he was not on campus or what have you, but he was at his house, and Auburn had a thing where they go and they TP the trees and everything. He just went out front to his tree and toilet papered it, which just,
TP'd his own tree?
That is correct.
Someone's got to clean it up.
That is correct. And so with that being the case, I'm interested, do you guys have any, was there just a weird celebration that you guys had at any point for something? Lopez, what was yours again?
Well, my firstborn, I got some sideways looks from my wife and the nurse. As soon as he was born, I raised him up Lion King style.
That's awesome.
Look what I have created. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And I dumped a couple of college co-eds into a concrete pond out of a moving grocery cart.
College, man. Who amongst us doesn't,
Hey. Well, we're celebrating, and we're going. Then we hit the concrete, and they go elbows over
I don't know that I've ever
everything.
done anything like that. Celebrate. The closest thing that I can really think of is a couple of my friends and I. It was our last semester in college, and we're all online to fill out all our stuff so we could get our graduation. You got to fill out how you want your diploma to be read out and all that. So we just stand, and the line doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, Donna Summer, Hot Stuff comes on.
Yes, sir.
So the four of us did the full Monty dance.
Okay.
I like that.
People were looking at us like we were smashed.
They should have been doing it.
It was probably one of the few times in college I wasn't smashed. But we sat there, we're on the line, we just started doing the full Monty dance.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I feel like it's easier to do that when you're amongst a few friends, though, and strangers, because you're like, bump the strangers, I don't care. When you would you have been able to pull that off if it was just you in the line?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't have thought. It was one of those things with your guys. Like, let's do this.
It's too close to Parker's. It wasn't my own home, but it was my high school. So, end of junior year, you're getting ready to be seniors. The whole thing was you always wrap the school.
Yeah.
Well, we wrapped the school 10.0. There was a recycling dumpster just at the end of the senior parking lot, and one of our buddies had a very large truck, like an 8-foot bed. We filled his truck with the newspapers, and we went all the way down Mount Carmel Drive and dumped all the newspapers. We put glue on the front steps of the high school, bird seed. We went and got a shopping cart from Kroger.
Was this for a
put it on the
football
high
win?
school roof. No, it was because, hey, we're seniors.
grad, yeah.
And then guess who had to clean it up?
Of course.
Oh.
Of course.
Yeah, we did. We got busted.
But, you have a great memory, though.
Not really. I'm guessing.
I have a great memory. I do. Amongst my friends, I have the best memory.
There
It's
you
like
go.
it just happened last week.
Exactly.
I don't know why that is.
Hopefully not the cleaning part, more of the actual.
No, I remember the cleaning part.
Okay, fair enough. Touche.
When they said, hey, we're taking away your hours, you won't be able to graduate, I was like, okay, where's the weed eater?
Yeah, right.
Give me the broom.
Let's clean some stuff. All right.
I got some gloves here, and I got a hat and some goggles, and we're ready to go.
Yep.
All right, guys. I only got 2 outs here for me to go get another hot dog and another shot down. So we'll be done for the day. But you guys just getting going, filling in for the drive, and it's Area 45. If you don't get a chance to listen to these fellas every day, you're in for a treat. It's Sean Bijani. It's PC. Chris Santiago, I'm not leaving my man out. He is in tow as well. You're listening to KLT AM, K2 Houston Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, Area 45 is live.
That was not the tequila. That was not the tequila talking. He meant every word of it. Reggie Atatula, feel free to drop in, by the way, and just
and feel free to bring me a shot of tequila too.
Bring shots, bring dogs. Let us know where you're at in this whole thing. But I do suggest
Hornitos.
Between me and Chris during the Joey Chestnut conversation the other night, we slammed 12.5 dogs between the two of us. Slamming the dogs early is the way to go, and then pacing yourself through like the 5th, 6th, and maybe 7th innings, I think is the smart way, and then slam a few more to end it.
I think your best bet, chow down as many dogs as you can, like in the first 4 innings. Go, pay homage to Clint's office, make more room, and then go finish your other 3 dogs.
That takes time, though. That takes time.
Well, that's why you got to bang in the first. All of them, you bang like as many as you can in the first 4 innings.
You take the dog to Clint's office.
That way, you've got inning 5 and 6 to potentially spend your homage in Clint's office, and then you've got 7, 8, 9 to get the rest of the dogs.
Yeah, I mean, hey, whatever works for you. I would try it. Some need to go to Clint's office more than others, but it's neither here nor there.
Champ Slice is like, why didn't I get an invite to eat some dogs? Well, the reason is our market manager, so the boss's boss,
big
right?
boss lady,
big boss lady, decided for our Q2 meeting that it was going to be Astros themed, and they got the big Astros game up in our big live lounge. They brought in like 100 hot dogs and nachos and cheese and chips, and it was just like food everywhere and drinks and stuff. That this was their way of getting us all here for our Q2 meeting. So unfortunately, we could not invite you as you are not an employee. However,
is there an opening?
What I will say is this: Sean and I will often put together a little get together and say, "Hey, come meet us at here or there." Well, as we get through this month, because as you guys know, I am moving. In fact, the movers are coming on Sunday.
Bad idea for you.
I already got the. I already have the. I have the keys to the house. We've already started to move boxes. I've already had the yard cut. I've already had the bug company come and spray. Like everything's already taking place. We're moving in to the new house on Sunday.
When do you get to sleep there? Like Sunday night?
I'm going to say Monday.
Okay.
Actually, no, it would be Sunday because the beds are going to move. So let's say Sunday night will be my first, quote, time in the house. And then Monday, I have the cleaning company come to do my old house as I give I surrender the keys at that point. So different purchase.
Hold on, you're cleaning your old house?
Yeah, you always clean your old house.
Do you have to?
Yeah. You wouldn't leave somebody a dirty house?
No. Do you have to?
I have to, yes. I have to. It's not my contract. It's a me thing.
Oh.
I am not like I'm not giving somebody my old house.
I'm just saying.
Just filthy ass as hell.
I'm with PC here, man.
Why has it got to be filthy?
That reflects on me.
Why's it got to be filthy?
I don't know.
I've been to PC's house. It's not filthy.
I have a dog.
Well,
dog hair gets in places.
Inherent risk. When you buy a home,
I'm going to make sure the house is fully clean. Well, that's how I am.
Added stress, man. Added stress.
Not added stress. I got a maid service coming. I'm not doing it.
Added dolores.
Yes, it's a couple of added dolores, but I'm not. Let's see things that I'm not doing. Heavy lifting, moving furniture, cleaning. Those are not me. I'm more about the supervision. And here's the money.
I'll tell you what.
That's my job.
Knock on wood, I ain't never moving again. That is just, I've done it once in my life, and that is the absolute worst. I hated it with a passion. Top of the 4th inning, Astros leading the Phils 1-0. How about that, man?
Somebody says, I do maid service also patty cake.
Patty cake?
I just want to know who's calling me patty cake.
I do maid service also patty cake.
And I hope it's not somebody named Bill.
I don't know. Patty cake. Maybe a new little nickname for you. Don't get me started on that.
Patty cakes.
There we go. Chris Santiago, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hey.
That's not how you say hello.
Let's go. We got to wait for our official intro and all that, man.
So Champ says I should move to spring. And I will tell you,
I would advise against that.
That we actually had a conversation about moving up to Conroe.
I would advise against that heavily.
My son goes to school in Dallas, and my daughter is going to SFA. And, from here to Conroe, well, from my house where I live now to Conroe, it's an hour and a half.
Your house to anywhere is an hour and a half.
So, but that cuts an hour and a half off the drive. It's 4 hours to get to my son at UTD.
Yeah.
And it's 3 hours to get to Nacogdoches?
Yeah.
So, you're cutting the ride to Nacogdoches in half, and you're cutting 42% off the drive to Dallas.
But how often are you going to be driving up there?
Believe it or not, we do a lot.
Once a month?
Well, for my daughter, she's a freshman. So when my son was a freshman, we were up every 2 weeks for the first 2 months, and then every month thereafter that whole year. Second year, the first semester it was once a month. The second semester it was just twice. Last year, we only went up once each time.
Yeah.
But for my daughter, who is, I love you, baby. You are more needy than your brother.
Girls.
Yes, so I will probably be up there every week to 2 weeks for the first semester to get her settled because she is a little more needy.
Girls.
And then second half, probably the same. So, it's going to make it a lot easier on that
Here's
drive.
the most important thing. You didn't. Good job by you.
I did not.
Okay.
In fact,
that's all you need to know because it was a horrible idea just to save an hour.
Staying in Katy, I literally moved a whole 10 minutes now.
Totally worth it.
Whole 10 minutes.
The movers on Sunday are going to be like, what the?
Yep.
They're paying us for this?
What are we doing?
So, the thought process behind it was everybody that they know all lives in that area.
Yeah.
So the further we move from that, the further we get to I don't know anybody. So we decided we wouldn't move real far. We'd stay relatively close so that the kids still knew their way around in the neighborhood.
You're too old to make new friends anyway. I mean,
I don't have friends anymore. I literally when I lived in New York.
Who needs to meet new people?
I had a ton of friends. I moved down here. I literally don't meet anybody. I go to work. I go home. I mean, my friends are like Tony and PK and you and T-Mill.
The same five people you see every day. It's like me
Chris,
too.
depending on his mood this day.
Yeah.
I'm your friend.
I think Parker's my friend, but he's also my boss, so he can only be so much of a friend.
He controls everything.
I don't know anybody, and I guess because I'm old and caustic, I don't go out and make friends.
I don't know anybody. I don't want to meet any people.
I have a microphone.
Why do you have to meet people?
Yes, Jerry. Why do I have to meet people?
Why do we have to meet new people? We'll just live in the same space forever.
I mean, think about who I talk to on a daily basis. I talk to you, Chris, T-Mill, every day.
Same.
All right? We talk to everybody who listens. Chris Michael, we talk to everybody who listens. When we go out
PK, Tony, Ocho.
Yeah. the same 10 people. Same 10 people.
Yeah.
And then, when you go to the game, you see the same media people at every event.
Yeah.
We see Nate Griffin. We see Randy McAvoy. We see the same group of people. You go to the game. I see Aaron Wilson. It's you see Kim Davis.
Tell you what, whenever you see Randy, there's another one of our listeners because he'll come up to you and be like, ass. Just say ass. And only the way Randy McAvoy could do.
Hey,
love it when you guys just say ass.
Yeah. I don't know how, but for some reason, when he says it, because he doesn't put the emphasis in it the way that we do.
Oh, he says it like TV guy.
Yeah.
He's Randy McAvoy, TV guy.
He says it, and I laugh my ass off.
Like on the evening news tonight, it's going to be like, the Houston Astros whoop the Phillies ass.
Hey, got to make sure we mention Guy Jean and Rob Torres and Champ Slice, the guys on the YouTube chat, Joel and Chewy on the Twitch chat, because those guys they're on the show every day.
The real ones.
They come out to the events.
Yeah.
They do everything. So we will put together another Area 45 get together. Figure maybe towards the end of July.
You don't need to pick a date. We don't need to pick a date.
Towards the end of July.
Let it breathe. We just saw these people. We're good.
I'll work on putting something together because it's always fun to just, and especially during when you're not doing a show, where you just hang out, eat, drink, talk smack, do stuff. So I will work on putting something together. before, quote, back to school.
Yes, you will. You were the great organizer on that situation.
And Sean might come.
Yeah, if I can make it, I'll be there.
He'll get, dude, it's so far. Why do we,
well, you always want to do stuff in your neck of the woods. How convenient.
That's where the cool stuff is.
5-year-old, never get to see him, so I gotta fit it in there
Bring
somewhere.
the 5-year-old. In fact, bring the missus and the 5-year-old.
Pull him right up to the bar. Get him started early. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
They had a good
that?
time at our anniversary show.
They did. Who doesn't at Home Run Dugouts? Fantastic spot.
So maybe we'll put together something. I don't know where.
If it's there, I don't mind making the drive.
I don't know where we're going to go yet, but I will work on putting
Do
something
the
together
Andretti
for
Racing
everybody.
place right next door.
They owe me a lot of phone calls.
Pound them, baby.
No,
Like
we're not
somebody
going to
else-
do it at Eric Dick's office.
Somebody else says it. Hound him and pound him, baby.
Who wants to get hounded and pounded? Wait a second. It's only 2 o'clock. I don't know if we can go that direction.
Damn it. Wrong client. Whatever.
Man, this may not be safe harbor.
Yeah. All right. Hunter
Somebody
Brown.
said, I want some Shawnee, Bijani, and patty cake to give me a back-to-school special.
Hunter Brown on the mound today.
Eiffel Tower.
Wheeling and dealing, baby. Hey, did you see this Chandler Rome stat before the game? He was like, nobody in Major League Baseball hits fastballs better than the Philadelphia Phillies. Hunter Brown, batting 105 against any cheddar that he's throwing, which can get upwards of 97, 98 miles per hour. To start the game today, Hunter Brown, fastball, and then it's been like a healthy dose of knuckle curves. I don't know what he just got Nick Castellanos out on, but he's standing at home plate, so it was a strikeout of some variety. Probably
he
on a
whiffed
knuckle
on a
curve.
change.
Was it a change?
Change.
He's thrown like 6 fastballs through 2 innings, and now the last 2 innings, I don't know if he's ramped it up a little bit more, but
that whole stat, right? Because the Phillies,
it's a great stat.
They're the number 1 team in baseball hitting 4-seamers. Hunter Brown only gives up a 105 average on 4-seamers.
Yes.
Well, Hunter was cranking it up 97 miles an hour, and guess what was not being hit?
Fastballs. That's what I'm saying.
In fact, Philly
Did you just
only
miss
has-
this?
No,
I just laid this out.
I am. I'm agreeing with you.
It's just squirrel.
Squirrel. Why, Lord?
I just said all of
Why
that.
do I work with someone
I
that
just
does
said
not
all of that.
understand? Here I am, like reinforcing his point, and he's like, "No, you can't say
Hold on.
that because I said that. It's not fair."
Hold on.
Like, really?
Fastballs. Check. 97 miles per hour. Check.
Dumbass. Check.
I don't know. Like, I have to make
Before
sure.
you interrupted me with all of your kindness.
Check.
I was going to say, the Phillies only have 2 hits, and one of them was an infield ground ball.
They off fastball?
Doobie went really deep into the hole to get, and then couldn't make the throw. So
He tried to Altuve that thing.
He has not exactly given up heavy contact in any way, shape, or form.
No, I didn't see the other hit, though.
It was Castellanos with a soft fly to right field.
There you go.
Little just dinker type. He has not given up anything hard. And then right after that Castellanos single, Max Kepler, 4, 6, 3, sit down.
Boom. Let's go, baby. Castellanos, I always feel good about things whenever you can hold Castellanos in check. When he's on, things are happening, and it's usually not good.
When he hits a deep
for
fly to
anybody
left
else.
field, somebody's losing their job.
Somebody's going down. You're going to get fined, suspended, or fired.
And since we're in
in death.
Since we're in for the fellows today, I don't want to put that bad juju on Ron.
No.
That, Castellanos, and there's a drive to left field by Castellanos, so the next thing we know, Ron's fired.
Dude, speaking of which, you're insane. Those guys, I don't know what. It's 2:16. They should be up in Traverse City, Michigan by now, living the life today and tomorrow. You kidding me?
So, how much golf are they playing?
Is it 5 rounds? Somebody said 5 rounds.
How do
you play 5 rounds of golf? They are not playing 5 rounds of golf. No.
You play around day 1. You play around day 2.
I mean, I could play 5 rounds of golf.
Maybe you play 2 rounds on Saturday?
I don't know if they're staying Saturday. I know it's today and tomorrow. They'll be broadcasting from up there. All the golf, all the food, all the wine, whatever the heck, Traverse City, Michigan. Apparently, it's like the world's greatest place, not named Houston, Texas.
Chris, we have a request for you to play Lesbian Seagull.
What is that? I've heard of that. What
Yes,
is that?
but we had this conversation like a month ago. Reggie is smashed. He is running back and forth through the hallway, like waving his arms like he's in like an 80s dance video.
Oh, Lord.
It looks so funny.
What is Lesbian Seagull?
Engelbert Humperdinck.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. That guy. I need to hear it, though. I know the name of the song now. I know the composer.
It's in the Beavis and Butthead Do America soundtrack.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one, bud.
What?
I haven't seen that one. I watched the show. I didn't watch the movie.
Oh, the movie. I mean, it was dumb, but it was funny.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
The soundtrack for it
long.
The soundtrack for it is awesome.
It's been too long. All right, let's get down to business, man. Chris Santiago, he's producing in for T-Mill, who made a horrible decision last night to get Taco Bell after drinks after the Astros game and sitting in traffic. Horrible night for him.
He was partying. He was celebrating an Astros victory, and he probably celebrated a little too hard. Realized I have too much alcohol and not enough food.
Yeah.
So he DoorDashed food at like 3 a.m.
Yes.
And then he probably passed out at 4:30. And when you eat that late and then go to sleep and you're over 22, usually bad things happen
22?
in the morning.
Hell, over 32.
No, if you're over 22, bad things happen in the morning.
They get worse and worse.
And then when you cross your 30s, wait till you cross your 50s. Ooh.
Yeah, bad decisions.
It's one of those days where T-Mill is in Clint's office and he's got the seatbelt on. To make sure he doesn't, turn into a SpaceX experiment.
He went
launched
just a few hours ago. He's probably still asleep. Patrick Creighton, that is him. There's only one of those. And I'm Sean Bijani. We've got you till 6 o'clock tonight. So be a part of the show. We actually take phone calls. The phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. If you would like to be a productive member of this show, that's cool. If you want to heckle us, that's cool too. Just don't cuss, because then we'll dump you.
There will be sports. There will be shenanigans.
A lot of that. The latter.
There will be a lot of shenanigans.
Hey, coming up in 3 hours, Bob Nightingale. Odyssey MLB Insider will join us at 5:20 to talk.
Acknowledge your baseball tribal chief.
A lot of baseball.
Acknowledge me.
Lots of baseball on the show today, and a healthy dose of basketball convo. A lot of stuff to sift through in regards to the Houston Rockets, and we'll begin to do that next. It's Area 45 in for the drive.
You know where you can get that unbelievable Astro gear? You can get it over at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In for the drive, we're Area 45.
Because they are lazy.
Legit. And lazy with the boss man, too, in Michigan today and tomorrow. You'll be hearing from them from there tomorrow from 2 until 6. I would imagine T-Mill will be back healthy, rehydrated, and all that good stuff. We've got till 6 o'clock. A lot of stuff to do. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago producing. We've got an H-Town post-game show. We do what we do. You might sound like the drive, but we're just kind of gotta do what we do every night from 7 to 11.
Also, shout out Chris Partee, Luke Morrow, holding down Area 45 tonight. There will be an Area 45 tonight with Chris and Luke. So we got you covered here on Sports Radio 610 all the way to 11 o'clock.
You know, it's kind of funny. Like, they're going to be holding it down, like, doing our show. So you get, like, 8 hours of Area 45 today. It's like Area 45 takeover on Sports Radio 610.
It's like Christmas.
They're going to probably do the bandwagon segment tonight.
Oh, you know they're going to try to do bandwagon.
And that'll be funny. Who's producing tonight, by the way? Do you know, Chris?
I have no idea.
I wonder if they're going to get Mitch.
We're going to find out right about 6 o'clock.
They're going to get Mitched. No!
Shut up, Mitch.
Oh, that's going to be fun. Let's see. Where was I going with this situation? Oh, yeah. Coming up at, probably 2 hours or so-ish. I don't know. Hunter Brown is dealing, man. I look up and it's already a commercial break. We might have an H-Town postgame show earlier than anticipated, but we do an H-Town postgame show after every single Astro game. So if you want to give us a shout, talk about the game, text about the game, that's cool too.
See, when we do postgame, last out hits, and we hit postgame, taking your calls, ready. You don't have to sit there and wait through, quote, like any team-related official type stuff. No, we go right to you guys, H-Town postgame, as soon as the game is over. You can get in with instant reaction right away.
I thought you were going to throw me under the bus with this texter that chimed in during the break.
What happened?
The guy that, I'm assuming it's a guy, says, from the 281, I called regularly from 2012 to 2017, but in 17, Sean, you left me on hold for 2 hours.
Is that something you would do?
No, and never accepted my call. The producer had to apologize. I haven't called any show since.
Should we make him tell us who the producer is?
Tell us who the producer is, but also maybe say who I was hosting with at the time, because that might have been a thing.
2017?
That might have been a thing.
I wasn't here anymore in 2017.
Well, in 2017, I was doing weekend radio. I was doing the Sunday brunch.
Is it you and Murph?
In 2017? No, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. That's like, hey, name your entire class from 8th grade. Go now. There's a lot of them.
The dead ones or the alive ones?
Knock on wood. I haven't had to deal with the former. But between Matt Murphy, Howard Chen...
Ho Chen, dude. I haven't seen Ho Chen. No, he's a great dude.
I don't know. Name anybody that's ever worked here. They hosted with me on Sunday Brunch for 9 years' time. That was birthed, me and Paul Gallant. Some texter, might have been this guy, birthed the name. We were doing a show. We're like, hey, name. And somebody said Sunday Brunch. And we're like, yes, that sounds good. Work. Done.
I hope that it's probably too late now because football season is fast approaching. But I hope that after this year's football season, we are able to start getting local weekend programming again.
We need it. We're going to protest the best we can, which we've already been doing. Chris Partee, Luke Morrow, let's go, baby. Just leave the 7 to 11 slot alone. Don't be trying to hoodwink us, man. We like that spot. I like this spot too. It's good to be here with
this spot.
Hot dogs, day baseball.
Not
pretty
ass.
Cool. Not ass. Could get very used to that situation. Could get very used to that situation.
Getting home early,
Home early? What's that?
Oh, Reggie's back. What's up, Reg?
Hold on. Come in here.
Put Reggie's microphone
Reggie's in. Put the mic on.
So is this hot dog number 5 now? Hot dog number 5.
Hot dog number 5 as we are midway through the 5th inning.
Okay.
How we feeling?
And well, apparently he's feeling good because he was dancing like he's in an 80s music video through the hallway.
That's true.
Are we ready to do shot number 5?
Shot number 5 is in my hand.
Shot number 5 in the hand.
And for the purposes of Area 45, I will take shot number 5 now.
Yes.
Oh, down the gullet. Here we go.
Excellent work.
This is not a high-quality tequila. I will say that.
Did you say
I will say
Hornitos action?
Our man PK came through, and for my birthday, he did give me a high-quality bottle of tequila.
Did he really?
We'll have to share that.
Well, you need
hopefully not with hot dogs.
No, not with hot dogs.
Very good.
That's going to be the interesting thing here in a little bit. How the tequila and the hot dogs mix together with running down the hallway.
That's the experience, man. This is the science that we are conducting right now.
He's just trying to keep the body going so it doesn't, alcohol slows you down. He's trying to keep a nice, the high metabolism, keep things moving.
For people that don't now, did you drive to work today?
I did, but I mean, if my car has to stay here, it'll be fine.
So,
listen, if you're here till the show's over, I can take you home.
Thanks, man. That's nice.
It's nothing strange. Tyler's very responsible. He Ubers all over the place. So, and
That's
he lives.
His truck's always in the shop.
He lives up by me, but he's got a brand new ride. He's a big baller now.
Oh, by the way, the new truck is in the shop.
Oh,
he didn't do anything wrong. I think he's trying to modify it.
Oh yeah. Well, again, big baller. He's trying to do some. I've been waiting for an opportunity to slap the bumper sticker back on his truck that he always puts on mine. So be careful.
Tell everybody what that bumper sticker says.
I'm driving this fast because I have to poop. It's been on my truck 3 different times.
That just sounds like truth in advertising.
Maybe. Or I just simply like to drive that fast. But my question was, if you had to drive, could you
I'm still fine.
You're fine?
I'm still fine. I mean, we're only 5 innings in, though. So I feel like by the end of this, probably not.
God, but you've taken 5 shots of tequila, man. That's going to hit. It's going to hit
Eventually.
hard here in a little bit.
He's fine as long as, the red, white, and blue aren't flashing behind him. He's fine.
Well, I'm not saying, hey, give it a shot. Sound the road, bud. No, I'm just, if you had to do it right now, could you do it?
I believe that I could, but that's a great point that you make, that the tequila doesn't hit as soon as it goes down the hatch.
No, but it hits about 40 minutes later.
Right, so I'm going to get a pretty good gut punch here in, another 20, 30 minutes.
How's the belly, though? Are you feeling full?
I mean, I'm not feeling that full, although now I have put a couple of sodas on it, because I do want to get a little bit of an understanding of what it would be if I was taking down beers along with it, because that's the real truth of the challenge.
Well, doesn't, Pendergast have them Yingling flights in the back fridge?
Oh, I hadn't considered that.
He does.
Because that's
they're there.
That's community beer.
You can catch up.
Catch-up is crazy. After 5 shots of tequila, I'm not also
I was going to say, 5 shots of tequila, he might already be ahead. You know what I mean?
We're trying to kill Reg. Yeah, but, the real challenge.
I always knew you didn't like me.
It's being miserable, miserably full. I told Chris, I slammed, before I came in here, I'd slammed 3 hot dogs, and I legit took 2 sips of Coke, and I already felt miserable, just bloated.
I just don't want to find Reggie 8th inning sprawled out on the floor as we go to open the door, laying there
that's
why did I do this?
Maybe don't check the hallway then.
I knew at the time, I'm like, Reg, you are severely underestimating the power of your listeners, sir. You called for 10 people to text in.
Look, the people are behind you.
Thanks, folks.
On the text line, on YouTube, on Twitch, the people are behind you. They are rooting for you to be successful.
A horny little sucker on the text line, man, from the 305 says, Reggie can drive me to work anytime he wants. That's after this person's already hit on me in PC, during the break.
They call me Patty Cake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's, wow.
Patty Cake.
And they call him Shawnee.
Yeah.
Johnny B.
Yeah.
That's nice.
They asked me to do something.
Oh, wow. It's Ron. Oh, my God, it's Ron.
It's Ron all the way from... No, this is a Miami number.
It's a Miami number.
Yeah.
305 is a Miami number.
So there you go. All right, keep us updated, man.
Yes, sir.
5 dogs in, 5 shots in. Top of the 6th. You better get to work.
Yeah,
big
come
dog.
back and see us in the 8th, brother.
Hunter Brown's going to work. He ain't messing around with these fools. Astros lead 1-0 over the Phils.
So through the 6th inning about to start, through 5 innings, Hunter Brown, no runs, 2 hits, no walks, 6 punch-outs. ERA currently down today. He entered the day at 188. It's currently 178. which I believe is numero uno among
Problem
qualified.
is, Chris Sanchez is doing pretty good work against the Astros hitters themselves. Look, Stros do have a run, but
Sanchez is a damn good pitcher, man.
Very good today, especially. Came in with a 2.87 ERA.
He's a lefty with nasty stuff.
He's got 8 strikeouts, no walks. The Astros' lone run coming off the bat of Yainer Diaz drove in Jake Myers, who is batting cleanup again today. And the Astros looking to take a full game lead for sole possession of the third best record in all of baseball.
Do we need to make a rule that as long as Jake Myers, who was 1 for 2 today with a run, is currently hitting, as long as Jake Myers is hitting 300 or better, we must refer to him as Jake the Rake Myers?
I usually do. And it's
as long as he's hitting 300, that's to be a rule. Every time I say Jake the Rake Myers.
It might have come from a place of like some cynicism, at one point in time, but now, yes, he's absolutely earned that name.
I'm not, and listen, I'm not going to say I suddenly believe Jake Myers is going to hit 300 all year, because I don't, but I am going to take it, and I'm going to root for it, because, it only helps the Astros.
Well, once upon a time, like a month ago, you were saying, hey, get to 300 so we can trade your ass.
Yes. But then Chaz got hurt.
Yes, and Jordan's not back yet.
And Jacob Melton also got hurt.
Yeah, everybody's
they're kind of out of options for center field.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we'll get to a little basketball. Who thinks Kevin Durant's addition is actually going to help this young Rockets step up? We'll have it for you next. Stay there.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets.
leading tree care.
Live from O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner and the fellers on the drive. We're Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton.
So what would you rather be doing? Hosting this show or playing golf in Michigan?
Both. Because when you do this show, you can really kind of do both. I'd like to play golf in the morning and then come do the show. But on this day, today, I'd rather be doing the show. We get to keep our show intact. We get to watch the Astros game. We get to get home at a good time. We have food, beverages just down the hall. We have free entertainment with Reggie Atatula doing just something incredibly dumb and irresponsible today.
He is missing out on like this should be what he's doing right now. He should be live streaming the whole thing.
He
as
might
long
be.
as it goes. That's a 2-hour and 15-minute live stream. That he should be live streaming this like the Truman Show type thing, and that he'd be making money. He'd be making money.
He could be. What's that? You don't make the money on Instagram these days. What do you make the money on? We found out.
TikTok?
TikTok.
Yeah, is it TikTok? It's more lucrative than Instagram.
Yeah, you make a lot of money on TikTok.
And we know OnlyFans, but this is not really OnlyFan content that Reggie's trying to pull off today.
Snapchat.
Oh, Snapchat too.
Snapchat. Maybe that was what I was thinking.
They pair a lot.
Yeah.
For content.
Yeah, who knows? Reggie might be double dipping. I don't know. More power to him. If you're going to go all in, man, go all in.
I never thought of Snapchat as a streaming platform.
Of course you didn't.
Because, why would I think of that? Old guy who doesn't use Snapchat.
I wasn't going to say that, but I went directly to a topic that you had on Bandwagon last night when you were asking a good question, but for incredibly the wrong age. Like, it was 40 and above. Like, if you're 40 and above, are you old? And these were like 55 and up type questions, I felt like. At the
40.
time.
They were 40.
Says the 29-year-old. 40-year-olds to a 29-year-old is like 65 in my mind.
Y'all talking about that snap crap.
Yeah. So old to me is like as a 40-something, it's mid-60s, late 60s. That's old right there. And even still, I don't know, because I'm getting up there. I'm getting old. I don't think it's that old anymore.
What? All right, so on the text line, hit us up on the text line, 713-572-4610. On the text line, hit us up on the YouTube channel, Sports Radio 610, on Twitch, twitch.tv/610 Houston. At what age is, quote, old? Like, this matters. At what age is old?
It's so subjective.
It is subjective, and that's why I'm asking for a cross-section of the audience to tell me at what age they think is old. Because, like, when I was a kid, 15, if somebody's 55, like, they're old.
Yeah, well, I was going to, in some cases, like 30. And you said 30, like, depending on what age you are, you're like, dang, you're old.
Yeah, if you're like 9.
Well, I mean, maybe even like late teens, to be honest with you, because time just, it speeds up the more responsibilities you have. That's why it's subjective, like old. Like, you could be a very young 55, single, no kids, no wife, living the life, having a great career, doing whatever you want to do, but you might be 32 years old with 3 kids, a wife, and you don't have time for yourself. That's old.
At 33 years old, I had 1 kid, and that kid was a year and a half. So, all right, hold on. I got to ask something, because Chris, is this a word? Zaddy?
Zaddy, like Zaddy?
Yes. Is that a word?
I mean, it is.
That's a no. That's
what the hell does that mean?
It's wrong. It's supposed to say daddy.
No. People say daddy, but like to sound a little bit more, I guess, zesty is zaddy.
Oh,
what the hell is a zaddy?
I don't know. We got a horny toad on the text line,
basically.
Man.
That's what it is. It's a guy being a little.
I don't know what
horny.
that means.
It's just a sexier way to say daddy, I guess.
All right, so it's not like this doesn't have like a separate meaning or
no.
anything.
As far as I'm concerned, no.
Okay, yeah. So that's why I wanted to ask. I'm like, you would know.
Don't text the guy back and find out.
The young person would know. I'm like, what the hell does that? Yeah.
Of course, we're going to get a response here in about 30 seconds, I would imagine.
Somebody on the says his daddy is a sugar daddy. Well, that's definitely not me because I am definitely not rich enough to be a sugar daddy.
God bless America. Texter says 40 plus is officially old.
Thank you.
Screw you, bro.
Is that for life or just for sports? I mean, because Champ Slice had said, I'm conditioned to sports, so 30 is old. He's like, therefore, I'm old. I'm 31.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I do. I mean, understand.
30 is old if you're a running back, but I'm not a running back.
You're not a running back.
Not today.
But 40 and older is old. It's hard for me not to. I'm on the fence.
It's all right, Sean. You're old, man.
I know.
You're old.
You do start feeling a little different. I still feel, for the most part, like I'm in my 20s. I have the energy.
Right. Hold on, Chris. I'm gonna have to ask you to go to like Urban Dictionary and look up Zaddy because we've gotten Zaddy is a sugar daddy, Zaddy is a simp, Zaddy is an older, good-looking man. Like we've gotten so many different definitions of Zaddy.
So according to Urban Dictionary,
all right, this is the law, people. Urban Dictionary. This is the law.
Someone, usually a man, who can be referred to as sexy, handsome, and attractive. Sounds like me.
You're not old enough to be a zaddy. Right, well, maybe you are. This is older, right?
They would just call you daddy.
So
they would just call you daddy. You're too young to be a zaddy. That's a good-looking older individual. It sounds like to me. That is a man, a good-looking older man.
Okay,
zaddy. So
all I have to do is become good-looking, and then I could be a zaddy.
Well, according to this guy on the 1322 or gal, don't know, can't figure it out just yet. But you, sir, are a zaddy. And there we have that. So embrace it.
Magic says old is 55 and up. That's really scary because I'm getting there.
Okay, but text in your age. Whatever you think is old, you have to text in your age because that's the subjective part. You know, is this a 20-something saying 55 and up is old, or is this a 40-something that is saying 55 and up is old?
Now, here's another part of this question, right? If I'm in my mid-50s, but I don't have grandkids, does that make me not old?
Makes you a good parent, number one. 2, you're a little lucky. There's always a little luck involved. And 3...
Not really. My kids are 20 and 18. Like, I better not have grandkids.
A little luck involved, sir. Let's be real, okay? Consider yourself blessed. And so my number 3 reason is yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I have kids, my kids are 20 and 17, and I got grandkids, there's shotguns involved.
Well, and then that person may be lucky as well. Or not so lucky, depending on what kind of shot you are. I don't know. 713-572-4610.
That's why I use a shotgun. Don't have to be a good shot. Just point and click.
All right. Squirrel. Squirrel's dead, maybe. I don't know.
There's a lot of squirrels on this show. In case you haven't noticed.
I'm going to try to get to like some audio. I want to get to the audio mainly, not for your entertainment, mainly because Chris took time to cut the audio.
How many squirrels will we find in the audio next?
Yeah, literally. There's your tease. Bye.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
3 o'clock hour. Hunter Brown is likely done for the day. And boy, what a gem he's pitched. 7 innings, just walked off the mound momentarily. 96 pitches, 3 hits allowed, 9 strikeouts.
No walks.
No walks. The 96 pitches is what leads me to believe that Hunter Brown's day is absolutely done. I don't know what his season high is for pitches this year. Probably just slightly over 100 if I was to guess. I mean, I don't know that I would be shocked if he came out for the 8th inning.
All right. Would you be more shocked of the fact that Hunter Brown got all his outs via strikeout or ground out? Or would you be more surprised that Christian Walker is going to double here, leading off the bottom of the 7th?
Because Christian Walker
has been ass.
Doubling. I would be more shocked at the actually the former because of the stat that I gave you earlier today. Like, I know Hunter Brown's been very good, like Cy Young good so far this season. But the Philadelphia Phillies are not the Oakland A's, not the Sacramento A's, whatever you're calling them. They're not one of the worst teams. They're one of the best teams in baseball. They hit fastballs better than anybody. Hunter Brown
not today
likes to throw his fastball. And when you can ring it up, 96, 97, 98 miles per hour whenever you want to, you tend to like to throw your fastball. And that's exactly what Hunter Brown did today. But there was a game plan behind that. He started the game with 3 straight fastballs to the leadoff hitter, and 2 of them were strikes looking. Probably should have struck that guy out on 3 straight pitches because the first one was a borderline ball call. But that knuckle curve, the off-speed stuff has been fantastic today. So you're telling me that 9 strikeouts for Hunter Brown and the other possible 12 outs that he did get were all ground ball?
All grounders. Ground outs to flyouts. Hunter Brown, 9 ground outs, 0 flyouts.
All right, what's the disparity here? 9 Ks.
9 Ks, 9 ground balls. So he got some
yeah, that's that's pretty dang incredible. 20 cold strikes, 16 swinging strikes, 11 foul balls for Hunter Brown today. Masterful, 1.74 ERA. Shout out to the Astros pitching, starting and or relieving. They are number 1 in the books, certainly this month, and near the top of the board in all of baseball for everything through 81 games, which today is the halfway mark officially of the MLB season for the Stros.
This is legitimately the dead middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Game 81. And despite all the injuries, 60% of the opening day rotation on the IL, 2 of those guys gone for the year.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers would come back and then went back on the IL. Jordan been out for 2 months. The level of injury that they have had to replace, and his team just keeps winning.
Do we have an update?
Also, will Philadelphia ever score against the Astros again?
It's too early, sir.
Film at 11.
Too early, sir. We'll have an H-Town postgame show for you coming up here in a little bit at the conclusion of the game. Is there an update on Lance McCullers, by the way? Because there is still a TBD on Saturday.
There is. So, Lance was working out today, and if the report was if he gets through today and tomorrow with no issues, it is likely he will start on Saturday.
Awesome.
So I wouldn't expect him to go very deep in that game, but he would start on Saturday.
So you're going to have against the Cubs Brandon Walter tomorrow, possibly Lance McCullers on Saturday, and then on Sunday, if you're going to the game like me, 1:10 first pitch, it's a Framber Valdez day.
Yeah, Framber.
Let's go.
That should be if Framber's pitching on Sunday. If they let him pick, it'll be the Tequila Sunrise jersey because that's his favorite jersey.
Well,
if they let him pick,
let's go, man. Let's go. Bijani might be getting some more swag.
Oh, what's up?
Might be getting some more Astros swag on Sunday.
Gotta get the little guy to kill a Sunrise jersey.
You know what? I think he already actually has one.
Oh.
I think he has one.
Have you got him the new?
Dad needs to get the matching version.
Okay. Have you got him the new City Connect jersey yet?
No, because it's still crazy.
It's a little pricey AF.
Yeah. It's a little crazy. Here's the problem with spending.
I'm not making that Pendergast money.
$125 or $150 on a badass City Connect jersey with no name or a name on the back. That's a lot of money to spend on a 5-year-old who, in the way he's growing, man, 6 to 8 months, won't be able to fit it. Hey, Bijani, buy it big. Buy it big. I get it. Okay, but still, in 2 years' time, I'm a sentimental person when it comes to sports gear for my boy. One of the first baseball shirts that I bought him, one of the very few things I've actually had an opportunity to buy him because mother-in-law takes care of all of those things.
As grandma should.
Complaints, right? But I bought him this shirt and he wore it for 2 months when he was an infant. I have it hanging up in the garage because it's such a cool shirt. It's my boy's first baseball shirt. And I don't know. I don't want to hang up a jersey that I'm spending $150 on and in 2 years' time have that hang up in my garage too because it's a badass jersey.
But you know what, though? He says he's 5. Jerseys are acceptable.
Well, look. Father knows best.
Jerseys are acceptable when you're 5.
Yeah. Do you like this jersey?
I'm not a jersey guy.
This is one of my favorite.
I just feel
my favorite Astro uniforms of all time.
Well, you don't have a number on it, though. It looks like it's just a shirt.
It is it's like a no-name shirt.
If there's no name on the back and no number, then to me that's not a jersey. It's just a shirt.
Just a shirt. Okay.
Jersey has the number and the name.
It's one of my favorite shirts ever. I love it. Uniforms. I wish the Astros would wear this version of throwback more often.
When is that from? Because that is a black front.
This is Craig Biggio rookie era. So
late 80s.
Something like 89 to 91, 92, something like that. I think Biggio's rookie card has the home version of this. It's my favorite. You're not watching on YouTube. It's like the rainbow shoulders, and it had this isn't a V-neck. Is this a V-neck? Theirs was a V-neck, and it had it was the white jersey with the blue star. This is the blue jersey with the white star and the
that doesn't even look blue. It looks black.
Well,
is it blue and faded, or is it actually black? Or
it's been in the sun a lot.
Okay,
I wear this all the time.
You wear that?
I just don't wear it up here. I have a rotation of 3 shirts I wear up here.
Do you wear that more often than the J?
No. The JJ Watt shirt, I'm building fences in. I'm doing radio shows in. I'm doing yard work in.
You got to retire that shirt, man.
No, never. Hey, shout out to Houston Texans for picking a high quality material shirt to give away for free at training camp 2 years ago. It might have been last training camp. I don't know. Feels like I've had the shirt for 5 years. It might have only been about 10 months. But hey, it's a good looking shirt, isn't it? Not one single solitary hole in it so far.
But it's old, man.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
just hang it up, man. Don't wear it again.
You want some news that impacts our producer?
This producer named
Christopher Santiago.
Sure.
Texas State officially joined the Pac-12.
Oh,
yeah, I did see that.
As of 2026,
let's go.
Texas
Coming up
State
with the big boys
is a real school.
Pac-12 after midnight.
Did you say Texas State is a real school?
It's a real school now.
Or here's the other question: is the Pac-12 a legitimate conference? Is it a real conference?
In my eyes,
they're going to be.
In my eyes.
You know about how it used to be Power 5, Group of 5?
Uh-huh.
Now it's Power 4, Group of 6.
Yes.
There's going to be a Group of 7.
Okay. Now, but can this be called legitimately the Pac-12? Or is it like the Pac-4? Now that Texas State
Texas counts as, I guess, as Pac, but
no, I'm legitimately because
this is all going to be for 2020.
Is there actually 12 schools in said conference?
So the new Pac-12 is going to start off with 8 schools. So it's Oregon State and Wazoo, and then incoming is Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State,
all the states,
Utah State, and
that's right,
Gonzaga, but they don't play football. And now Texas State makes it officially 9 teams, but 8 that play football.
You just gave me a complex. I always, when people pronounce it Gonzaga.
That's how they pronounce it.
Okay, is that correct? Because,
yes, that is the correct way to say it.
You know the Kelvin Sampson clip when he corrected the reporter?
Dude, he flipped because somebody said Gonzaga.
Okay, that's what you gave me a complex. I was like, wait, is it supposed to be Gonzaga or Gonzaga? I felt really confident about that situation until you said what you said.
Gonzaga.
Right. Gonzaga.
And they get angry if you say it the wrong way.
And for whatever reason, Kelvin Sampson gets very angry whenever you say it incorrectly.
Dude, I did a game for UH, and I forget what school it was, but they asked me to pronounce the name of the school a different way.
The people from said school?
People from said school.
Okay. And
I'm trying to remember who it was. Because, they wanted it like that same way with a long A.
Yeah. Did we beat them that day?
We did.
Okay, well, screw them.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs. 524-610. You can call or text into the program today. We promise phone lines are open. All right, let's get to this, man. Paul George was on a podcast recently and talking about the Houston Rockets acquiring Kevin Durant. And I've got multiple clips here. The first one is for those that aren't necessarily thrilled, and I can't imagine like who you are or why you are the way that you are, but there are a lot of people that are not thrilled exactly with the Rockets giving up Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks and 5 second-round picks and the 10th overall selection in last night's draft for one single solitarily 37-year-old Kevin Durant. But Paul George explained what exactly the Rockets' logic was in making this deal.
I'm not mad at it. It's a bit like I'm not mad at it. I think people are, because of KD's age, they think, like what direction is Houston trying to go at the end of the day? But they see a window, and I think they're trying to, shout out to them for you have a young star in Alperin who I think is a stud, and that's who they believe in.
For sure.
Let's put something around him to try to win.
And you mentioned rising star Naaman Thompson. Put something around those young guys when you have an opportunity and a window as he, sees it. You have a window, you put a veteran in there and give them the best opportunity to win. I don't know how, and I don't want to talk about like the very small minority of people that, have an issue with this. It's going to be an issue. It's going to be a problem. You're going to be looking at the Phoenix Suns and who they drafted last night, 10th overall, if things are not going well here. And that's it. Because outside of whatever the Suns are doing with Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks and Kaman Maluach, who went 10th overall last night, and he might not even be playing in the NBA for another 1 to 2 to 3, maybe ever. I mean, who knows?
We don't know what his situation is.
He's got issues as a South Sudanese with a visa situation between that country and the United States of America.
So far, he doesn't have an issue, but that doesn't mean he won't. And that's that is just sports life right now. Mm-hmm. Is if you're on one of those, if you're from a country that is on our bad list, you might not be welcome here. So that's a him problem. Whether you think it's a fair or not doesn't matter. That's a him problem.
Yeah.
Problems here in Houston. I just got a message from the Chronicle.
Uh-huh.
All lanes of I-45 near Cypress are shut down.
Uh-oh.
There is a crazy lady with a lawn chair and a gun who plopped herself in the middle of I-45. Cops think that she is suicidal. They have closed all lanes, northbound and southbound. Avoid I-45 and Cypress. Full stop. Find another route because that road is closed both ways.
Update coming up at 5:40 on Bandwagon, potentially. Sounds like the start of a Bandwagon story.
We might have a new way of punishing people.
I have to be honest with you. The door just opened and closed, and with it came a strong scent of alcohol. Ain't no lie about that, bro. Ain't no lie. Here we are, top of the 8th inning. Astros leading the Phils 1-0.
Are you on 8 or is that the end of 7?
No, this is 8.
That's 8. Hey, you know what? He said that very clearly for a guy with a mouthful of hot dog.
Yeah. He looks he's doing pretty good, but I could tell Reggie's feeling pretty nice right now.
And you've gotten through the 8 shots.
8th shot is right here.
And you're walking.
I am walking. I will say.
That is impressive.
For now.
8 shots of tequila, and he is walking.
Man. Well, 7. The 8th one is about to go down.
You started this at the start of the ball. Were you a little late, or did you start it at the
Well,
beginning
I made sure to. I mean, we were in the game when our segment started at 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I had my dog at 1:18 thereabouts.
Yeah.
In my first shot then. So, a little bit delayed there. I got to admit.
2 hours, 8 shots, 8 dogs. You're a champion, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It makes me feel a little bit better about if I was to do the full challenge of the beers, but I don't have the sloshing right now.
Yeah,
the sloshing would be a real different.
Are you full?
Situation.
Miserable for you to eat hot dogs.
Hold on. Can you explain the sloshing for those of us who were born yesterday?
Well, if I was drinking a beer an inning, like I'm drinking a couple of ounces of spirit.
As opposed to 12-ounce beer each time.
Exactly.
Okay,
like
so
just
the
having
the
that
extra fluid. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that would be a real problem.
Sorry,
I'd have to imagine.
Youngins like me, we just don't understand.
I feel like you've had a few sloshing incidents in your time.
Probably, yes.
Who's pouring the shots for you?
I'm pouring the shots myself.
Are they legitimate shots?
They are legitimate shots.
Probably double and triple shots.
They are legitimate shots because I do want to. I think you understand this, and you can see this in my eyes. I want to take this seriously. I don't want anybody to underestimate what I'm doing here and think that I'm shortchanging it. No, I'm taking this seriously.
Let me see the shot real quick. Just pass that glass over.
This one here.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty legit. That's probably spot on. It looks well measured out by Reggie. So chewing up and about to ingest
Salud.
The 8th hot dog, and down the gullet goes the 8th shot of some really interesting
since
tequila.
You're doing tequila, I wonder if the next time you do this, it should be like 9 tacos, 9 tequilas, 9 innings.
He's prepared his gut for the beer situation now, I think. That's the next step.
I think so. I think we're talking Astros baseball in the postseason. That feels like the perfect time to break out a 999 in the full-fledged facet.
You know what, though? Shout out to you, because I don't know. This has been a thing on the station for, I feel like, 3 to 4. And Pendergast, for whatever reason, was pegged to be the guy to do this. And
he was in an eating contest with Joey Chestnut.
But he hasn't done it yet. And he says he's picked 2 dates to do it at Dyken Park, and there just happened to be dollar dog days. Smart move by him. But I told him, you were there. Mm-hmm. He needs to do this behind the plate in the Diamond Club next to his buddy and hold up like pages, so the entire viewing audience can see him actually doing the contest during the game.
Hold on. We have breaking news.
Uh-oh.
The Philadelphia Filthies scored a run. It is the first run they have scored in 25 2/3 innings against the Astros in this series.
My dog Brian King gave it up,
and it is the first run in 35 2/3 innings they have scored against the Astros going back to last year.
Yeah. Was that a dinger or
no? It was a sac fly.
Sac fly. Golly. Stott, I guess, scored on that one. That's who I saw walking in the dug. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Brian King could not get out of first and third, 1 out. This time. He did it yesterday, but not today.
When did Caratini hit that dinger last night?
Eighth inning.
8th inning. Well, got the bottom of the 8th coming up. And let's see. Looks like Cooper
Hummel hit the bomb in the 8th inning on 2 nights ago.
The Astros have made some changes here. Reg, you going to check back with us in for the 9-9?
I will, and at this point, I'm wondering, do I have to go into extras? Is that how that goes?
That would be fun.
I think if you hit 9-9-9 challenge.
Very good, excellent.
The 9+1 is your choice, sir. That is all I will say. That is your choice. You're a big boy. You make that decision. All right, we'll update you on some Stro stuff coming up. It's a 1-1 ball game now. Tied up, top of the 8th, man on, and 2 outs The Astros going with Brian Abreu, who did not pitch in last night's ball game.
Yeah, he had pitched 4 out of the last 6 days. So and he had thrown a lot of pitches because they had said, I think it was Brian McTaggart had said, Hader had also gone 4 out of 6.
Yeah.
But he threw like 21 less pitches than Abreu did. And they did this with Abreu last year where they kind of overworked Abreu. And then he had that couple of weeks where his arm just looked dead and he didn't have control and he was getting knocked around a lot before he righted the ship. So I think they're just trying to be wary of how much they're going to use Abreu. I also think because Hader has done the same thing, Hader might be a guy who's off tonight. He's gone 2 nights in a row, and it might be an Abreu closeout situation. So I'm interested to see if Hader will pitch again, because it'll be 3 straight times. After going 4 out of 6, he'd be going 3 nights in a row. I'm interested to see if Hader would pitch today or if Abreu is going to have an up-down here for a 4-out appearance.
I would go with the latter, but we'll wait and see because it's already interesting to me that they decided to use Brian King back-to-back days, night into the day game. King pitched last night and pitched in a high-leverage situation. I'm not saying it's a poor decision, it's a poor result, but the fact that you did have Brian Abreu available to pitch in his normal slot in this situation.
Maybe he did. Maybe Abreu was supposed to pitch the 9th. Maybe Hader is going to be off today.
That's a good point. Yeah, good point.
That might have been why he was in the 8th. It might have been holding Abreu back for the 9th inning.
All right. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. It's Area 45 in for the drive. We'll keep you updated on the Astros. Coming up, more on the Rockets coming up next as well. Stay put.
How do we feel about the KD trade here at 610? Well,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
So the guy that's probably giving up, 6 inches, 7 inches to Christian Walker height-wise, just caught up to a 97-mile-per-hour fastball about at his chin and took it right back up the middle and set up a first and second with 1 out situation for the Astros in the bottom of the 8th. Now it is 2 outs because Jake Myers, Pete's not enough, flew out to center field.
Altuve now 3 hits behind Jeff Bagwell for second all-time on the franchise hit list. Altuve with that base hit to center field.
I want him to get like 3 hits every single night, but I'm really hoping that the Astros can pick him up a little bit for a couple of days, and he gets that record, which would give him the second most hits all-time in franchise history behind only Craig Biggio and his 3,060. I hope he does it on Sunday. It's a Framber Day. Be great if it was a little bit of a Jose Altuve celebration day, too.
Yeah, I think that's now 23-11 for Jose Altuve.
Bags
is at 23-14.
I believe you're right. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I believe you, sir. 713-572-4610. Shout out Brian Abreu for coming in, throwing 5 pitches, and striking his guy out to get out of a tough situation in the top of the 8th inning after Brian King gave up a run to tie this ball game. 1-1, bottom 8, 2 on, 2 out for one Cameron Aloysius Smith, who's got one of the Astros' 6 hits today. See if he can come through here again and be the lone Astro with a multi-hit game today. That would be fantastic. Got to get a couple runs here. 1, to get back the lead, but then 2, to yourself a little insurance.
Yes!
Cameron Aloysius Smith with the bobble. The bobble. I don't know if the bobble ending him. Cam Smith is pumped right now.
That's a ribeye single.
I think Paredes was coming around to score no matter what.
Cameron Aloysius Smith the third.
Man, let's go. Jeremy Pena is probably not going to start the All-Star game. I don't even know.
Should be.
I don't know if Jeremy Pena is going to make it to Phase 2 in the All-Star voting.
Jeremy Pena should be starting.
I agree.
He has the second highest WAR in all of baseball.
He does.
Not in the American League. In all of baseball. He's already a 5-1 WAR. The only player with a higher WAR than Pena is Aaron Judge, and Aaron Judge is not human.
Yeah. That's probably not going to happen. And you know what else is probably not going to happen? By reason of the same individual. Right? Jacob Wilson, rookie.
Now, here's the crazy thing, right? Jacob Wilson's hitting the snot out of the ball.
Is,
right?
to the tune of what, 350?
I think he's at 349. But the defense?
Ugh. Yeah, not anything to really write home about, right?
It would be a negative.
But you've got Jeremy Pena, who very well should be starting the All-Star game, or at least could be. And then you have Cam Smith, who is really making a push for AL Rookie of the Year with the way that he continues to hit.
I think between his defense, because he's playing Gold Glove level right field. He started playing right field for the season. He's playing Gold Glove level right field, which is insane to me.
Yeah.
And after the first month, he has become a consistent, reliable bat. I think by the time we get to the end of the year, Jacob Wilson, teams are going to figure him out. Not going to be hitting 340.
I don't know. Let's see, because people are going to saying the same thing probably about Cam Smith. Over the course of the last 30 games, Cam's hitting in and around 300. That's not 340, but
outs above average defensively. Jacob Wilson -2,
and Cam Smith is what, like a +4?
Well, Jacob Wilson's a -2 at short, which is pretty awful. Cam Smith in right field.
The number's probably crept up a little bit. He's made some pretty sensational plays.
+4.
Yeah, +4.
And that's tied for the second best in the league.
Yeah. That's
in all of baseball.
That's wild, man. Wild. wild. And you saw that coming from Cam Smith much more than you did like anything palatable coming from the Jose Altuve experiment in left field, which has been few and far between here more recently in the last few weeks anyway, because Altuve's been playing more second, DHing, and now that you've got Cooper Hummel up, they've thrown various different people out in left field. And they haven't had to go exclusively Altuve out there in a while.
Second base. Would you like to know who has the most outs above average at second base?
We'll probably Dubon.
Mauricio Dubon. He is now 8 outs above. Despite fact, I think he hasn't even played 30 games.
Yeah.
At second base.
I would have given him 2 outs above average if he would have been able to pull that play off earlier today.
His success rate added is 10%. If you're wondering if that's good or bad, the next highest is 5%.
Yeah.
So Dubon is literally hands down the best defensive second baseman in baseball.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Astros leading the Phils 2-1. Play officially headed to the top of the 9th inning. We'll have an H-Town postgame show for you.
Abreu is staying in the game for the 9th inning.
As he should.
That he was. It looks like he was going to be the 9th inning guy.
Yeah.
And that Hader's got the day off.
Oh, look, good for him. He only needed 5 pitches to get out of that situation in the 8th inning. So Ryan Abreu on for a save opportunity. No.
This would be a
win. It'd be a win because he finished the 8th inning when the Astros were tied. Now they got the lead. So H-Town postgame show coming up at the conclusion of the ball game. Stay there. It's Area 45.
Payne and Pendergast.
These 3 teams right now, the Astros, Rockets,
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Do you know?
Here we go. The sweep, baby. The sweep.
Do you know what time it is?
I know what time it is. I don't know if Chris is ready for that, though. Chris ain't ready for
Christopher
this.
Santiago.
He's not ready for it.
Tell everybody what time it is. Happy recap. Let's go.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town.
That's right, Will.
Game with Bijani and Creighton.
Three games. The Astros allow one run in 3 games. Absolutely dominant pitching performance. Astros sweep the Filthies. 2-1 win today.
That number since May 25th, 8th inning or later, 6-game winning RBIs for the Houston Astros. Magical. You want to know how they're doing it? That's how they're doing it. From the plate. How are they doing it? C. Hunter Brown, 7 innings, 3 hits, 9 strikeouts, no walks today. That's also how they're doing it. And the funny thing is, your name doesn't have to be Hunter Brown or Framber Valdez. It could be Colton Gordon. It could be Brandon Walter. It could be Ryan Gusto. That's how they're doing it. And then shout out bullpen and a shot at heel of the day. It's Brian Abreu for coming out and getting a 4-out dub from the bullpen today. That's huge win for the Astros.
They've got 8 go-ahead RBI, 8th inning or later since, May 22nd?
I think it's at 6.
All right, they've got 3. They entered today with 336 runs scored, 156 with 2 outs. That's 46.5% of their offense with 2 outs. They score with 2 outs. They score late in the game. This team is clutch. They are a major league best 17-6 in June. They are a season high 15 games over 500. They are now 23-9 since May 22nd. They are 9-0-2 in their last 11 series. They have won 8 straight games at home. They are 17-4 in their last 21. This team is steamrolling June. We said the beginning of the month, this had the possibility of being an 18 to 20 win month, and that if they had that kind of month, they might have a lead of 8 games or more. Well, the coffee sippers have kind of held their end of the bargain.
Yeah.
And they have not completely just fallen apart. They have stayed respectable.
Well,
but
within the West,
it's a 6-game lead in the American League West for your Houston Astros, who now have the 3rd best record in all of baseball at 48-33. And I mean, it is
quick radio math for me. Looking at the Detroit Tigers, who currently own the best mark in the American League at 51-31. 2.5 games behind the Detroit Tigers for the best mark in the American League are the Astros right now. That is correct. That's pretty damn good. That you've made up 2 games on the Detroit Tigers in less than a week. Because the last time we were talking about this on our show, it was 4.5. It was 4.5. So as of right now, that's a two game improvement. I mean, the Astros are coming. The Astros, remarkably
inevitable.
Ben Verlander loves to say that, and I co-sign that. I've done it for years. This dynastic run is very much looking like it is continuing right now. A lot of baseball left to be played. Halfway mark, 81 games in. There's not a chance in hell that you thought the Astros were going to be sitting here 48-33, a season high 15 games above 500, with the 2nd best record in the American League, 3rd best mark in all of baseball. After all of these injuries again, and, you know, injury Armageddon struck this team last year and doesn't seem to like them any better this year. The Astros just simply have answers, PC. They've got answers.
You know what? With the Chicago Teddy Bears coming to town tomorrow, they'll play 3 against the Teddy Bears. That will wrap up the month because they're off on Monday.
Yeah.
They have 17 wins, 17-6 in the month of June. 20 would be really tough. But the fact that it's even feasible with all their injuries, that's phenomenal. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, boy, what a you got Horton, Ray, and Tyon set to pitch for the Cubs in this series against Walter, Gusto, and Valdez. That Sunday matchup, PC, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if the Astros are 0-2 going into Sunday in this series or 2-0 or 1-1. Who knows? What an incredible pitching matchup that's going to be on Sunday. Jamison Tyon, the former Houston area kid, going up against Framber Valdez on Framber Valdez Day.
Yeah, Tyon was a big-time prospect for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Went through a ton of injuries.
Wasn't he Woodlands High School, I want to say?
He had a really good season with the Mets a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He's a guy who's, he's a good pitcher, but injuries have really sidetracked his career.
Did he have TJ?
When he's on. I think he had TJ years ago.
Yeah. I think he's a TJ survivor. One of those. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the H-Town postgame show. It's what we do on Area 45. Media in a timely manner. And
Tyon was once the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
You know who was number 1?
Give me the year.
2010.
Number 1, 2010. That would be 15 years ago. No, go ahead, tell me.
All right, give you a hint. He did not play in the series.
Oh, okay. He did not play in this series.
Did not play in the series.
But is he still playing Major League Baseball?
Yes, and he's on one of those 2 teams.
Well, he's not an Astro.
Not an Astro.
Damn, I don't know. Go.
Bryce Harper.
What?
Bryce Harper was the number 1 pick.
I'll be damned. The Jamison Tyon year. How about that? When is what's the deal with Harper, by the way?
He's got some kind of. He's been. He was out. He didn't play the whole
He's been
series.
out for a little bit, though, already. Yeah. I think almost a week and a half. I don't know. I took my eye off of the Phils here recently.
He had Tyon had TJ in 2014.
Yeah, so it's been a minute. That's been a minute, man. That's 11 years.
He also had surgery for testicular cancer in 2017.
That's right. He's been through it. Yes, sir.
He had a forearm injury in 2019. He tore his flexor tendon, and they had to kind of revise his UCL in 2019, so he didn't pitch in 2020. Then he went to the Yanks. He pitched pretty well. Well, he pitched fairly well for the Yanks. Then he went to the Cubs, and a little inconsistent with the Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's
had back injuries.
He's never been the guy that's lived up to the hype. I mean,
no, the injuries have taken between the Tommy John and cancer. Yeah, I mean, he had testicular cancer in 2017 and had to have one removed.
That's right. But that's
this guy's only. I say kid. He's only 33 years old.
Yeah, only.
And he's been through the TJ, flexor tendon, testicular cancer. I mean, geez, why don't they just get an Acme piano and throw it on him off the top of a 20-story building?
I'm looking forward to seeing him on Sunday, man. It's going to be a good little matchup just because of the story, at the very least. Stros winners 2-1 today over the Phillies. I'm anxious to hear Joe Espada talk about this game, but just this series, man. This series, he said it coming in. He'd said it at the conclusion of Game 1, this being a playoff atmosphere. I mean, it's not very often we get day baseball in the city of Houston, but it's certainly not very often you get day baseball in Houston where you get this kind of a pitching matchup, this kind of a highly contested game and series, game by game by game in this 3-game series. Very much playoff atmosphere. And we haven't had a chance to really say that, talk about it that much, if at all, this season, with the Phillies and Cubs coming in after the Astros have kind of gone through a stretch, PC. You know what? Beating up on some teams they absolutely should beat up on. You know this team's better, even with all the injuries that they've sustained. Now, look, you've got the Cubs, 3 more games. It's going to let up a little bit. I think you get the Dodgers, you get the Guardians around the bend. But the second half of this schedule for the Astros, PC, and we're almost there. We're almost there to the second half. It's one of the most favorable, if not the most favorable schedule.
Well, they played the toughest schedule from the beginning of the season through the end of May. They played the toughest schedule.
It sure doesn't feel like it, though. It really doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's just because over the last month, this month, they have really turned it on. You just poured over the numbers. Winners of 17 out of their last 21. That's this month. As good as the pitching has been, which has been more than just this month, it has really kind of come to a head at maybe a time that's maybe never been more important than now in the month of June. You rewind 1 year ago, June 18th. That was the day the Astros decided to stop being ass last year.
Happy birthday to me. The Astros don't suck anymore.
They were maybe 24 hours away from having an RIP tombstone on the front page of the Houston Chronicle that once donned the front page of the Houston Post back in 2004, I believe it was.
Rip Astros, rip Fred Fowler.
Yeah. Was that his idea?
Fly, Falcon, fly.
Man, yeah. That's pretty remarkable, though, that they did what they did last year, and then this year when you think, like, oh, boy, there's no way. There's just no way they're going to be able to, rise from the dead like Taker. No, they didn't do that. They just persevered. Yeah. Let's go, man.
Oh, Undertaker, we have the ashes for you, the earth of power. Undertaker.
Was that like his little sidekick that always?
That was Paul Bearer.
That was his sidekick that always brought the ashes in.
Rip Paul Bearer.
Yeah, him too. Damn. Somebody watch over the Undertaker, man. He'll be right back. He's the Undertaker. 4 o'clock hour coming up next. Did Joe Espada talk yet, Chris? All right, maybe we'll get him, maybe we won't, but we'll continue to talk a little Astros. It's H-Town post game. Stay there.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful.
Chef.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town Postgame with Bijani.
The team has been particularly good with runners in scoring position in this series. Astros trying to change that here. Line drive over the head of Trey Turner, base hit. Here comes Paredes. He'll score the go-ahead run. 2-1 Stros in the eighth. Cam Smith, a big RBI.
Attaboy, Cam. Coming up clutch again. It's not a walk-off, but it definitely counts as putting the Astros ahead. Big two-out RBI. A laser just over the head of Trey Turner.
Ball game. Astros complete. A pitching gem all 3 days against the Phillies, limiting Philadelphia to 1 run in 3 days. A 2-1 win and a 3-game sweep against one of the best teams in baseball, coming in having won 9 of 11.
Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call. Space City Home Network. Stros with a big 2-1 victory today over the Phils. They were already 7 straight series wins in, but they complete the sweep today. And now you just read the stat a little bit earlier, PC, 9-0-2, their last 11 series of the season. Kicking ass, taking names in the month of June are the Houston Astros. And Cam Smith, the guy that came up with the massive hit, you just heard the highlight there. Since earlier this month, June 5th, Cam Smith has taken his batting average, which was then 245 PC, and after a 2-for-3 performance today, he's now batting 271. He's got his on-base percent 43, when then, June 5th, it was at 328. The guy just has continued to figure it out. He's playing chess, not checkers. He's a rookie. I don't even know if he's played 100 professional baseball games yet. He's probably getting pretty close by now. But just amazing to watch this kid who very much is not affected by the stage or any stage that Major League Baseball, the big leagues, has provided for him. He's come through with clutch hits like you just saw today. He's come through with walk-offs like we'd seen here earlier this month. God knows what this guy is capable of. Very similar kind of vibe that I'm getting. Jeremy Pena. Rookie season, big stage, turned out to be an ALCS MVP, turned out to be a World Series MVP, and then 3 years later, he's taken his game to a completely different level. Cam Smith, one of the top prospects, not just in the Chicago Cubs system, but in all of baseball. I think, number 75 overall when he became a Houston Astro?
Underrated.
Underrated. Yeah. I think you just go on and on and on. It's been very, very impressive to watch from him standpoint. Like, people are going to talk about the pitching and how surprised they are in that regard, but there are a lot of other really great things, great accomplishments to kind of pour over with the Astros, and there has to be, whenever they're doing this after, having to kind of sustain all of the injuries / underperformance. And those, again, this year for the Astros, similar positions. First base, Christian Walker continuing to go through it. It's really nice to have a rookie pick guys like that up.
Now think about it. Where have the Astros gotten their offense from in this series? Cooper Hummel, Victor Caratini.
And some defense from Taylor Trammell, too.
And today, Yainer Diaz and Cam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been, quote, the usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
It's been, guy a little further down the line there. And, guys like your Cooper Hummel and your Victor Caratini. Today, Cam Smith, go-ahead RBI in the eighth. After Caratini gave him a go-ahead RBI in the eighth. After Cooper Hummel, I gave him a go-ahead RBI in the
eighth.
Yeah, that's right. Telling you.
Eighth inning is the inning, really seventh or later, right? The Astros were doing this earlier this season when they were really struggling to put runs up on the board. I know it seems like they are right now. They're going up against some pretty damn good pitching too, so you got to tip your cap there. But it was, you said clutch earlier. Yeah, okay, cool. 2-out hitting 2 outs, runners in the scoring position. Clutch, check those boxes. But if the Astros had been like baffled, bamboozled, whatever, by a starting pitcher or the first guy or two out of a opponent's bullpen, that 7th inning comes around, PC, and I don't know what it is, but they've just been able to do enough, create enough havoc on the bases, manufacture runs, and their bullpens have reciprocated. They've held on to leads. Look, today, notwithstanding Brian King, but here's a guy who threw 22 pitches last night, a night game, asked to come back in a high-leverage situation again today. He's not been unflappable. Brian King's been pretty damn good. And I think Brian King's going to continue to be one of those guys that you look at pretty consistently in high-leverage situations in the 7th inning. Another guy I told you last night they might have options with is Bennett Sousa, who came in and took care of business last night in a high-leverage situation. Astros are creating options. That's important. They need depth. I think people worry about how deep they are going into their depth, but that's what it's for. And I've said this for a number of years now. You've got to start treating just the roster outside of the 26 men that are wearing a Houston Astro jersey on any given day. You have to start treating this organization like we do the 26 man, a perennial World Series contending team. This is a perennial World Series contending organization that has pieces. Sometimes they need them, sometimes they don't.
Look, have they had to go into the depth? Yeah, they have. And are they further into the depth than anybody, including them, would like? Yes. However, they might be at the absolute exhausting point of their depth, but they've managed to have this much depth play as well as it has. Right? You mentioned Brian King. Brian King's got a 3.18 ERA and a 1.12 WHIP. He's striking out 10 guys per 9.
Is that good?
That's pretty good. Steven Okert has a 2.52 ERA and an 0.64 WHIP, and he's striking out 12 guys per 9. Bennett Sousa, 1.57 ERA, 0.80 WHIP, striking out 11 guys per 9. And they are getting production from a lot of the, quote, middle of the bullpen type guys. Now, the back of the bullpen has very much been in flux, right? Because Luis Contreras hasn't pitched well at the major league level. Logan Van Wy hasn't gotten it done at the major league level. Forrest Whitley was so bad they sent him packing. Nick Hernandez has only thrown 2 innings, but he gave up 2 runs.
We saw enough of him last year, too, did we not?
Caleb Ort has been hot and cold, and most of that is because he had like 1 or 2 bad outings.
Ort's going to be fine.
When he first came up, he had 1 bad outing.
I like that guy.
So his numbers are a little skewed, but he's striking out a batter an inning. And I mean, you look at where they're getting. Where these aren't guys that anybody thought we'd be talking about during the regular season, and the guys that we mentioned, King, Bennett Sousa, these guys have been key members of the bullpen. They've all thrown, like Okert's thrown 35 2/3 at the halfway point. That's on pace 71 innings.
But Brian King, Bennett Sousa.
Brian King has thrown 34 innings at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Bennett Sousa has thrown 28 2/3 at the halfway point. These are guys who are getting used.
You didn't know who the hell they were last year when you first saw them. You were like, oh, my God, like, who are these guys? You're really digging deep here. Well, yeah, maybe. But, again, give this Astros team of developers credit. This is what they do. They make pitchers. I mean, it's like conveyor belt, baby.
Dude, if they could get guys to rehab from TJ, the way they make guys more efficient, we'd have a 12-man rotation.
Yeah, like the rehabilitation, that's one thing for sure. But then it's maybe the maintenance to prevent, the preventative maintenance, I would say, to even have it get to that point. That would
Sean
be
Dubin, who just went on the IL, had a 1.33 ERA.
Yeah, Doobie was
a
good.
1.13 WHIP. I mean, Sean Dubin had been really getting the job done. He'd allowed 3 runs in 20 and 1/3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Dubin was getting the job done. He was a guy who would go out there and give you multiple innings every time he went out. Like the Astros have pulled guys out of AAA and gotten performances despite the fact none of these dudes were considered prospects. None of these guys were fire. They just came up, they did their jobs.
Astros struck out 14 Phillies today. Pretty phenomenal. Trey Turner, 3 Ks. Kyle Schwarber, 3 Ks. Nick Castellanos, who ended the game with a K, 2 Ks for the game. And then Brandon Marsh, 2 more Ks. Those are some damn good hitters. That Astro pitchers just said, sit yo ass down multiple times today. That's fun stuff. Joe Espada talked about the dub just moments ago. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say he probably began the Q&A with a lot of Hunter Brown talk about his badassery.
The Diesel.
Tell you what, it felt like a little playoff out there today. Fan base, right? Loud. It's fun. That's a fun game. Fun series.
The pitching in this series.
Wow. That's a really good rotation. Our guys, too. It was pitching, low-scoring games, good defense, clutch hitting. You really felt like playoff.
The way that you guys won today and kind of throughout the series, is that just kind of a good illustration of the way you guys have done things in the first half?
Fight, man. We're going to fight you 27 outs, I'll tell you that. This team's going to fight you for 27 outs.
I know it's been kind of going on all along, but you're so banged up. You keep running out different lineups, different guys every day. What are you telling them beforehand?
I don't. You know what? I don't really have to say anything because we do our work. We prepare our players, and our veterans do their part, and they get these guys ready to play. It's contagious what happens when you walk in that clubhouse. This is what it takes to win. And listen, I'm going to give you opportunities because this is what we have right now. And this is how you open eyes. This is how you establish yourself. This is how you contribute. This is at the end of the year when you find yourself in a position to win championship. We all in this together. And that's always been my message. But I give these guys credit. Like Ken Smith, how many times he comes up this year, big moments, get hits like those. That grows your confidence. This kid he's just a young kid, and he gets big at bats against a really good pitcher, and that stuff matters. You look down his career 3 or 4 years from now, those hits, they matter.
Hunter against this lineup, I mean, he's been a buzz.
Against any lineup, he's just really good. He's really good. Stuff was really good. Ask him to go back out in the 7th. He looked at he looked at me, he said, Joe, I'm going back out there and give you one more inning. And he did. And Brian Abreu, oh my goodness. Really good.
What did he say? Did he say brilliant?
He said, oh my goodness.
I couldn't understand what he said at the end. Joe Espada cussed earlier.
Really good.
What?
Really good. Just said it really fast. Really good.
Oh,
really good.
Really good.
Really good.
Really good. I like it. I like it. Joe Espada cussing. One of the highlights. I have you guys seen him as hyped up at any point this season other than this series, especially the last 2 nights? Who got out of that situation last night? It was Brian King. Brian King got out of that situation last night after the Christian Walker mental flub in the 8th inning.
Got a big punch out.
Stranded the bases loaded.
Alec
Castellanos.
Bohm. He got a strikeout on Alec Bohm, and then he got Castellanos to ground out to Pena.
It's a short, yep. And then Brian Abreu struck out Castellanos to in the ball game tonight. I love it. It's just something special.
By the way, Brian Abreu got up and 4 outs today.
Yeah.
4 strikeouts.
4 strikeouts today.
Wow.
I wonder if that was really a long just S.
Was that a holy bleep?
No, yeah. He said wow, and then he said the whole S.
The whole S.
Yeah.
Is that just like one big she?
Yeah.
I love it, dude. He was so pumped up. Playoff atmosphere. He felt it. Team felt it, obviously. And the fans provided it.
I'm going to say
it's nothing without the fans.
This is something that we said last year.
Yeah.
but there are some people who are still holding on to this. Some of you need to apologize to Joe Espada. Some of you, going back to last year, the slander, the disrespect that you showed Joe Espada, and then he turns the team around and they win the division.
100%.
And then this year, all the crop, the lineups, and the bullpen use, they're 15 over. They're in first place, third best record in all of baseball. You will say you're sorry, bitch. Do it.
Thank you. Good night.
Somebody acknowledge him, Joe Espada.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go. Bob Nightingale going to join us in an hour. That's going to be fun. We'll continue the baseball conversation coming up next. 81 games in. Who's the Astros midseason MVP? There's only one correct answer.
He did play today.
We will discuss next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. Town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for the drive, we're Area 45.
So a little bit of breaking news coming down regarding, you had mentioned about Wander and that he's probably going to be going to jail. Well,
yes, I did.
Wander Franco is going to jail.
Yes, he is.
Reported 5 minutes ago by Jeff Passan. Wander Franco found guilty of sexual abuse of a minor for having an illegal sexual relationship with a 14-year-old girl when he was 21. He gets a, you're going to love this, 2-year suspended sentence. So he'll have to serve it if he fails to meet conditions set by the judge, the main one being he does not approach any minors with sexual intentions.
Okay.
I mean,
cease and desist from, other minors.
In the United States,
stay away.
We used to say 16 will get you 20.
Mm-hmm.
In the DR, it gets you a 2-year suspended sentence.
All right.
However, the conviction is a felony, which means he's probably never getting a work visa in the United States again.
So this has to void his contract, right?
So he's on the MLB restricted list.
Okay.
And I think that if you're on the restricted list, they don't have to pay you.
But if you apply for reinstatement...
Can't apply for reinstatement because he's a felon.
Tricky.
If you can't get a work visa,
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, I'm putting the pieces together
And
now.
he's probably just never going to get a work visa because with a felon, certainly with the current administration, never getting a work visa.
Yeah. I brought him up last night I
don't even know if he'll be able to get a visa to go to Japan or to go to Korea and play in any of those leagues. He might be trying to play in the Mexican League.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
So his career is basically over.
Yeah, his career is over.
Hopefully he took good care of his money. Hopefully. I mentioned him last night. He's the 100th highest paid player in Major League Baseball according to, or as it pertains to average annual value. His average annual value was just over like $16 million. And I brought him up because he was one of 11 shortstops within the top 100 highest paid AAV players. And I brought him up because Jeremy Pena, in the recent report by Chandler Rome and Ari Alexander that the Astros were in quote-unquote deep conversations with Pena about a contract extension that is said to have been for 5 years and more than $105 million. That average annual value, if you believe that offer, is about $21 million. Which I thought was low.
You want to know what's even more crazy?
What?
The mother of the girl was found guilty of sexually trafficking her daughter. And she's going to jail for 10 years.
Because she took money. She took money. Wander Franco.
Yeah, she was trying to get them to be together. Here, so he was giving money to the mother to take care of the family, take care of the girl.
Yeah, like $70,000, maybe $80,000 total is what they found. That's what they found.
Yeah, that's not what they didn't find.
There's always what they didn't find.
He was giving money to the family to take care of this girl. Like, this was a real relationship. This wasn't just, I hooked up with your daughter. Like, this was a real relationship. But I think, I want to say the reporting was the girl wasn't necessarily 100% in on it.
Yeah.
Like, she had reservations about it. She liked being treated well and,
well, look,
famous player, but she wasn't sure about the whole age difference. And the parents, because the mother was like pushing her. Yeah, it's good. Keep going. She's getting 10 years. He got 2 years suspended.
Yeah. Well,
that's wild.
It is wild. But you know what? At least in one case, like, you better be going away to the pokey for a long time if you're going to pimp your daughter out. Like, just get out of here with that. God bless that girl. Needless to say, Wander Franco, not an MVP. Okay? But the guy that I was alluding to.
Most valuable pedophile.
Yeah, possibly. Statutory rapist, maybe not even applicable here, because if the girl I don't know. It's just
she's young enough. It's statutory.
Oh, I know she's young enough, but if she wanted it, then that's a whole nother
doesn't matter.
situation.
It is statutory.
Sounds very much like a retroactive Maury Povich episode.
Like the whole idea is, as an adult, you're supposed to be smart enough to know that somebody that is not of age to make those decisions.
But I think that's what he liked about it.
I don't even remember.
That's what they like about that.
If he knew her true age at first.
Yeah.
He may not have known her actual age in the beginning, but the point is, once you find out, you don't go to the mommy and say, hey, I'm going to give you thousands of dollars.
Thought she was 51, who knew? It was 12.
Stuff is crazy in other countries.
Yeah.
As crazy as people might think things are in America, they are way crazier in other countries.
In some cases, yeah. They're pretty crazy here, too. It's pretty wild. All right, so was it during the show? No, it was not during the show. No, it was during the second inning of the game today on Space City Home Network. That's what it was. During the second inning, Space City Home Network put a poll up. And the poll was, who's the Astros midseason MVP? And I thought it was pretty funny.
Who were the choices?
Well, there was only two. Really three. Your choices, Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena, and someone else. Literally, they put someone else up there. Now, at that point in time, 700 people had voted, and 61% of those people at 1:34 Central Time today had voted for Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena. And in my opinion, I think he's easily the correct answer. And here's why. Hunter Brown, special candidate. Ask yourself, where would the Astros be without Hunter Brown? Okay? He's been terrific at home. He's been terrific on the road. He's just been terrific amongst baseball's very best. Where would the Astros be without Hunter Brown? Hopefully we don't have to find out in the next 81 games. Ask yourself the question, where would the Astros be without Jeremy Pena? The defense and the bat. And for a long period of time, PC, no disrespect to Isaac Paredes, who's been pretty damn consistent all season long, too. Jeremy Pena's been the best damn bat the Astros have had going, period. And Jose Altuve found it fitting enough to say, hey, get your ass in a leadoff spot, man. Like, we need some help up there. And, we got to figure out this thing in the lineup without Yordan in there, without Christian Walker hitting, XYZ player, Yainer Diaz, whoever it is at the time, going through it at the plate. We need to figure some stuff out. Without Jeremy Pena, PC, I feel like the Astros would be worse than if they were without Hunter Brown. And the only thing that makes me say that is you have to be able to score runs to win baseball games. And the Astros pitching has done a pretty damn good job. Ryan Gusto, Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon, the bullpen, you name it, they've contributed. It feels like they could just go pluck anybody out of the system and say, hey, we need you up here for a couple weeks, big baller. Go get it. And they reciprocate.
The argument between Pena and Brown is pretty much like saying, do you want $1 million in gold or do you want $1 million in crypto? It's still $1 million. I would. I am leaning to Hunter Brown, and the reason being, the pitching staff once again has been devastated by injuries. And Hunter Brown, who leads the league in ERA at 174, Hunter Brown has made sure this team never goes into a tailspin. It doesn't matter what they've done before he starts. When he picks up the ball, they know they're getting a guy. They're in the game. Hunter Brown, they need a win. He comes out there. He shuts down the other team. He gives the bullpen some rest, and he makes sure, you're going to have a couple of rookies, in this case right now 3, going out there and giving you starts. Hunter Brown has been the anchor of this rotation where he has given them Cy Young level, and I mean front runner, Cy Young level performance. And this is not in any way to diminish what Jeremy Payne has done, because Jeremy Payne's been tremendous. And we were just saying how JP has right now the second highest WAR in all of baseball.
It's been that way for a minute.
Yeah, the only person with a higher WAR than Jeremy Payne, Aaron Judge. But Hunter Brown has been the best pitcher in baseball. Stop.
Yeah, but you see
baseball.
You see my point, though. The Astros have been able to, get help in the pitching department far more easily than they've been able to find. Like, hey,
well, keep in mind,
we need a starter. We need somebody that's going to get us going offensively. They literally have that guy in the leadoff spot. He's got the ability for some pop. He's got the ability to steal you a bag. He's the most aggressive / the best base runner they have on the team right now. And he's got one of the best gloves defensively you can find anywhere on the field.
His defense is not as good as you think it is.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's 3 outs above average.
I don't care what
Bobby Witt is
above
15.
average, and he made another tremendous play today.
He's a very good defender. He is not among the elite. He's a very good defender. But he has been a high average, high on base. He takes extra bases. He steals bases. He has been their best hitter overall. Best overall hitter. I'm just leaning, and we're splitting hairs. Because
we are.
Both of these two guys have been.
You're trying to say hurtful words.
You could ask. I'm not saying hurtful words.
You're trying to say hurtful words.
I'm saying that Hunter Brown, to me, has been the team MVP because he's been the anchor of a staff that's been brutalized by injuries. And when you talk about what the other guys who have been in the rotation outside of Framber Valdez have done. All right, Ryan Gusto, 460, 148 whip. Not that great. Hayden Wesneski, 450 ERA, 109 whip. Whip's pretty good because he didn't walk guys, but 450 ERA is still pretty high. Lance McCullers Jr., as good as he's been, 491 ERA, 143 whip, because he walks a lot of guys.
Yeah, but he also had a couple of stinkers in there, too, before he turned things around.
That one really bad stinker.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Walter, 380 ERA, 110 whip. Solid. Not great. Solid. Spencer Arrighetti had a 5.59 ERA before he got hurt.
2 starts.
He had a 5.59 ERA before he got hurt. AJ Blueball, 4.50 ERA, 150 whip. So the other guys have been mediocre, decent, okay. They haven't been very good, but they haven't been awful.
Right.
He has been the most elite pitcher in all of baseball.
No question. I'll go back to this.
I think we're splitting hairs.
Off season. Alex Bregman. Everybody knows he's gone. It's just not a formality yet. Okay? Joe Espada's asked, hey, who's the guy that you believe can step up and be the vocal leader in the clubhouse? Who's the guy that you think can step up and take their game to the next level? He didn't mince words. He didn't hem and haw. He didn't give you a list of candidates. He said 2 words, Jeremy Pena. That's it. He said Jeremy Pena. That guy was at the forefront of his mind because of what he'd seen from a LCS MVP, a World Series MVP year, and had seen the maturation, and a guy that was like hanging out, waiting to just, have his opportunity to kind of seize what he was already knowingly capable of, and that's being the guy. A guy that can be a fire starter, that can be the energy, that can be, and I'm talking about in the clubhouse, in the dugout, and definitely on the field. That's what he brings every single day. Is Jeremy
been great.
Pena.
I'm not saying he's been great.
Without that, and this level of production, and never mind, okay, only 3 outs above average. Fine, that's above average. How above average is he as a leadoff hitter in Major League Baseball right now?
Been phenomenal. Listen,
I think he's probably been the best leadoff hitter in baseball since he's been put in the spot, and that to me is called a very above average, well-rounded player. And you take that guy out of a lineup that is struggling to score runs, and you're FUBAR.
You gave me a choice. Pick this guy or pick that
And I'm
guy.
trying to convince you to go with me.
And again, where are they without Jeremy Pena?
Ring the bell.
Well, they're probably in trouble. Where are they without Hunter Brown? Effed.
You know, AJ Blueball would just turn into a badass. I don't know.
AJ Blueball has been getting his butt kicked at AAA this year. I mean, he's been getting hammered.
They would find somebody named Aloysius, hiding in their farm system like High 8 Asheville and say, hey, bub, come on up here, boy.
I mean, Hunter Brown has been so good. He is the front runner for the Cy Young in the American League. And if he wins Cy Young, hell, if he finishes top 3, just get a comp pick after the first round.
Even if it's just top 3? I thought he had to win it.
Just top 3. You have to win Rookie of the Year. But if you're top 3 Cy or top 3 MVP, you get that comp pick. Now, you can only get one comp pick per player. But it's as long as they have to hit that tier before they hit arbitration. This is Hunter's last year before arbitration.
Let's go.
So he wins. If he's top 3, right now he's the favorite to win. He's top 3 Cy Young. Astros get a sandwich pick after the first round.
Derwin, talk some sense into PC, will you? Derwin texts in from the 713. I agree with SB. Hunter's amazing every 5 games. Pena's 5 times more important day in and day out. Sign Derwin. Sign Bijani. Sign anybody else with a brain.
That is such a roto baseball take.
Coming up next.
Roto baseball. Oh, no, it's a hitter. He's a hitter. He plays more. You don't have the pitching. You don't go anywhere.
Hey.
And they've got the best in baseball.
Chris is going to break the tie next.
Call QC Kinetics. Do not go under the knife. Stop with the steroids. Stop with the painkillers.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for The Drive, we're Area 45. Patrick Creighton, he is him. I am me, Sean Bijani. Chris Santiago, the tiebreaker, our badass producer, is here. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. Coming up at 5:20, Odyssey Major League Baseball insider Bob Nightingale is going to join us to talk a little ball, Astros, and all things Major League Baseball. Looking forward to that. On the YouTube, Kick Rocks says they have another ace, talking about the Astros. They don't have another Pena on the roster. Frommer's been just as good. It's just not as sexy. It's hard to be as sexy as Hunter Brown has been this season. And then somebody else texted NPC from the 281 saying, is Hunter Brown at his best better than Verlander at his best? Whose stuff is better? And I just replied to that fella that, man, I mean, if you take, JV's best years, which just off the top of my head, I told him 2011 and 2022, right? Probably the impressive part about that in and of itself is the disparity between the seasons. But the 2011 year he had with Detroit, when I think he'd led all pitchers in Major League Baseball in basically every major statistical category. I'm talking about wins, ERA, and WHIP, and ERA plus, and you name it, he did it. He was awesome. Won 24 ball games in 2011, I think. And in 2022, 18-4 with the Astros. Very similar story. Like, those 2 years, it's almost splitting hairs. Like, Hunter Brown went 7 innings, 3 hits, no walks, 9 Ks against the best that baseball has to offer today. Yeah, I know. They were without Bryce Harper. Okay, cool. Astros pitching, and he very much included, still struck out some of their better hitters multiple times.
Did Yordan Alvarez play?
No, he did not, sir. And believe it or not, Christian Walker did play. But you wouldn't have known it outside of the double that he had later in the game. It's splitting hairs to me. Look, it just at their best in a particular season. You pick out whatever you think JV's most domineering season was as a Tiger or an Astro or whatever.
See, I think you have to look at things a little bit different here, right? JV came up towards the tail end of the steroid era, right? He came up in 2005.
He took advantage of weak hitters.
And
don't say that.
No, JV faced guys who were still juiced on their faces. And he came up at 22 years old. Hunter Brown came up at 23. So if we take, because JV only pitched 11 innings at 22. So we take them each from 2023 on. Right? Hunter had an ERA of 5.09 his first year as a starter, 3.49 last year, and it's 174, which leads all of baseball this year. First 3 years as a full-time starter, JV was 17-9, 363, 18-6, 366, 11-17, 4.8. So they each had one lousy season. And then you figure one really good season and one pretty good season.
Yeah, but at their best.
Well, it's hard to compare a kid who's 26, who's only finding out what his best is, to a guy who's 42, and we've already seen it. Verlander's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for me to say, is somebody at his best as good as a Hall of Famer when we're only seeing what his best is, and we don't know if there's more.
Oh, I know. It's the longevity that you can't, it's incomparable.
No, I mean, like, is what we're seeing from Hunter Brown right now is phenomenal. Is there more?
I mean, you can't get
We don't know.
You can't get much better than doing what he's doing. He's got to be able to do it for a long period of time. That's the thing. How do you do better than what he's done to this point this season?
Verlander, early in his career, used to throw 100 miles an hour all the time.
Can he get outs?
Brown doesn't throw 100, but he can throw 98.
Yeah. And, JD notorious for giving up dingers, too.
And you remember how, like, when Brown first came up, they used to show the side-by-sides with him and Verlander?
Yeah.
Because he idolized
Spitting image.
Verlander as a kid, so his wind-up, his delivery is almost identical to Verlander's.
It is.
So I don't think he's going to pitch the kind of innings that Verlander pitched, because Verlander pitched 200 innings or more every year from 2000 to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And then again in 2016 and 2017 and 2018 and 2019 before his elbow exploded.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's threw 200 innings a lot of times.
Yeah.
I don't think Brown's ever going to throw that because, the game is managed totally differently
It is.
now.
Well, and then with the bullpen the way that it is for the Astros, he didn't have to.
But just pitchers don't get left in to throw as much as they once did. And the Astros, of course, are very aware of how many pitches a guy has thrown, how many of those pitches were thrown under duress. They manage pitching much differently.
Mm-hmm.
So from that standpoint, I don't think he's ever going to pitch those kind of numbers. But his ERA plus, Hunter's ERA plus this year is the best in baseball. It's like 2.15.
Yeah.
His hits per 9 innings, best in baseball. It's 5.5. So what he's doing is just, he's just doing some crazy things in his third year as a starter. In Verlander's third year as a starter, he was 11-17 with a 4.84 ERA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before that, he had a Cy Young finish at 7, and he had a Cy Young finish at 5, and he won Rookie of the Year.
Look, all of those things very much in Hunter Brown's future. If
Hunter
he
Brown
stays healthy.
If we are talking about Hunter Brown in the same sentence as Justin Verlander, Jesus.
Yeah, 100%. Let's get out to Norway real quick, because I would imagine that's where this individual is by this point in time. PK, what's happening, my man?
What up, PK?
Hey, Sean. Hey, PC. How you guys doing, man?
Doing great.
So
Astros
are you back in Norway?
I'm back in Norway, and it's not even it's almost midnight, and so it's really good when y'all are sitting in for the drive, because it means early night for me.
There we go. Yeah. PK usually calls us at like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning from his part of the world. So what you got, man? What's on your mind?
Well, I always say it's nothing better than calling in on a night when it's a happy recap, but this maybe is a little bit different, because this is the best thing you can do, is call in on a night when it's a happy recap after a series sweep of one of the better teams in the National League.
Amen to that. Impressive, especially in the way that they did it with the pitching, and they weren't scoring 4, 5, 6 runs every night.
The pitching, the D, and the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing series sweep for the Astros. Very proud of them.
Yeah, well, they got an opportunity to do it against another pretty good team starting tomorrow against the Cubs, man. How you feeling about that one? Kyle Tucker coming back?
I'm thinking and hoping more of the same. We've just seen the last 3 days.
Hey, PK, I got a story for you.
Yeah.
So you know those chips that you brought over from Norway?
Oh, yeah.
That last time you brought them over because Bijani ate the whole damn bag?
Mm.
That's right. You got your whole bag this time.
So I brought the bag. I put it. I hid it in the pantry so nobody else would see it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
My daughter found them.
Oh, no.
She opened them. She tried one. She goes, oh, these are pretty good. Then she went and found her mother and said, hey, Mom, try these. So while I got 3 chips out of the bag Bijani ate, I got no chips out of this bag. The mother of children and the princess ate the whole damn bag.
Yeah, I've already killed mine, too.
Oh, my God.
However, I will say that the Norway Kit Kats, I liked those.
Yes.
Those were good.
Dude, those are legit better than real Kit Kats.
Those were really good.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Great, and you may have a chance to get at least 3 more, because there's another bag that Sean's sitting on for Chris, right, Sean?
Yes.
Chris just found out about just now.
No, I told him the other day.
Yeah.
I was supposed to bring it to work today, and I forgot. My bad.
Yeah. I figured I better mention that. Chris figured it'd be a good idea to mention on the air, so now you got no excuse for not handing it over.
My bad, Joe.
I'm sure he didn't tell you to do that at all. Yeah. I'll bring him on Monday. I'll bring him. Tomorrow.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
All right. Hey,
somebody send me a
hey,
reminder.
PC, does this call count as a call for Area 45 or the drive?
Yes. Yeah. When are you back?
Man, after what I hear you're getting ready to do it, maybe sooner than I thought. But I got to run that by the wife first.
All right. Well, let me know this way I can try to get one of our events while you're here.
Yeah, and shout out to Tony for being AWOL last week and not showing up at the curb where we had the whole place for ourselves, Area 45. And he was AWOL.
Tony!
I
Good thing he's giving out big discounts.
I didn't know he was a no-show. I felt bad for having to leave early. Now I don't feel so bad.
Yep. Tony, which I found out he's my birthday brother.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry about that. Don't let him steal any shine away from you.
The only country in the world celebrates our birthday is Norway. National holiday, 4th of July.
There you go.
All right, PK. Well, appreciate you, brother. We'll see you again soon. Check with the wife.
All right, yeah. All right, appreciate you guys. Good talking to you.
Thanks,
All right,
PK.
Man. PK's wife probably thinks that he's got a chick like in the States. Like, why are you going? You're going over to the see radio guys like really once a month for weeks at a time? I don't believe you.
Who is this girl you're talking to?
Who's the broad? What's her name?
It's Jake from State Farm. Oh yeah, what are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Oh.
Khakis.
Yeah. You think PK is going to put his wife on the phone with one of us one night? I don't believe you're talking to people on the radio in Houston. It's 5:00 in the morning. You're talking to somebody. Who is it?
Well, I can tell you this: Sean Bijani will never be wearing.
No, it's gonna be Chris on the other line. He's gonna be like, "Yeah, what's up?" All right, coming up next, 5:00. They do 5:00 fire. We do hot leads. Day's top stories next.
Any kind of accident, you need to call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. There's a lot.
are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight. 2 lead cards.
I give him good leads. He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, hot leads, day's top stories. Quick recap on the Astros and Phillies as Houston finished off the sweep of Philadelphia earlier this afternoon. Hunter Brown, amazing. 7 innings, 3 hits, no walks, 9 Ks. Bullpen, equally as badass. Brian Abreu came in late after Cam Smith was clutch. Again, 8th inning, huge. Brian Abreu with a 4-out win in 4 Ks. In his outing today. All that means the Astros now own the 3rd best mark in all of Major League Baseball, 2nd best record in the American League, now just 2.5 behind the Detroit Meows, a.k.a. the Tigers, for the best mark in the American League. And by the way, I looked this up since you mentioned Yordan Alvarez. I think I'd said something about Bryce Harper, and you were like, well, the Astros have Yordan Alvarez.
So the Astros, people think, oh, well, Bryce Harper didn't play. Yordan Alvarez didn't play.
No.
They cancel each other out.
How good are the Houston Astros this season without Yordan Alvarez?
3rd best record in baseball.
32-18 without
not ass.
Yordan
not
Alvarez
ass.
in the lineup. That is pretty damn special, man.
Man, when they had a healthy Yordan in the lineup.
Oh, watch out. Watch out. I hope the baseball gods aren't like, well, Yordan back. We need to take somebody with
They
us.
are on a 96 win pace.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Without Yordan and with 2 starting pitchers.
Can we still get good odds on the Astros win total plus 90? Like, I wonder if that's still good odds, like worth a little sprinkle, because I would definitely do that at this point in time.
I did take the over.
You did take the over originally. Yeah, that's if you put a little cashola that way, it's probably going to pay off pretty nice for you. The Cubs in town officially tomorrow to kick off a 3-game series with the Stros over the weekend at Daikin. You got Brandon Walter, who's going to open the series tomorrow for the Stros. Possible Lance McCullers Jr. on Saturday and Framber Valdez on Sunday. Now, more Lance McCullers Jr. news. He did some fielding practice today before the game, and according to the Astros manager Joe Espada, quote, it went well. And if he gets up tomorrow and feels good, he's a option, just an option to start Saturday. Well, who's in line to start if Lance McCullers Jr. is not ready? Well, you know who it is. Had a little bump in the road his last time out against the Angels, I believe it was. Ryan Gusto would get the start on Saturday if, in fact, McCullers is not able to throw. So you've got Walter, McCullers / Gusto on Saturday, and then Framber Valdez Day on Sunday for the Stros to hopefully whoop some ass on those Chicago Cubs. Up next, a lot of NBA draft stuff to get to. Former Baylor guard VJ Edgecombe tonight when he was doing his interview about his journey. He was asked about, hey, your journey to this moment. He was taken 3rd overall by the Philadelphia 76ers. What's that been like? I thought it was a pretty special moment.
You said you saw the emotions on your mom's face. Yeah. What were the moments you remember most about just the way your mom poured into you throughout your life and your career?
Man, them long nights. I'm telling you, I lived off a generator. I ain't had no electricity. I lived off a generator for 7 years. Man, seeing what she had to go through to feed us, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, but I don't even know, man. My mind everywhere right now, man.
Yeah.
She the real MVP.
That was there. I love those stories. I love it. VJ Edgecombe. Shout out John McClain, Baylor Bears, sick 'em. Every once in a while, I'll throw one your way, John. Props to you, man. Had some good stuff to say when he was on with us last night about VJ Edgecombe, and we were talking a little Baylor basketball history. Now, from a Rockets standpoint, last night, yeah, they had the 10th overall pick. Really, the Suns did. But you wouldn't know it if you were watching your TV on mute because when it got to the number 10 pick, the NBA likes to do this very stupid thing that, when you trade said pick, the team that is trading the said pick, they still have to put that hat on because it can't become official until a certain date. It's really dumb. But the Suns took Kaman Maluach, 10th overall, 18-year-old, 7'2" player from Duke, originally from the. Here's the pick from the greatest commissioner in NBA basketball history, not Adam Silver.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy of Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
That was a mouthful. One thing's guaranteed. Over the next, I would say, 3 to 5 years, people are going to be looking at this guy, wherever he's at, Phoenix Suns or not, and using that to help judge whether or not this trade was a success. Only if Kevin Durant does not help the Rockets win a NBA title within the next 1 to 3 years.
Do you feel like the Rockets, as currently constituted, are either the favorite or very, very close to being the favorite to go to the NBA Finals next year?
Well, they're second favorite to win the damn thing behind the Thunder, at least according to Vegas. I think I had the odds somewhere. The Thunder are plus 225. I think the Rockets are plus 700. Second best odds. Your Knicks are down there a little ways, like plus 800 or 900. But
I mean, if the Rockets are going to the Western Conference Finals this year, after getting knocked out in the first round, that trade had a big impact.
Is that a legitimate step when you get Kevin Durant and you give up next to nothing, like, you know, a guy that severely disappointed the fan base season? Yeah, I think it's a legitimate step. You got better.
I also think that, you know, Shams mentioned this on a appearance not too long ago about Cam Whitmore being a guy the Rockets are getting a lot of phone calls about.
Yeah.
And I could definitely see a situation where they move Cam Whitmore to get a guy who essentially would replace Dillon Brooks as that 3-and-D type of wing.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that type of deal happening.
I could too. I don't know if I want it to, but I could see it. This is now the very interesting part of the Rockets' offseason going forward, okay? Fred VanVleet's got an extension. Boom, signed him up. Good. Steven Adams back. You got Kevin Durant in the mix. You know what you're sending out to Phoenix. Okay, you've got a couple of roster spots open, and the level of impact player that you're going to bring in, one, who's it going to be? How much is it going to cost? What's it going to cost you if you do it? If you have to do it via trade? We don't know where the Rockets and Cam Whitmore are from a respect standpoint,
relationship standpoint. Yeah, because,
yes.
Look, Cam had some issues last year. They're maturity issues, and Ime's not going to tolerate those kind of maturity issues. So, but if you're able to go get a legit 3-and-D type guy to replace what you got from Dillon Brooks for Cam Whitmore, yeah, it sucks that Cam's not going to get his shot here, his own position. And if you're looking at being a championship team, this team last year couldn't shoot. Right now, the shooters on the team are Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, and Reed Shepherd. Shepherd didn't play much last year. Jabari, coming off the bench, didn't always play a whole lot. But those are your three shooters.
Yeah.
You need at least one more shooter.
Yeah, I would agree. And, look, it was already going to be interesting if the Rockets decided to stand pat, how Ime Udoka and Jabari Smith were going to both work together and figure out, how to get him more opportunities. Because while he even got the time on the floor, I don't think he made the best use of his time. And I think that was in large part due to, an offense that wasn't working the best. And now you're going to have to change some stuff up again and do things basically Kevin Durant's way, how he's fit his game or how his game works best with the players that you currently have.
Probably a good thing. KD knows a little something about offense.
Definitely. He's got a lot of rubbing off to do on the Rockets' younger players. I think it's going to be a great, great thing. Plenty of time to talk about that. All right, coming up next, we'll make a lot of time for our Odyssey MLB insider, the one, the only, acknowledge him, Bob Nightingale. Next on Area 45, in for the drive.
Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're looking to build
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Acknowledge me.
Stand up and acknowledge your baseball tribal chief. Longtime MLB insider, USA Today, MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM insider, friend of the program. He is all of those things. He's Bob Nightingale. How are you doing, Bob?
Yeah, good, Patrick. Thanks.
Always good to talk to you. Let me ask you, Hunter Brown, he does not suck. Is right now, your eyes, is he the number one pitcher in the American League?
No, it's still Tarek Skubal. It's an unbelievable start, a nice thing, but if they had a Cy Young, vote right now, it would still be Skubal to lose. Just what he's done, what he did last year too, with the track record. So I would think too that Skubal would, as long as it lines up, he'll be the starting pitcher in the All-Star game.
Way to break my heart, Bob.
Another Hunter Brown, esque question for you. The Astros telecast today put up a poll question during the early portion of the ball game, asking, "Hey, who do you think the midseason MVP should be for the Stros? Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena, or someone else?" To me, there's only two guys that you can really choose from. It's Pena and Brown. I said Pena. PC is sold on Hunter Brown. Be our tiebreaker.
I'll go the everyday player. I'll go Pena. He's out there every day. He's, whatever the innings Brown is giving you, look at the innings that Pena's playing every single day. He's going 9 innings every day. Hunter Brown is not going 9 innings every day. So,
wise man once said, Bob Nightingale knows best. That's exactly the answer I was hoping for.
Listen, I make no bones about the fact that I am prejudiced towards pitchers. I make no bones about that.
Hey, Bob, impressive series sweep over the Phils today by the Stros. Your reaction to what the Astros have accomplished from a team-wide standpoint, now officially at the halfway point of the season for them?
Yeah, very impressive. It's amazing. What's it like in April? It's like, okay, are they going to be sellers at the deadline? The season's over, and as soon as they trade away Tucker, okay, they gave up, white flag. I tell you what, they do this year after year. I think people underestimate how aggressive the owner Jim Creighton is. Like, he's not going to sit back and say, "Oh, we'll get him next year," or "We're going to have a semi-rebuild." He's there to win. Right now. And I think that'll always be the case as he owns the team. So, no, very impressive. And, I tell you what, that trade has worked out well, for both sides. It'll really be one-sided if Tucker leaves the Cubs in, what they get for, having Paredes and, of course, Smith for the next 5-6 years.
Bob, is Kyle Tucker looking at a $500 million plus contract?
I don't see anybody give him that money. I really don't. Hey, he's a very good player and everything else. You give it him $500 just because you gave Soto, $765, and who in the world gives Soto that kind of money? Yes, you can spend money in so many different, get a bunch of guys. So I'm not sure someone's giving $500. So could someone give him $400? Sure. But 500 is pretty up there. You're talking about, if you talk about just with the deferred salaries, so you're talking about giving Tucker $40 million more than Shohei Ohtani, which is crazy because Ohtani, sells a ton of tickets. Nothing against Tucker, but I don't know how many people are going to the ballpark to see Kyle Tucker.
What are the chances the Dodgers back up a Brinks truck for Kyle Tucker?
Oh, they could. They could say, this guy fits in perfectly. His personality kind of fits us too. We'll have some openings. Conforto is a free agent. It was just a 1-year thing. He's been okay. So they could definitely go after a guy like him. No doubt.
Bob Nightingale, our guest on Sports Radio 610. All right, given the contract talk, Chandler Rome of The Athletic reported yesterday that the Houston Astros and Jeremy Pena were deep in conversations about a contract extension, threw out numbers, 5 years, and maybe more than $105 million. Have you heard anything through the grapevine regarding that situation, especially now that Jeremy Pena has decided to switch agencies and go with Scott Boras?
Yeah, I heard it was 5 years, 100 in the nose. So that's what they were talking about, and he turned it down. And maybe he was getting close, and talked to Scott Boras and his people, and they probably told him, "Hey, you're crazy to sign this. We think we can get you a lot more. You don't switch agencies unless you think you're going to get a lot more money." I think people too forget that, hey, the agent works for you, not the other way around. But Pena does not switch agents unless he thinks he's going to get a lot more money.
Can you help us, me, our listeners, kind of understand the dynamics, in contract conversations for a player like Jeremy Pena, right? 28 years old. Sure, he's got an ALCS MVP, World Series MVP, but he's having a breakthrough type season right now for the Astros. If you're a general manager and an owner and you want to lock this guy up, but you also don't want to be insulting at the same time, does 5 years, $100 million on the nose, does that say fair market value for a guy like Jeremy Pena, or is that a low ball? How did you see that deal as you heard it?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly made sense. It was $20 million a year. He's begging himself. Remember when the Astros tried to sign Carlos Correa? He turned him down, hit free agency, and as it turns out, he would have been better off just staying in Houston, sort of thing. So you see it all the time. Bregman got offered the money from Houston. What was it, 160, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Ended up signing for 120. Sure thing. They thought, hey, that's a fair offer. And, if Pena didn't think it was semi-fair, he would have, walked away right away. Instead he, probably said, you know what, can I get more? What do you think of this? And got different people's advices, including Scott Boras. He said, okay, we think you're selling yourself short. You're going to make a lot more money if you just ride this thing out and become a free agent. So probably that's what he's going to do.
Well, we've talked to you a couple times now about, who might be looking to sell at the deadline, as we're now a little less than 5 full weeks away from the deadline. But as you look at the standings, there's not a lot of teams that you look at and you say, yeah, you know what, they're probably out of it. There's really only, say, 3 teams in the American League that you can look at and say, they're pretty much toast. One of them being the Baltimore Orioles, who happen to have a guy who won a championship in Houston and Charlie Morton in their rotation. Is Charlie Morton a guy that the Astros could have a reunion with? He seems to have gotten himself figured out here in the month of June.
It could. I mean, just for an inning eater, but with Charlie Morton, are you really going to start him in the playoffs? Or are you going to start him in a short series? I don't think so. You can, if they're not in the race, you can get him for, a bag of balls. You're just going to pick up the contract. That sort of thing. So, but I'm sure Houston right now is thinking bigger than that. Like, hey, we want a starter that can, be one of their top in a postseason rotation. So, particularly where they sit right now, I would think they'd be thinking, bigger than a guy like Charlie Morton.
Could they be thinking about a guy like Sandy Alcantara?
Yeah, definitely. Because then you have him for the next 2.5 years. And the beauty of him is, okay, Framber Valdez, he's probably going to walk away. I bet Astros, aren't going to give him what he may make from some other teams. So they may say, you know what, let's sign up, let's grab Alcantara, and then that way we got protection when Valdez leaves.
No Max Fried deal for Framber Valdez. Oh.
Yeah, that's like coping against hope right now. I feel like it's just, this is what the Astros don't do, is give long-term contracts. And speaking of which, like, we were watching Cam Smith, who was clutch again earlier today, Bob. And I told PC, kind of like tongue-in-cheek response, like, sign this guy up right now, 10 years, let's do it. I don't care. sometimes you can just see it. At least it feels that way when times are really good, Bob. But when you're, look, an outside observer, you cover all of Major League Baseball. You're looking at this from a bird's eye view. You look at a guy, and Ben Verlander said this the other day, I believe with us when he was on, that, look, Cam Smith, he's had one of the fastest tracks to Major League Baseball, literally drafted out of college last year. Maybe he's close to 100 professional games in his career, doing what he's doing on various stages when his team and maybe himself are played for back up against the wall, and he's performing like this. That's pretty special. What do you see from Cam Smith, his future, and is this a guy that the Astros could maybe, break philosophy for at some point?
It could. I mean, the future is so bright for him to do this with so little minor league experience is very impressive. Kind of reminds you, I'm not saying he's Jackson Merrill, because Jackson Merrill had never even played the position before. I don't think even in elementary school. He's one of the top center fielders in all of baseball. And they locked him up to about a $110 million contract. So same thing could happen with Cam Smith. If they believe in him that much, hey, why not sit down in this winter and say, okay, let me make an extension offer, see if you want to keep him. But future is very, very bright. So the Cubs knew they had a good player, but they wanted to go for it right now. But if you're the Astros, man, you're sitting pretty, because you're saying, wait, we're going to win the division, without Kyle Tucker, and yet now we have a Cam Smith for the next 5 years as well. It's pretty impressive.
Bob, if you take a look at the AL West, the Mariners, they never go all in. I'm not worried about the Mariners. The Angels, they'll find a way to angel things up. But the Rangers, despite being a game under 500, they're only 2 games out of a wild card. And last year, they kind of held the line on payroll because of the bankruptcy with their sports network and how much money they got coming in and all that. Well, now that all that's resolved, do you expect the Rangers will be aggressive at the deadline, or do you think they look at this season and say, we got too many guys who are just not getting it done this year, hold off on this year, retool in the offseason?
No, I think they'll be aggressive. As long as they're, got a realistic shot to get in the playoffs. It's too good of a pitching staff. And, hey, all you have to do is look at Seattle and how Seattle blew it last year and just waste that pitching staff. That pitching staff, could have got the Rangers to a World Series. Mariners to a World Series. So same thing here with that pitching staff. Nobody wants to face that Rangers pitching staff in October, the way they're lined up. Jacob deGrom being back to be Jacob deGrom. So, no, I think they'll be aggressive for sure. Got a very aggressive GM and Chris Young. Bruce Bochy, who knows how much, this is it for him. I'm not sure. But you want to win right now.
Bob Nightingale, our guest on Sports Radio 610, our Odyssey MLB Insider. Always appreciate your time, Bob. Fun to talk some ball with you. We'll look forward to next time. Have a great rest of your week, dude.
All right. A pleasure. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. Bob Nightingale. He's awesome. Our guy. Stand up. Acknowledge me. The best. He's Bob Nightingale.
The reality is the only team in the division that's going to really mount a challenge to the Astros is going to be if the Rangers just go full out at the deadline and try to bolster that offense. They have money this year they didn't have last year. They have some prospects. Only team that I look at in the division that has a chance to make it interesting if they make some big moves at the deadline. We know they have money this year they didn't have last year. So they're the only one that interests me. The Mariners always find a way, like, no matter what it is, they're never all in. Like last year, what did they go out and get, like, 49-year-old Justin Turner? I know he was like 42, but whatever.
But they needed that. It just shouldn't have been the only thing that they did.
But instead of going out and making the deal for the real impact hitter, they were out and they got a guy who's super old, doesn't really have any power anymore, can't play defense. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the move that you made because they're never all in.
Yeah, it's pretty funny the way that you do that, because it's the Mariners are almost like expecting more from their players that may not be capable of delivering that, whereas the Rangers, they've got the players with the potential. They are just continuously underperforming.
The Rangers underperform, but Seattle, They have money. They just won't spend it.
Yeah, they're not even with the Justin Turner thing last year. They weren't even trying to live in the margins. That was a good pickup. That's a good pickup for a guy to like carry you over. Like if you're missing a veteran presence, right, in the clubhouse, you think that's important. Cool, do that. But what about like overall production? You still got to be able to score runs to win baseball games. I agree with you on that.
They needed like what Joe Espada called an aircraft carrier.
Yeah,
they couldn't score in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s last year. But they had the best pitching staff in the league, and they blew it because they couldn't score any runs.
Yeah.
So now, so what do you do? How do you offense? Oh, let's get a 40-something-year-old guy who'll hit us some singles.
Over under. Set it at 8. Will the Astros be over or under 8 by the Major League Baseball version end of the first half in terms of a game lead over the Mariners?
At the trade deadline?
Yeah.
And not the trade
deadline.
deadline.
The
All-Star game. At the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Will they be 8 games up at the All-Star game?
Or under?
Book it. Over.
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 Ooh, love it. They're 6 now, baby. 6 now with some baseball to be played tonight. Coming up next, we have a little fun. It's called Bandwagon. We'll do it next.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a
I'm on a board.
Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you.
There's lots.
All right, it's time to get on or get off. We're going to play some bandwagon. All right, Sean. And it's over.
What?
Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom. It's over.
I didn't know they started.
6 years.
Orlando Bloom hasn't been relevant for like 15.
The last time we saw Orlando Bloom, where he was slinging arrows as Legolas. I'm sure you did not watch Lord of the Rings.
Definitely not.
Did you watch Troy?
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably the last thing you saw.
Last time.
Parts of the Caribbean?
No.
You know he didn't watch that.
How about no?
So Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom.
Somebody tell Johnny Depp, by the way, that he can finally break character from the Pirates of the Caribbean guy. Like,
have been engaged for 6 years, and now it's over.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, well,
screw that up?
Apparently it was a long time coming. Things have been tense between them for months. Sources say Perry is very upset, but she's relieved she doesn't have to go through another divorce, as she had to go through a divorce with Russell Brand, who she was married to for all of 2 years. They say that Katy Perry keeping busy with her current tour. She said that her and Bloom were planning on making their Montecito home their primary residence and having a family home.
Oh.
But now there will be no family.
No.
They've been living apart since Katy went on tour. Orlando Bloom was just spotted over the weekend with their 4-year-old daughter, Daisy Dove.
Oh.
He's also apparently set to attend the wedding of Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. So apparently Orlando Bloom hangs out in the big baller circle that is going to Jeff Bezos' wedding.
Yeah, that's pretty baller.
They were originally waiting until her tour was over before they said told everybody they were splitting, but here we are.
Because we need to know.
Need to know. So, Sean, you'd use a hall pass on Katy Perry on or off the bandwagon.
On the bandwagon.
That was the fastest bandwagon hit you've ever hit.
Damn straight. Easiest question ever. Who's not using the hall pass on Katy Perry? She's amazing. And remember that one time, like when J.J. Watt was still playing, that, you know, he was doing like some award show and Katy Perry was there and people were like, oh no, is J.J. Watt and Katy Perry going to be a thing? And then they weren't a thing. I was glad that they weren't a thing because that was just a sliver of hope that Katy Perry was going to remain single. Little did I know that she was actually shacking up with this guy that hadn't been relevant for 2 decades, Orlando Bloom. Lord of the Rings stuff doesn't count. Pirates of the Caribbean stuff doesn't count. Horrible movies, horrible ideas for books and stuff like that. But Katy Perry's hot, so yes, I'll pass.
So yes, I'm on this bandwagon. but hold on. You said Lord of the Rings, horrible movies.
I knew that would ruffle your feathers.
Yes, not only
like
mine,
Rob
but
Torres said, like, Sean probably hadn't even heard of Lord of the Rings books. Of course I've heard of it. I just don't find it interesting.
It's not a documentary. Sean doesn't care.
Correct.
But one of the best trilogies, man.
If they made a documentary on seagulls pooping, Sean would watch it before he watched Lord of the Rings.
Now, look, that's just going too far right there.
But it's factual.
Lord of the Rings,
but it's factual.
Some of the best movies I've ever seen,
look,
man.
I would say this. I'm more likely to watch Lord of the Rings than I am Star Wars crap.
But he's more likely to watch a documentary on seagulls pooping.
Of course. Of course. Yes, I'm definitely using my hall pass for her. Absolutely.
All the hall passes.
Yes.
All the hall passes. And maybe more on Katy Perry. Absolutely full bandwagon.
Yeah.
The greatest celebration may have been even greater than you thought. The Florida Panthers Stanley Cup celebration, which was epically badass. Apparently, they racked up a $500,000 bill at a club and were fully comped.
What?
So they were at this club called 11 in Miami where they spent $500,000. The club's open 24 hours a day during the weekend, and they hosted the Panthers until the very early hours of the morning. Some players weren't quite ready to leave. Alexander Barkov, who's the captain, had to pull Brad Marchand out of the club at 5 a.m. once he found out that their bill was being comped, because apparently Marchand was racking up the bill in a hurry. Matthew Tkachuk had told the Spit and Chicklets podcast that he was going to pay before he realized it was a $500,000 comp. He says, we were treated pretty well there. They do a good job. They're classy. Seeing Marchand hold the cup crowd surfing at 11 was totally out of control, according to another person who saw this. Sean, when a team wins the title comp everywhere in that city, are you on or off the bandwagon?
On the bandwagon on that one, 100%. Those guys shouldn't have to buy a drink or dinner in that town,
Or
maybe
booze.
for the next year or two.
Or anything.
Hell, for a team that's won, what? How many Stanley Cups have they got?
2 in a row.
2 in a row, and they've been to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. Yeah, they should be good for a while, to be honest with you. $500,000 tab, fully comped. Do you guys remember like 3, 4, 5 years ago, something like that, a 49ers rookie tab was said to have approached $300,000? These are football players, rookies, $300,000. Dude, hockey players don't freaking play. To put up $500,000, in just a couple hours' time celebration,
they do some drinky.
I will guarantee you that an NFL team this year tries to break that record, because that's a thing now. You're going to hear about that come training camp. Somebody's going to try to put up almost $1 million tab, and it can happen depending on where you go.
I'm on this bandwagon. I mean, you got to think about it. Not only is it good for them, but it's especially when a team wins a championship, how much happiness it brings to the city.
Yeah.
It's just like, thank you, man. Thank you for everything. I mean, you brought a chip to the city. We're happy. I can sit here and just rant about, oh, my team won, your didn't. All that stuff. So I'm on. And also another thing, if I was there, I would have put my tab on theirs.
Boom. There you go.
Okay, A, yes, teams should absolutely be comped everywhere. B, if the Texans win the Super Bowl, what Closton is comping them a $500,000 or north? Don't say treasures. Go.
Oh, you mean? Well, I didn't know you could be. I'm 42, bro. I don't know about the club scene now, but that's exactly where I'm saying. Oh, gentlemen's club? I don't know. Nice part of town, Galleria area. If you're not going to let me say treasures, Gold Cup, does that still exist? Another nice part of town. I don't know the club scene anymore in Houston, that particular club scene. The other club scene, I don't know that well either, but I know they ain't going nowhere. But if you're taking treasures off the list, I'll have to go Gentlemen's Club, sir. There you have it.
Chris, you're a little closer in the age group to the clubbing. What club would be the one that you would want them to comp the Texans party?
I'm not going to lie. I can't tell you. I don't go clubbing. I haven't gone clubbing in years. So I really don't know what's out there.
Years?
So, yeah, years.
Aren't you like a house music guy?
Yes, but...
I mean, they've got clubs that don't even open till 3 a.m. that I figured you would be...
Bauhaus stays open till 4 a.m., I think, and that's like the house scene, I guess, but I've only been once.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Okay. Look,